$5全传，中国古典小说地灵妖回钱月英酬神还愿望冯子清误入桃园词曰：窝角虚名，迎头威力，算来自阴空莽。世皆前令。
The complete biography of Five Beauties, Chinese classical novel chapter 01 Xianyueying pays tribute to the gods and wishes Feng Ziqing accidentally entered the Taoyuan poem and said, the cochlear horn has a false reputation and a small profit, but it comes from being busy. Everything is decided in advance.
谁弱又谁强，且趁闲身未老，尽教我蝎子疏狂。100年里，浑然是罪，36000场。思量能几许，忧愁风雨，一半相防，又何须抵死？
Whoever is weak and who is strong takes advantage of his leisure to make me crazy. In 100 years, I was completely drunk, 36,000 times. Think about how much you can do, worry about the wind and rain, half of it will hinder you. Why do you need to fight to death?
说短论长，辜负皓月清风，台军战，银汉高张。江南好，千钟美酒，一曲满庭芳。话说这部小说，故事出在大明正德年问。
The short story and the long story live up to the bright moon and the clear breeze, the moss and bacteria are spreading, and the silver is high. The south of the Yangtze River is good, 1,000 bells of fine wine, and a song that fills the courtyard. Speaking of this novel, the story takes place during the Zhengde reign of the Ming dynasty.
自从武宗皇帝以来，风调雨顺，国泰民安，这也不在话下。单讲浙江省杭州府钱塘县有一士官，姓钱，名显，表字自由。
Since Emperor Wuzong, everything has been going smoothly. The country is peaceful and the people are safe. It's no problem. There was a single official in Qiantang County, Hangzhou Prefecture, Zhejiang Province. His surname was Qian, his given name was Mi, and his abbreviation was Free.
官拜两广都堂之侄夫人马氏所生，一男一女，公子名林，字文山，小姐方名月英。兄妹二人勤辛苦读诗书，学富五车。
There is a boy and a girl born to the wife of Ma, who is an official in Guangdong and Guangdong. The boy's name is Lin, with the courtesy name Wenshan, and the girl's name is Yueying. The two brothers and sisters studied poetry and books diligently and became rich in knowledge.
外国人皆称为才子佳人，不幸老爷去世，夫人领了子女，扶柩回归故里，送入祖营。公子早已入学，却不好游戏。
Foreigners call him a gifted scholar and a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, the master passed away. His wife took the children, carried the coffin back to her hometown, and sent it to her ancestors. The young master has already entered school, but he is not good at playing.
终朝在家，与妹子吟诗作赋，孝敬母亲。夫人见他兄妹二人早晚侍奉殷勤，满心欢喜，常在他兄妹前说：“我家有此才女才子。”
In the end, he stayed at home with his sister, reciting poems and writing poems to honor his mother. The wife was filled with joy when she saw his brother and sister serving them diligently in the morning and evening. She often said in front of his brother and sister, "I have such a talented woman and son in my family."
不知后来娶妻择婿如何？公子道：母亲大人，婚姻之事皆有天定。夫人道：虽然如此，但你妹子年已长成，为娘的日夜忧愁。
I don't know how to marry a daughter-in-law and choose a son-in-law later. The young master said, "Mother, marriage matters are all determined by God." The lady said, "Even so, your sister has grown up and is worried about my mother day and night."
放心不下，必选个才貌之人，玩他终身，使我为娘的却才放心。儿呀，难道你同学中就无其人吗？钱林道：娘亲听禀。
I can't worry about choosing a talented and beautiful person to spend her whole life, so that I can rest assured as my mother. Son, is there no one else among your classmates? Qian Lin said, "Mother, listen to me."
学中只有一人孩儿十分敬重，论才学，孩儿甘拜下风。每逢考期，不是第一就是第二。论人品，杭州也寻不出第二个来。
There is only one person in the school whom the children respect very much. When it comes to talent and learning, the child is willing to be inferior. Every exam period, he is either first or second. When it comes to character, there is no second best in Hangzhou.
夫人闻言忙问道：“此人姓甚名谁？门第若何？”钱林道：“论门第，倒也正对。他父亲做过刑部尚书，亡过多年，只有母子二人。”
After hearing this, the lady hurriedly asked, "Who is this person's name? What is his family background?" Qian Lin said, "In terms of family background, he is right. His father was the minister of the Ministry of Punishments and died many years ago. There are only two people, mother and son."
姓冯名旭，字子清。夫人道：“他母亲可是做过太常寺少卿林灿之妹吗？”钱林道：“正是。”夫人道：“门户相对，才貌又佳。”
The surname is Feng, Mingxiu, and the courtesy name is Ziqing. The lady said, "Did his mother be the sister of Lin Can, the young minister of Taichung Temple?" Qian Lin said, "Exactly." The lady said, "We have opposite families, and we are both talented and beautiful."
为何不上紧央人做法以完为娘的心事？公子道：“孩儿久有此意，只因他近来家业凋零，恐误妹子终身，故而未敢禀告。”夫人道：
Why don't you pay close attention to the central government's plan to attack Wan as your mother? The young master said, "My child has had this intention for a long time, but because his family fortune has declined recently, he was afraid that it would ruin his sister's life, so I didn't dare to report it." The lady said,
我儿此言差以古人道得好，正是书中自有黄金屋，一朝得地自身荣。公子道：母亲吩咐，孩子知道。
"What my son said is wrong. The ancients said it well, it is exactly like, there is a golden house in the book, and once you get your own glory. The young master said, the mother orders it, and the child knows it.
那月英小姐在旁听的母亲兄长说人婚姻之事，将脸一红，起身回楼去。耳中只听得说冯旭是个才子，心中暗想，天下无识者多。
Miss Na Yueying blushed when her mother and brother talked about marriage, got up and went back upstairs. All I could hear in my ears was that Feng Su was a talented man, and I thought to myself, there are many people who are not real in the world.
倘若平生名不称实，岂不污我终身大事？必须面试其才，方知真假。欲将此意禀告娘亲兄长，怎奈我女孩家羞人答答，怎好启齿？
If Feng Xing's name is not true, won't it miss my life's important events? You must interview the talent to know the authenticity. I want to report this to my mother and brother, but my girl is too shy to talk to others, so how can I say it?
正是满怀心腹事，难向别人言。不言小姐闷闷不乐，单言小姐身边有2个丫鬟，一个名叫翠秀，一个名叫落霞。
It's because I have so many things on my mind that it's hard to express them to others. Miss Shan Yan is unhappy. Miss Shan Yan has 2 maids beside her. One is named Suexiu and the other is named Luoxia.
二人生的容貌与小姐仿佛却也聪明，跟随小姐拈弄纸笔，也知文墨。小姐见她伶俐，倒也欢喜，故此待她2人如同姐妹，与众不同。
The 2 of them have the same appearance as the young lady, but they are also smart. Follow the lady to pick up paper and pen, and also know how to write and calligraphy. The young lady was happy to see that she was smart, so she treated them like sisters, which was different.
翠秀落霞见小姐连日闷闷不悦，自言自语，如醉如痴，觉得小姐有些心事。2人上前问道：“小姐为着何事这般光景？”小姐见问，
Suexiu Luoxia saw that the young lady had been depressed and unhappy for days, talking to herself, intoxicated and infatuated, and felt that the young lady had something on her mind. The 2 men stepped forward and asked, "Miss, why are you in such a situation?" The young lady asked.
叹了一口气道：“你2人哪里知我心，就不言语了。” 2人道：“婢子自幼蒙夫人、小姐抬举，不以下人看待。小姐有何心事？”
He sighed and said, "How do you 2 know my heart?" And said nothing. The 2 said, "My maid has been praised by my wife and young lady since I was a child, and I don't treat her like a human being. What's on my mind, young lady?"
说与婢子们知道，待小姐分忧。小姐闻他2人之言，只得将夫人、公子商议之话告诉一遍。我想外边人虚名甚多，故此疑心。
He said that he and the maids knew that Miss Dai shared their worries. When the young lady heard what they said, she had to tell her what the madam and the young master had discussed. "I think there are many people outside who have false reputations, so I am suspicious."
欲要面试其才又不好启齿， 已是不乐。二人道：小姐宽信。倘夫人、公子在一起小姐婚姻之事，婢子直告要面试这姓冯的才学。
I want to interview him, but it's hard to talk about it, so I'm not happy. The two said, Miss, please be relieved. If the madam and the young master discuss the matter of the young lady's marriage again, the maid will tell you that she will interview this talented person named Feng.
然后再议遍了，小姐听了，方才放心。不觉光阴迅速，过了个月，夫人一日身体不爽，一病半月。慌的公子、小姐日夜不离左右服侍。
Then we discussed it later. After hearing this, the lady felt relieved. Unexpectedly, time passed quickly, and after a month, my wife felt unwell one day and was ill for half a month. The young master and young lady were so frightened that they stayed around to serve him day and night.
小姐个庙许愿，又在花园拜斗，保佑母亲安康。过了数月，夫人身体渐渐好了。公子、小姐见夫人好了，用心调理，不觉早又腊尽春回。
The young lady made wishes in various temples and prayed in the garden to bless her mother's health. After a few months, my wife's health gradually improved. When the young master and young lady saw that their wife was well, they took good care of her. Unexpectedly, spring has returned too early.
到了新年景象堪堪至初9日，乃是玉皇大帝圣诞之辰。月英小姐禀告母亲知道，孩儿许下个庙相愿，今逢上好日期。
On the 9th day of the new year, which was the Jade Emperor's Christmas, Miss Yueying informed her mother, My child has made a wish for incense in various temples. Today is a good day.
孩儿意欲亲身进庙，酬谢特来告禀母亲。夫人闻言大喜道：“我儿一向累你兄妹二人服侍，既许下相愿，理当亲还。”
The child wanted to go to the temple in person to thank his mother for coming. Hearing this, the lady was overjoyed and said, My son, I have always been tired of serving your brother and sister. Since you have made a wish for incense, you should return it in person.
遂吩咐家人速备纸马香烛、生礼之类，换了3乘轿子，伺候小姐同2个婢子各庙烧香。不一时，小姐打扮十分齐整，戴了翠袖、落霞。
Then he ordered his family to quickly prepare paper horses, incense, candles, sacrifices and wine, and called 3 sedans to serve the young lady and 2 maidservants to burn incense in each temple. After a while, the young lady was dressed very neatly and brought Suexiao and Luoxiao with her.
3人上轿往各庙还愿，后面随了许多家人。一行人众先到了玉皇阁，小姐和2个丫鬟下轿，家人逐开闲人。小姐慢慢不上楼来。
The 3 of them got on the sedan chair and went to various temples to pay their vows, followed by many family members. The group of people arrived at the Jade Emperor Pavilion first. The young lady and the 2 maids got off the sedan, and the family members chased away the idlers. The lady slowly walked upstairs.
只见香烛弓线 已经献成小姐站立瞻丹，礼拜上帝，转身又拜斗母天尊。礼拜已毕，家人送上香仪，客师请小姐客堂坐下待茶。
I saw that the offerings of incense and candles were ready. The young lady stood on the felt sheet and worshipped God. Then she turned around and worshipped Grandma Doe. After the worship service, family members presented incense offerings. The guest invited the lady to sit down in the living room and wait for tea.
摆下果品，小姐坐了一刻，起身上轿，又往城隍山来。不一时，抬至寺内，只见山前游人如蚁，家人赶逐不开。小姐看见香烛点齐。
The fruit lady sat down for a moment, got up and got into the sedan chair, and then looked towards Qinghuang Mountain. After a while, he was carried to the temple. I saw tourists in front of the mountain like ants, and my family couldn't chase them away. The young lady saw that the incense candles were all lit.
只得交身出了轿子，那些游人见三圣轿内走出3个美人，一哄拥挤上前争看，人人道好，个个称奇，如同月里嫦娥下降，好似西子重生。
The tourists had no choice but to step out of the sedan chair. When they saw 3 beauties walking out of the sedan chair, the tourists crowded forward to see them. Everyone said it well, and everyone was amazed, just like Chang'e descending in the moon, like Shizi being reborn.
后面随着2个丫鬟一般娇娆，不知谁家小姐。内中有一个书生，文质彬彬，头戴如金，身穿儒服，年纪只好15、16岁，生得貌比潘安。
Following behind are 2 maids who are as charming as each other. Who is the lady? There is a scholar inside, who is elegant and elegant, wearing a Confucian scarf and Confucian clothes. He is only 15 or 16 years old, and he is more handsome than Pan'an.
手执一柄金扇，也挤在人丛中争看。看官，你道此人是谁？就是前林母亲所说的礼部尚书之子冯旭，字子清，今日也来到城隍山游玩。
Holding a golden fan, he also squeezed in the crowd to see it. Officer, do you know who this person is? It was Feng Su, the son of the Minister of Rites, named Ziqing, whom Qian Lin's mother said. Today I also came to Qinghuang Mountain for fun.
不想遇见钱月英来进香，她也不知是钱文山之妹，一见国色，神魂飘荡，吃在一边，两眼不转睛，只望着3人。小姐见人众多。
He didn't want to meet Qian Yueying when he came to offer incense, but he didn't know she was Qian Wenshan's sister. When he saw the beauty of the country, his soul wandered, and he was infatuated, looking at the 3 of them without moving his eyes. The lady saw many people.
慌忙礼拜神圣，吩咐家人将个庙香烛送去，我回家向空礼拜酬谢遍了。家人答应，将轿子搭了进来，请小姐上轿。
He hurriedly prayed and said to his family, "Send incense and candles to various temples, and I will go home and pray to Kong as a reward." The family agreed, brought the sedan in, and asked the young lady to get on the sedan.
那些游人一哄而至，围在轿前。室友凑巧把一个冯旭紧紧挤在轿前，动也不得动。那小姐正欲上轿，忽见一个少年书生，品貌清奇。
The tourists flocked to the sedan and gathered around it. By chance, Feng Su was squeezed tightly in front of the sedan, unable to move. The young lady was about to get into the sedan chair when she saw a young scholar with an extraordinary appearance.
心中暗忖道：世上也有这般标致男子，又不好十分顾盼，匆匆上轿。家人连忙放下轿帘，轿夫抬起，如飞而去。冯旭又看翠袖。
I thought to myself, there are such handsome men in the world. But I couldn't help but look forward to it and hurriedly got into the sedan chair. The family quickly lowered the sedan curtain. The bearer lifted up the sedan chair and flew away. Feng Su looked at Sui Xiu again.
落霞二人上了轿，轿夫赶向前面，一直飞奔下山。冯旭见三个美人去了，他也不顾斯文体面，向后限定轿子，跑下山来，满身汗透。
Luoxia and the two got on the sedan chair and rushed forward, running down the mountain. When Feng Su saw the three beauties gone, he ignored the politeness and dignity, held the sedan chair backwards, and ran down the mountain, covered in sweat.
如今歪斜足下哪管高低，转弯抹角，跑得喘息不定。有一个时辰，到了一处后花园门，一直遥望里面去了。只见一个老苍头说道：
The Confucian scholar's scarf is crooked and his feet are not high or low. He is turning around and running, and he is panting. For an hour, I arrived at a back garden door and kept looking inside. I saw an old man saying,
哪里来的好好走出去。四面望望无人，反手将园门关闭。冯旭低低骂道：这个老狗头好不知趣，径自把门捅闭去了。
Where did you come from? Go out. Looking around at no one, he closed the garden gate with his backhand. Feng Su cursed in a low voice. This old naughty man is so ignorant that he actually closed the door on himself.
只得走至门首，用手将门轻轻一推，哪里推得动？冯旭无奈，绕着墙边走了一会儿，无法可忍。只见对过矮矮门首。
I had to walk to the front of the door and push the door gently with my hand, but it couldn't be pushed. Feng Su had no choice but to walk around the wall for a while, feeling helpless. I saw the short door head facing me.
有一个老妇人坐在门首，冯旭连忙走过来，叫声老婆婆。 小声借问一声，对过花园可是李相公家的吗？那婆婆摇头道：“不是。”
There was an old woman sitting at the head of the door. Feng Su quickly came over and called out to the old woman, "Excuse me, young man, does the garden across the way belong to Mr. Li's house?" The mother-in-law shook her head and said, "No."
不是。冯旭又道：“可是张相公家的吗？”婆子又摇头道：“不是， 不是。冯旭道：却是谁家的吗？婆子道：相公请坐。
Feng Su said again, Is it from Mr. Zhang's family? The mother-in-law shook her head and said, No, no. Feng Su said, But whose family it is? The mother-in-law said, Mr. Zhang, please sit down.
待老身慢慢告诉与你听。冯旭真个坐下。婆子道：对过花园乃钱府的，这钱老他在日做过两广都堂，如今只有夫人、相公、小姐三人。
Wait until I tell you slowly and listen to Feng Shuzhen sit down. The mother-in-law said, Across the garden is the Qian mansion. Mr. Qian served as the capital of Guangdong and Guangdong in Japan. Now he only has 3 people, his wife, my husband, and my young lady.
并无别个。冯旭暗道：原来就是钱文山的花园。又故意问道：他家公子与哪家结亲？婆子道：尚未联姻。冯旭又道：
There was no one else. Feng Su secretly said, It turns out to be Qian Wenshan's garden. He also asked deliberately, Which family does his young master marry? The mother-in-law said, Not yet. Feng Su added,
他家小姐自然是与过人家的了。婆子道：小姐今年方交16岁，亦未受聘。冯旭口中应道：原来如此，心中暗喜道：
His lady is naturally married to someone else. The old lady said, My lady is only 16 years old this year and has not been employed yet. Feng Su responded, That's it. He said with secret joy.
年交16岁也不小了。婆子道：说起这位小姐，婚姻却难。他家夫人要选才貌出众，又要门户相当，夫人方允。冯旭道：
16 years old is not too young. The mother-in-law said, Speaking of this young lady, marriage is difficult. His wife must be outstanding in talent and beauty, and she must be of a similar family. The wife is just right. Feng Su said.
却是为此，这也该的。但不知他家小姐可知文墨？那婆子道：好个可知文墨，通杭州哪个不知他是闺中才子？
That's why it's deserved. But I wonder if his young lady knows about writing and calligraphy? The mother-in-law said, She is so good at writing and calligraphy. Who knows about Hangzhou and doesn't know that she is a talented girl in her boudoir?
常与他哥哥吟诗作赋，连公子还要让他一筹力。冯旭道：你老人家如何尽知他府中事？婆子笑道：相公有所不知。
She often recited poems and composed poems with her brother, and even the young master asked her to help him. Feng Su said, How do you, the old man, know everything about his house? The mother-in-law smiled and said, My husband doesn't know something.
我就是这位小姐的乳娘，我姓赵。因年纪大了，自己要在家里同儿子过活。如今时常还去他家住，我要去就去，要来就来。
I am this lady's wet nurse. My surname is Zhao. Because he is getting older, he has to live with his son at home. Now I often go to his house to stay. I go when I want to go and come when I want to come.
一切之所以晓得，二人谈了一会儿，天气渐渐晚了。婆子道：“老身要弄饭去了，恐儿子回来要吃，没工夫陪你谈了，你请回吧。”
Everything was known. The two talked for a while, and it was getting late. The mother-in-law said, "I'm going to make some food. I'm afraid my son will come back and want to eat. I won't have time to talk with you. Please come back."
冯旭听了婆子这番言语，心中甚是欢喜。钱小姐竟是个才貌双全的，若能与我为妻，也不枉为人世。起身复又走到对过花园门首。
Feng Su was very happy after hearing what his mother-in-law said. Miss Qian is actually a talented and beautiful woman. If she can marry me, she will live in this world in vain. He got up and walked to the front door of the opposite garden.
看看园门紧闭，又站了一会儿，想到天色已晚，我只是痴呆呆地站在，就站到明日也无益处，不如且回，明日起早些来，倘有机缘。
He looked at the garden gate and stood for a while, thinking, "It's already getting late. I'm just standing here stupidly. There's no point in standing until tomorrow. Why don't I go back and get up early tomorrow? If I have the chance."
也未可知，即一步转身，才走了10几步，忽听得园门咿呀一响，冯旭急忙回头看时，园门已开，有个老苍头手中拿着把酒壶走出来。
Without knowing it, he moved and turned around. After walking for more than 10 steps, he suddenly heard the sound of the garden gate. When Feng Su hurriedly looked back, the garden gate had opened, and an old man came out with a wine bottle in his hand.
带了园门镜子去了。原来这个老儿每晚瞒着夫人出来打酒吃。冯旭见了，忙忙走来，不论好歹，推开园门，径自进去，仍然将门推上。
He took the garden gate and left by himself. It turns out that this old man goes out to buy wine and eat every night without telling his wife. Feng Su saw him and came over hurriedly. Regardless of whether he was good or bad, he pushed open the garden door and went in. He still pushed the door closed.
一直往里就走，不提且言苍头取酒来，推门进来，回身关好，取锁锁了，提酒往自己房里吃去了。单讲冯旭在花园里东张西望。
He walked straight in without mentioning that Sankto came to get the wine, pushed the door in, turned around and closed it, locked it, took the wine and went to his room to eat. It is said that Feng Su was looking around in the garden.
不见一人，他就放大了胆，朝里直走，到了丹柜厅上坐下，定定神。想到我好无礼，怎么黑夜里走到人家花园中来？倘被人看见。
When he saw no one, he became bolder, walked straight in, and sat down in Dangui Hall. After calming down, I thought, I'm so rude. Why did I walk into someone's garden in the dark? If someone sees me.
如何应答文山兄之道？体面何存？想罢，立起身来，我且出去，径奔辕门，打点回去。却说月英自进乡回来，到夫人前禀道
How to respond to Brother Wenshan? Where is the dignity? After thinking about it, he stood up and said, I'll go out now. He ran to the garden gate and went back. But he said that Yueying had come back from offering incense. She went to the lady and reported.
今日进乡好不热闹，孩儿见人众多，只到玉皇阁城隍庙山上，他触着安童送香烛前去，孩儿先回来了。夫人答道
The incense offering was very lively today. I saw a lot of people. I only went to the Jade Emperor Pavilion and the city god's Temple Mountain. He went to deliver incense and candles to Entong, and I came back first. The lady replied.
正该如此，就在前面吃过夜饭，又说了些闲话。夫人吩咐我儿就此回楼睡吧。小姐起身，叫翠秀落霞掌灯。翠秀道
Just as it was about time, we had dinner in front and chatted some more. The lady said, My son can just go back upstairs and sleep. The young lady stood up and called Suetio and Luoxia to hold the lamp. Suetio said,
今晚风大，不好点灯。取了个灯笼点起，照着小姐回楼不提。且言冯旭来到辕门，见门上拴了大栓，又锁了，哪里还得开来？
It's too windy to light a lantern tonight. He took a lantern, lit it, and guided the lady back upstairs. When Feng Su came to the garden gate, he saw that the door was bolted and locked, so he had to open it.
冯旭惊道：“这是怎好？不想一时就拴锁了辕门，愈想愈怕，无法可使。他是个读书君子，又比不得那种可以颠门扭锁的小人。”
Feng Su was surprised and said, What's wrong with this? I didn't want to lock the garden gate all of a sudden. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became, and there was nothing he could do. He is a scholar, but he is not as good as a villain who can hold a door and turn a lock.
只得又回身步到丹柜厅坐下，等候天明出去。正在自悔之时，忽听一派莺声燕语，嬉笑而来。灯光渐尽，冯旭虎的密处藏身，往来无处。
I had no choice but to turn around and go to Dangui Hall to sit down and wait for dawn to go out. While I was regretting myself, I suddenly heard a group of orioles singing and laughing. The lights were getting closer, and Feng Su had to find a place to hide, with nowhere to go.
暗道若被人撞见，如何答话？全在山石背后躲避则个，但不知曾撞着人来捉住，认奸认贼，且看下回分解。第02回。
He secretly thought, if you are bumped into by someone, how should you respond? Just hide behind the rocks. But I don't know if I have bumped into someone and caught him. Chapter 02
曾金善冯旭得意拜天地翠袖许婚词曰：水玉银蟾，叶轩苍墨，马生初断。问衣露井，笑扑流萤，燕花破，画栏边。四方镜，夜久后。
As a gift of a gold fan, Feng Su proudly paid homage to the beauty of heaven and earth and said in his marriage proposal, the silver toad baths in the water, the leaves are noisy on the green road, and the sound of horses has just begun to stop. Asking about the dew well, laughing at the flowing fireflies, the fireworks burst, and the fence is painted. Quiet everywhere, after a long night.
郎愁不归绵力尽残更前。探花草，一瞬千里梦，况疏远。到头来都是幻。黎明牵绊，怎不叫迷恋？梅落天妆，莲开四面，天宫画染。
Lang Cho did not go back to sleep and stood up before watching. Sighing at the flowers and grass, I dreamed of thousands of miles in an instant, and the book was far away. In the end, it's all fantasy. How can it not be called infatuation if you are bound by fame and fortune? The plum blossoms fall and add makeup, the lotuses bloom like faces, and the heavenly craftsmanship paints them.
金屋玉兔为停留读书和感手试卷，但明和直下，谁有星稀数点？话说冯旭见有人来，慌张张走到假山背后躲避不提，且言小姐和翠袖。
How could the golden crow and jade rabbit dare to release the scroll without stopping to read? But the bright river flows straight down, and who can count the few stars? It is said that when Feng Su saw someone coming, he hurriedly walked behind the rockery to hide. Let's talk about Miss Tsueshio and
落霞三人打从假山石旁经过冯旭剑登到了面前，抬头观看，只见前面一个小丫鬟手提一盏灯笼，后随两个美人，心中大喜。
Luoxia and the others passed by the rockery and Feng Su saw the lantern in front of them. He looked up and saw a little maid holding a lantern in front of him, followed by two beauties. He was overjoyed.
便欲走出相会或者小姐怜我一片真心，面定婚姻也未可知。主意定了，正欲一步，心中回想，若小女子家叫喊起来。
He was about to walk out of the meeting. Maybe the lady sincerely takes pity on me, and we don't know if we will get married in person. I made up my mind, and just as I was about to move, I thought in my mind, if the little girl starts shouting,
惊动人众前胸之道，体面何存？我且躲在假山背后，听他说些什么言语。正是要知心腹事，但听口中言。且言翠袖提灯在前。
Brother Qian, who shocked everyone, knew, where is the dignity? I hid behind the rockery and listened to what she said. It's exactly, to know the innermost thoughts, but listen to what is said. Let's say that Tsueshio holds a lantern in front of you.
教导小姐，今日城隍山上好些游人，内中有个少年书生，挤在轿前，好个人品。小姐可曾看见吗？那落霞接口道。
She called out, Miss, There are many tourists on Qinghuang Mountain today, and among them there is a young scholar, crowded in front of the sedan. He has such a good character. Miss, have you seen it? Luoxia said.
好个标致秀才，他那2个眼睛只望着小姐。翠秀道：“不知此生才学如何，我家小姐若配得此人，也不枉人生在世。”落霞道
What a handsome scholar. His eyes are only looking at the young lady. Cui Xiu said, I don't know how talented I am in this life. If my young lady is worthy of this person, her life will be in vain. Luoxia said.
看他那般品貌腹中自然不差。翠秀道：“若果然如此，可算得才貌双全。2人你一句我一句称赞，小姐止不言主。”
Looking at his good looks, he is certainly good at heart. Cui Xiu said, if that's true, he has both talent and appearance. The two of them complimented each other, but the young lady didn't say the final word.
此日是正月初9日，残雪未消。那日间花园内被鸦雀在地打石，走得满地脚迹。小姐便叫：“你2人终日拈弄笔墨。”
This day is the 9th day of the first lunar month, and the remaining snow has not disappeared. That day, the garden was filled with crows and birds, leaving tracks all over the ground. The young lady then called out, You two have been working on pen and ink all day long.
殷夫人去年病体沉重，我没有功夫考你2人。今日见景生情，我有一对在此，你2人可对来。2人道：“不知小姐所出何对？”
Because my wife was seriously ill last year, I didn't have time to test you two. Today I am in love with each other. I have a couple here. You two can come opposite each other. The two said, I don't know what happened to the lady.
婢子等料然对不出小姐道：“偶然看见此景，满地鸭脚迹，借此出对。”随口道：“雪地鸭翻，好似乱九梨花墨数点。”翠笑。
The maidservant and others unexpectedly said, I saw this scene by chance. The ground was covered with crows' footprints, so I took this opportunity to find out. He said casually, the crows rumbled in the snow, just like counting pears and ink while drinking wine. Cui Xiu.
落霞2人一时对答不出，那在假山后面人听得明白，欲要带他2人对来，一时想不出来。事有凑巧，忽听得空中咿呀一声。
Luoxia and the two couldn't answer each other for a while, but the person behind the rockery could understand clearly. They wanted to talk to each other on her behalf, but they couldn't think of it for a while. As luck would have it, I suddenly heard a rumble in the air.
冯旭抬头一看见30-40个宾鸿分为3路从北向南飞去，他一时间便高声对道：“霞天雁过，犹如醉书红锦字3行。”当下，翠袖。
Feng Su looked up and saw 30 or 40 binhong flying in 3 directions from north to south. He suddenly said loudly, The geese passing by in the cloudy sky are like 3 lines of red brocade written in a drunken book. At that moment, Cui Xiu
落霞二人听见叫道：“有贼，有贼！”直唬得冯旭战战兢兢，不敢作声。转世小姐听得对句确当，声音清亮，说道：
Luoxia and the others heard shouting, "There are thieves! There are thieves!" Feng Su was frightened and did not dare to say anything. Miss Schwancher heard the phrase correctly and said in a clear voice,
你二人不必惊慌，据我看来，并非是贼。你们将灯笼照看，看是何人。二人答应，心中不得不怕，战战兢兢提着灯笼。
You two don't need to panic. As far as I'm concerned, it's not a thief. Take care of the lantern to see who it is. The two agreed, but they couldn't help but be afraid, holding the lantern cautiously.
口中只是吆吆喝喝道：“你若是贼，速速跑去罢了；要不是贼，快快出来。”冯旭听见，心中想到：都是女子，我就出去。
He just yelled, "If you are a thief, just run away quickly. If you are not a thief, come out quickly." Feng Su heard this and thought in his heart, "They are all women, so I will go out."
廖然不妨放大了胆，径自走出。月光之中，摇摇摆摆，手中执着一把金扇，一方班古娟的碧玉图书。这玉器乃是他祖父传流之珍。
Unexpectedly, I might as well be bolder and walk out on my own. In the moonlight, he was swaying, holding a golden fan in his hand and a square of ancient jasper books. This jade is a treasure passed down from his grandfather.
此宝价值千金，他并不知其价，扣在扇上。忙忙走出来，看见翠秀、落霞，深深一躬，道：“小生拜衣。”二人将灯笼提起一照。
This treasure was worth thousands of gold. He didn't know its price, so he kept it on the fan. He hurriedly walked out and saw Tsueshio and Luoxia. He bowed deeply and said, "Bow me, young man." The two of them lifted up the lantern and took a photo.
不是别人，就是日间在城隍山遇见那个标致书生，又惊又喜，故意问道：“你是何人？怎么大胆半夜更深，却在我家花园之内说得明白？”
It was none other than the handsome scholar who I met in Shenghuang Mountain during the day. I was surprised and happy, and deliberately asked, "Who are you? Why are you so bold and late at night in my garden?" It's clear.
放你出去，如有一句谎话，登时叫喊起来，惊动家人拿住，当贼送官，严刑拷打，那时就要吃苦力。冯旭打一躬，道：
If you tell a lie and you are let out, you will scream immediately and alert your family. If you are caught, you will be treated as a thief and sent to the official to be tortured. Then you will suffer. Feng Su bowed and said,
二位姐姐请息怒代小生直告。小生姓冯，名旭，字子清，杭州哪个不知是个才子？二人道：住了，你既是个才子。
Sisters, please calm down and wait for Xiaoxing to tell you directly. Xiaoxing's surname is Feng, his given name is Su, and his courtesy name is Ziqing. Anyone in Hangzhou is a talented person. The two said, "Come on, since you are a talented person."
可认得我家大相公吗？冯旭见问，笑嘻嘻道：“怎么不认得？你家大相公前兄与小生朝夕会闻，又是同案好友。”二人道
"Do you recognize my first-in-law?" Feng Su asked, and said with a smile, "Why don't you? Your first-in-law, Brother Qian, has been dating Xiaoxing day and night, and they are friends in the same case." The two said,
既是与我家相公相好，因何躲在我家花园内，且是黑夜之间？却是为何？冯旭道：“有个缘故，今在城隍山游玩。”
"Since you are on good terms with me, why are you hiding in my garden in the dark?" "Why?" Feng Su said, "There is a reason. I am visiting Qinghuang Mountain today."
遇见你家小姐进香小生，不知是哪家小姐，故耳根寻到此戏坊，方知是前兄令妹。看见辕门多余着，因此走进游玩，不想辕门下锁。
"When I met your young lady, Jinsheng Shaoxing, I didn't know which lady she was from, so I followed her and paid a closer visit, and found out that she was Brother Qian and my sister. I saw that there were too many garden gates open, so I went in to play and didn't want to lock the garden gates."
不得出去，只得躲在山子石边，坐守天明，好出花园。不意小姐出对于与二位姐姐对，小生斗胆对了一句，惊动小姐同二位姐姐。
He was not allowed to go out, so he had to hide by the rocks of the mountain and sit until dawn so that he could get out of the garden. Unexpectedly, the young lady did not confront the two elder sisters. Shaoxing boldly said something to the young lady and the two elder sisters.
此系真言不敢说谎，望二位姐姐恕罪，转达小姐恕小生不知之罪。那钱月英见冯旭出来，连忙回避在丹桂厅上。
This is a mantra that I dare not lie. I hope that my two sisters will forgive me. I will convey this to my lady and forgive my sin of ignorance. When Qian Yueying saw Feng Su coming out, she hurriedly avoided the Dangui Hall.
一句句都听得明白，方知就是哥哥与母亲所说之人。今日间见其容貌，方才又听见对句，却是个才貌双全，早已打动少年爱恒娥的心事。
After hearing every sentence clearly, I knew he was the person my brother and mother were talking about. I saw his appearance today and heard the couplet again. He is indeed a man with both talent and appearance, which has already impressed the young man's love for Chang'e.
便在厅上叫道：“翠秀、落霞，快来！”二人忙至厅上小姐面前，把冯旭的话告诉一遍。小姐道：“既是相公的好友，可快跟我进去。”
Then they called out to the hall, "Suishio, Luoxia, come quickly." The two of them hurried to the lady in the hall and told Feng Su what he had said. The lady said, "Since you are my husband's friend, please come in with me quickly."
取钥匙前来开了园门，送他出去。二人答应，晓得。翠秀向落霞道：“ 妹妹，你随小姐回楼，取了钥匙，快来，我在此等候。”
He came to get the key, opened the garden gate, and sent him out. The two agreed. I know. Tsueshio said to Luoxia, Sister, follow me back to the building and get the key. I'll wait here.
落霞应允随着小姐到了楼中来取钥匙。原来园门钥匙小姐经管，每日放在后楼。这且不表。再言冯旭见四下无人，走至翠秀身边。
Luoxia agreed to follow the lady to the building to get the key. It turns out that the lady who manages the garden gate keys keeps them in the back building every day. Not to mention this. When Feng Su saw no one around, he walked to Cui Xiu.
忙忙又恭道：“姐姐，小生拜衣。”翠秀欠身还了个万福，道：“相公方才见过礼了，为何又作揖？”冯旭道：“礼下于人。”
He hurriedly bowed again. Sister, I bow to you, young man. Tsueshio bowed and returned the blessing and said, My husband has just seen the ceremony. Why do you bow again? Feng Su said, The ceremony is for others.
必有所求，请问姐姐芳名？翠秀道：“妾身父母姓赵，名唤翠秀。前跟小姐回楼去的名唤落霞，她的父母姓孙。小姐芳名月英。”
I must ask my sister for her name. Tsueshio said, My parents' surname is Zhao, and my name is Tsueshio. The name of the girl who went back to the building with the young lady was Luoxia, and her parents' surname was Sunday. The young lad's name is Yueying.
你可知道吗？冯旭连声道：“小生谨记。但小生今日到此，原为婚姻，不能当面一言以定终身，岂不辜负小生一片真心？”
Did you know? Feng Su said repeatedly, Xiaoxing, remember this. But Xiaoxing's visit today was originally for marriage. If you can't say something face to face to decide your life, wouldn't you let down Xiaoxing's sincerity?
还求姐姐设个法儿引小姐面前一见，以表小生诚恳，不知姐姐可用情否？翠秀道：“我家夫人好不严谨，小姐乃闺阁千金。”
I also asked my sister to find a way to attract the young lady to show my sincerity. I wonder if my sister can use her kindness. Cui Xiu said, My wife is very strict. The young lady is the daughter of a boudoir.
怎能轻易地见外人又是黑夜，岂不令人说笑？劝相公将此念头息了罢。至婚姻大事，必须央媒说和，那时明媒正娶，才是君子。
How can you easily see outsiders in its dark night? Isn't it ridiculous? Please advise your husband to stop thinking about this. When it comes to marriage, the central mediator must negotiate the marriage. At that time, the mediator is marrying, and he is a gentleman.
冯旭听了翠秀之言道：“姐姐说的有理，不知小生与小姐缘分如何？姐姐大力周全，小生无物相谢，有秉粗善，聊表尽见寸心。”
Feng Su listened to Cui Xiu's words and said, sister is right. I wonder what is the fate between the young man and the young lady. My sister is strong and considerate, and the young man has nothing to thank me for. I have a thick fan with a handle, and I can see into my heart by talking about my appearance.
说必将手中金扇递与翠袖。翠袖道：“妾身并无寸进之功，怎好收相公之谢？”冯旭道：“姐姐不收，是不肯待小生出力了。”
After saying that, he handed the golden fan in his hand to Tsueshio. Tsueshio said, "I haven't made any progress, so how can I accept my husband's thanks?" Feng Su said, "If I don't accept it, I won't do my best on Xiaoxing's behalf."
翠袖道：“我若不收，使相公疑心，只得权且收下。”伸手接了，藏在身边，便道：“冯相公，我先报个喜信与你。”
Tsueshio said, "If I don't accept it, it will make your husband suspicious, so I have no choice but to accept it." She reached out to take it, hid it beside her, and said, "Miss Feng, let me tell you the good news first.
我家相公前日与夫人商议，要将小姐与你。你今回去，做素央梅求亲，夫人、公子必允。”冯旭听了此言，不觉手舞足蹈，喜出望外。
My husband-in-law discussed with his wife the day before yesterday that he would marry you. You go back now and act as a matchmaker to ask for your hand in marriage, and your wife and son will agree. After hearing this, Feng Su danced with joy and was overjoyed.
道：“倘若如此，三生有幸。不知姐姐可伴小姐过去否？”翠袖笑道：“我们两个服侍小姐，寸步不离，怎么不随过去？”冯旭闻言
If that's the case, Sanxing is lucky. I wonder if my sister can accompany the young lady there? Tsueshio said with a smile, "The two of us serving the young lady are inseparable, so why don't you go with us?" Feng Su heard this.
满心欢喜道：“叫小生一时消受得起三位美人。”正是情之与是真和谐，就此引出是非来。冯旭与翠袖说了一会儿，不见落霞到来。
Full of joy, he said, "Let the young man be able to tolerate three beauties for a while. It is exactly, the language of love is like a needle and thread, which leads to right and wrong." Feng Su and Tsueshio talked for a while, but Luoxia didn't come.
月色渐亮自古道，灯前观美女，月下玩佳人。越看越爱，哪里按捺得住心猿意马，走到身边，双手抱住。翠袖作色道：“
The moonlight is getting brighter. Since ancient times, there is a saying, watch beautiful women in front of the lamp and play with beauties under the moon. The more I looked at her, the more I fell in love with her. I couldn't hold back my thoughts, so I walked to her side and hugged her with both hands." Tsueshio said seductively.
妾认君子是个诚实之人，原来是一个狂徒。既读孔圣之书，难道就不知些礼法吗？我虽然是个婢子，不是下流苟合之奴。高声叫
I thought the gentleman was an honest man, but he turned out to be a fanatic. Since he has read the books of Confucius, don't he know some etiquette? Although I am a maid, I am not a slave of obscene sexual intercourse. She shouted.
狂生还不放手，一席话说得冯旭哑口无言，将手一松，叫道：“姐姐言之有理，小生一时痴呆，万望姐姐恕罪。”
Kangxing still won't let go. After saying this, Feng Su was speechless. He loosened his hand and shouted, "Sister, what you said makes sense." Shaoxing was temporarily demented. I hope you will forgive me.
小生还有一言奉告前蒙姐姐垂爱，荐许终身。趁此月光之下，对天发誓，以表真心，不知姐姐肯否？翠秀道：“你今速速回去。”
Shaoxing also told me that he was favored by his sister and promised to live his whole life. Taking advantage of this moonlight, I swear to God to show my sincerity. I wonder if my sister is willing. Suecio said, "Go back quickly now."
洋人说和对什么天，发什么事。冯旭见他口软，将翠秀身子一把扯住，就半推半就，二人双双跪下，同拜天地。冯旭发誓道：
The people in the central government said that they should be in harmony with each other and swear by what heaven and earth. Feng Su saw that she was soft-spoken, grabbed Suecio's body, and half pushed him away. They both knelt down and worshipped the heaven and the earth together. Feng Su swore.
我若负了赵氏姐姐，前程不利。翠秀道：愿相公转祸成祥。妾若负了相公，叫妾身不逢好死。正是在天愿为比翼鸟。
If I fail my sister Zhao, my future will be unfavorable. Cui Xiu said, "May my husband turn my misfortune into good fortune. If I fail my husband, I will not have a good life." Exactly, I wish to be a winged bird in heaven.
在地愿为连理之二人侍婢立起身来。冯旭恭恭敬敬站着不动。只见落霞取了钥匙来道：“叫声姐姐，快送冯相公出去。”
On the ground, I would like to say goodbye to Lian Lizzie and stand up. Feng Su stood still respectfully. I saw Luoxia coming with the key. Calling, "Sister, send Mr. Feng out quickly."
冯旭无奈，只得同着二人到了园门，开了锁，下了栓，开了门。冯旭走出，转身朝着二人做了一揖。
Feng Su had no choice but to follow the two of them to the garden gate. After unlocking, unlatching, and opening the door, Feng Su walked out, turned around and bowed to the two of them.
小姐因事还要仗二位姐姐大力扶持，二人也不回言，咕咚一声，将园门紧紧关上。这正是东边日出西边雨，莫道无情却有情。
The young lady's marriage depends on the strong support of her two elder sisters. The two of them didn't reply, and closed the garden door tightly with a gudong sound. This is exactly what it means. The sun rises in the east and rains in the west. There is no way to say that there is ruthlessness, but there is love.
不言翠袖落霞二人上楼，且言冯旭痴呆站了一会儿，不见动静，方才一步，趁着月光回来，心中暗想：明日央人说媒。
Not to mention that Suatio and Luoxia went upstairs, but Feng Su stood there stupidly for a while without seeing any movement. Then he moved and came back under the moonlight, thinking to himself, tomorrow the central government will have a matchmaking meeting.
不知央哪一个与前兄说和一头打算一头走，左思右想，抬头一看，已过自家门首，只得走回数步，用手叩门。里面老苍头答应。
I don't know who Yang agreed with Brother Qian and planned to leave together. After thinking about it, he looked up and saw that he had passed the door of his house. I had to walk back a few steps and knock on the door with my hands. The old man inside agreed.
连忙开门，看见冯旭，道：“相公，你在哪里去的？太太这老奴各处找寻，张相公家、李相公家，无一处不找到。老太太好不着急。”
He hurriedly opened the door and saw Feng Su, saying, "Miss Sir, where are you going?" The madam asked the old slave to search everywhere. They found Mr. Zhang's house and Mr. Li's house everywhere. The old lady was very anxious.
相公，你哪里去的？此刻才回来。冯旭道：“太太为何着急？这你寻找。”苍头道：“今日就老爷到了。”冯旭道：“
My husband, where have you been and why are you back now?" Feng Su said, "Why is Madam so anxious and looking for you?" Sang Tu said, "My uncle is here today." Feng Su said,
舅老爷在哪里？”苍头道：“现在后堂同太太用晚饭。”冯旭听了，只奔后堂而来，见他母亲与舅舅吃饭，不知他舅舅姓甚名额。
"Where is my uncle?" Sangto said, "Now in the back hall. I am having dinner with my wife." After Feng Su heard this, he rushed to the back hall and saw his mother and uncle eating. I wonder what his uncle's last name was?
来此何干？且听下回分解。第03回由西湖临张玉故脉宝剑马云逢兄辞曰：“别管寒针，孤城画阁，一片秋色人辽阔。东飞燕子海边归。”
What are you doing here? Let's hear the explanation next time. 03 returned to the West Lake. Lin Zhang met with an accident and sold his sword. Ma Yin met with the misfortune and said, "The villa is cold and the anvil is in the lonely city. The painting pavilion is full of autumn colors and there are only a few people." Swallows flying east returned to the seaside.
南来鹤向沙头落处台风，与楼月宛如昨。无奈背心名利耽搁，可惜风流总闲却。当初漫流华表语，而今误我秦楼约。梦醒时，
Cranes coming from the south are falling towards the sand, typhoons are falling, and the moon in Yulo is just like yesterday. I have no choice but to be delayed by some fame and fortune, but it is a pity that the romantic life always comes to an end. At first, I left China to express my love for you, but now I have made an appointment with Qin Lu by mistake. When you wake up from a dream,
九兰后丝挺着。话说冯旭来到后堂，看见母舅，深深见礼。看官，你道他舅舅姓甚名谁？姓林名张，与郑国，乃是一个举人。
After drinking, I kept thinking. It is said that Feng Su came to the back hall, saw his mother-in-law, and was deeply respectful. Officer, do you know his uncle's surname? The surname is Lin Mingzhang, and Yu Xinghua is a civil servant.
住在金华府进京会试，顺便前来看看妹子。林章看见外甥生成美貌，好不欢喜。太太向前问道：“我儿今日往何处去的？”
I live in Jinhua Mansion and went to Beijing for a job interview. I stopped by to see the girl. Lin Zhang was very happy to see his nephew's natural beauty. The wife stepped forward and asked, "My son, where are you going today?"
你舅舅来时，我叫苍头寺去找寻，你都不在，为何此刻方归？冯旭道：“孩儿今日遇见几个同学朋友，拉了去游西湖，回来晚了。”
When your uncle came, I asked Sang Tu to go look for him, but you were not there. Why are you returning now? Feng Su said, "My child met some classmates and friends today and took him to swim in the West Lake. He came back late."
当时就在横头坐下陪舅舅吃酒。酒席之上，林章问他才学，冯旭对答如流。林章满口称赞，向太太道：“外甥将来必夺元魁。”
At that time, I sat down at Hengtu to have wine with my uncle. At the banquet, Lin Zhang asked him about his talents and knowledge, and Feng Su answered fluently. Lin Zhang was full of praise and said to his wife, "My nephew will definitely win the title of Yuan Kuei in the future."
也不枉忠臣之后，太太道：“我儿方才说是游湖去的罢，你舅舅到来，也同舅舅观观景致。”冯旭答应了，彼时又说些闲话。
It is not in vain that the wife of the loyal minister said, "Did you just say that my son is going to the lake? When your uncle comes, you will also watch the scenery with him." Feng Su agreed, and at that time chatted some more.
不觉漏下三更，各自安寝，一宿无话。次日，冯旭忙叫苍头去叫船，到五柳园定席，又请钱林来陪舅舅。不一时，钱林到来。
Unconsciously, they missed the third watch and each slept peacefully, spending the whole night in silence. The next day, Feng Su hurriedly asked Sang Tu to call a boat, book a table at Wulyo Garden, and invited Qian Lin to accompany his uncle. After a while, Qian Lin arrived.
冯旭连忙迎接邀至书房，与林章见礼，分宾坐下。林章问冯旭道：“此位长兄尊姓大名？”冯旭道：“此位姓钱名林，字文山。”
Feng Su hurriedly welcomed Lin Zhang to the study, where he greeted Lin Zhang and sat down separately. Lin Zhang asked Feng Su, "What's your surname? Is this eldest brother?" Feng Su said, "This person's surname is Qian, his name is Lin, and his courtesy name is Wenshan."
是生男同案好友进特请来陪舅舅的。林章听说钱林，拱拱手，道：“久仰久仰。”钱林口称年伯、小侄与冯兄同案。
It was Jin Tae, the nephew's best friend who was also accomplice in the crime, who invited him to accompany his uncle. When Lin Zhang heard about Qian Lin, he cupped his hands and said, "I have admired him for a long time." Qian Linko said, "Uncle Nian, my nephew and brother Feng are in the same case."
请问年伯台府林章道：“见自郑国。”续毕起身，一路出门，慢慢步出涌进门外。到了湖上，苍头预先在船看见，迎请登舟。
I would like to ask Nianbo Taifu Lin Zhang. The humble word is Xinghua. Su Bai stood up, went out all the way, and slowly walked out of Yongjin Gate. When we got to the lake, Tsang Tu saw him in the boat in advance and invited him to board the boat.
稍自开船游赏一会儿，端地好个所在。只见来的来，去的去，游人不绝，笙歌聒耳。正是十里西湖跨六桥，一株柳树一株桃。
The boatman sailed for a while. What a great place to be! I saw people coming and going, tourists were constantly coming, and music and singing were blaring. Exactly, 6 bridges span the West Lake 10 miles apart, with 1 willow tree and 1 peach tree.
林章满口称赞道：“话不虚传，果然好景致。”傍午到了五柳园，这些船具个湾下，那些游人弃舟登岸，都到园中吃酒吃饭。
Lin Zhang was full of praise and said, "The words are true, the scenery is really good." In the afternoon, when we arrived at Wulyo Garden, all the boats were under the bay. Those tourists abandoned their boats and landed, and all went to the garden to drink and eat.
此流乃是杭州第一名园，一切各样酒席肴馔俱全，器皿精洁。园中花草十分茂盛，真是8节长春之景，4时不谢之花。
This is the #1 garden in Hangzhou with all kinds of wine, banquets, and dishes, and the utensils are clean. The flowers and plants in the garden are very luxuriant. It is really a scene of the 8th season of Changchun, with flowers that never fade in all seasons.
城中相唤游人，皆是头一天定西园门前有5棵大柳，借以为名。凡来游玩，在此定席，来来往往，十分热闹。苍头向冯旭道。
All the officials and tourists in the city and countryside had a banquet on the first day. There were 5 big willow trees in front of the garden gate, which was named after them. Anyone who comes to play can book a table here, and it is very lively with people coming and going. Tsang Tu said to Feng Su,
我们的席定在梅亭上面，3人步上亭来。林章举目观看，四面粉墙俱是民工题咏诗赋，细细看去，竟有做得好的，也有胡言的。
Our banquet was set on the plum pavilion, and the three of us walked up to the pavilion. Lin Zhang raised his eyes and looked around. All around the white walls were famous people reciting poems and poems. Looking carefully, he found that some were good and some were nonsense.
梅亭上面只有4张桌子，先有一席有客坐。苍头道：“这一桌是我们订的。”林章、钱林、冯旭3人坐下，还有2席是别家订的。
There are only 4 tables in the May Pavilion. There are guests sitting at one of the tables. Tsang Tu said, "This table is set by us." Lin Zhang, Qian Lin, and Feng Su sat down. There are still 2 seats reserved by other parties.
客上为置酒保忙来抹桌，献上茶来，摆下小菜，然后送上酒来。3人传杯弄盏，酒保慢慢上菜。忽然，庭外有一英雄，头戴拂巾。
Before the guests arrived, the bartender came hurriedly to wipe the table, serve tea, place side dishes, and then serve wine. The 3 of them passed around glasses, and the bartender slowly served the dishes. Suddenly, there was a hero outside the pavilion, wearing a turban on his head.
身穿圆缎箭衣，腰中束一条鸾带，足蹬粉底皂靴，面如覆粉，唇若涂朱，年纪不过20以上，走来到处寻桌子。林章看见，走将上来。
Wearing a yuan satin arrow robe with a yuan belt tied around the waist, and wearing powder-soled soap boots, his face is as pink as a powder, and his lips are painted with vermilion. He is no more than 20 years old, and he walks around looking for tables. Lin Zhang saw it and came up.
教导汤相公请坐。那人一听此言，忙道：“原来是老伯在此。”抢行一步上庭来施礼，又同钱林、冯旭施礼。林章就请他坐。
He called out, "Mr. Tang, please sit down." Upon hearing this, the man hurriedly said, "So it's the old man here." He took a step forward and went up to the pavilion to salute. He also saluted Qian Lin and Feng Su. Lin Zhang invited him to sit down.
各个通名道姓，原来此位姓汤名彪，本是金华府人士。他父亲名英，现任金陵总制，在父亲任上过了年，回去拜他母亲的节。
It turned out that this person's surname was Tang Mingbiao, who was originally from Jinhua Prefecture. His father is famous and is currently the governor of Jinling. He spent the new year in his father's office and went back to pay homage to his mother.
打从杭州经过今日也来游玩，遇见林章，是同乡之人。林章问道：“公子为何在此？有事远迎？”汤彪道：“因在家父任上过了新年。”
I passed by Hangzhou and came to visit today. I met Lin Zhang, who is from the same hometown. Lin Zhang asked, "Why are you here, young master? You are missing the welcome from afar." Tang Biao said, "Because my father celebrated the new year at home."
如今回家拜节，偶尔顺便游赏到此。 请问老伯为何在此？林章道：是期将近，由此赴都会时，舍生邀我一游。话毕。
Now I go home to celebrate the holidays and occasionally visit here. May I ask why the old man is here? Lin Zhang said, the examination period is approaching, so I will go to the metropolitan area for the examination. My nephew invited me to visit. After that,
四人饮酒甚乐正事，万事不如杯在手，一年几见月当头。按下四人饮酒不提。再说五柳员外有一英雄，身高丈2，膀阔3挺。
the four of them had a great time drinking. It was just like holding a cup in hand, and seeing the moon in front of their heads several times a year. It's not a problem for 4 people to drink. Besides, outside Wulio Garden, there is a hero who is 2 feet tall and has 3 broad shoulders.
头戴一顶顺风倒瓦棱帽，身穿一件皂布箭衣。说起这件箭衣，身穿到穿的又串，兜米都不得半生腰束牛皮垂带，足蹬骨子皮靴，面如海兽。
Wearing a corrugated hat with a windward tilt on his head, and a soap cloth arrow jacket. Speaking of this arrow jacket, it is worn to the point of being worn. Face like a sea beast.
向下一步胡须犹如钢针一般。此人乃江西南安府人士，姓马名云，有个绰号叫做火担子。他有张弓，百发百中，打在人身上。
The beard under his neck is like a steel needle. This man is from Nan'an Prefecture in Jiangxi Province. His surname is Ma and his name is Yun. He has a nickname called Fire Bullets. He has a bow and can hit people with 100 hits.
就着了，故有此名。昔日一人一骑，曾在紫金山围寇，劫了皇上83万躺银。那些官兵哪里是他的对手，一杆枪挑得纷纷落马。
That's why it has this name. In the past, 1 man and 1 horseman once acted as bandits in Zijin Mountain and robbed the emperor of 830,000 pieces of silver. Those officers and soldiers were no match for him. With just 1 spear, they all fell off their horses.
人人奔命，个个逃生。今日落魄，缺少路费，手执一把宝剑，路过杭州，到湖上卖剑，口中叫一声，看剑刀这一声，犹如轰雷一般。
Everyone ran for their lives to escape. Today, I was in poverty and lacked travel expenses. I passed by Hangzhou with a sword in my hand and went to sell the sword on the lake. He shouted, "Look at the sword." This sound was like thunder.
那些看的人见他这般异样，都来争看。只见那边来了2个人，前头一位公子，不上17、18岁，头戴5顶片玉巾，身穿一件银红撒花直摆。
Those who were watching came to see him when they saw how strange he was. I saw 2 people coming over there. The one in front was a young man, no older than 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing a 5-piece jade scarf on his head and a silver red flowered dress.
足蹬诸驴手拿民工施扇，一步步摇奔五柳园来。后面一人头戴鸭嘴方巾，身穿圆缎直摆，足蹬方头靴子，手拿一柄方头扇子。
Standing on the red shoes, holding the fan of famous poems in hand, he ran to Woolio Garden step by step. There is a person behind, wearing a duckbill square scarf on his head, wearing a straight skirt of Yuan satin, wearing square-toed boots, and holding a square-headed fan in his hand.
后跟10来个家丁齐进园门，那些人看见许多人围着，不知做甚事的，他也来看。早见一个异样汉子，手捧一把宝剑，上插着草标。
Then he entered the garden gate with about 10 servants. When those people saw many people gathered around who didn't know what they were doing, he came to see them. I saw a strange man early, holding a sword with a grass mark on it.
公子知道是卖剑的，走至马云面前，伸手接过宝剑，抽出鞘来，略略照了一眼，只见宝光射目。那公子倒也识货，遂将剑入鞘，问道：
Knowing that it was a sword seller, the young master walked up to Ma Yun, reached out to take the sword, took it out of its sheath, and took a brief look at it, only to see the precious light shining in his eyes. The young master knew what he was doing, so he put his sword into its sheath and asked,
汉子，你这宝剑是卖的吗？马云道：是卖的。公子遂将宝剑递与家丁，也不问他价钱，竟摇摇摆摆走进园去了。
Man, are you selling this sword? Ma Yun said, Yes. The young master then handed the sword to the servant, without asking him the price, and waddled into the garden.
那梅亭上一席，就是这位公子所定。家丁看主人到了，连忙迎接。前邻冯旭看见，叫道：兄长，就此间作罢。那公子连忙拱手道：
The young master's appointed servants saw the master arriving and hurriedly greeted him. Qian Lin and Feng Su saw it and shouted, Brother, sit down here. The young master quickly raised his hands and said,
兄长俱在此失敬了，连忙见礼。冯旭就请他坐下，那戴鸭嘴巾的也笑嘻嘻做了揖，就在横头坐下来，个个通名道姓。看官
Brother, I am disrespectful to you all. He bowed quickly. Feng Su asked him to sit down. The man wearing the duckbill scarf also smiled and bowed, then sat down at Hengtu, and everyone said their names. Look at the official.
你道这位公子是准此人，乃是当朝武英殿大学士花荣玉之子花文芳，与冯旭、钱林同案，以这富士无所不为，专放私债，盘剥小民。
Do you think this young master is Hua Wenfang, the son of Hua Rongyu, a scholar at Huaingdian Palace at that time, who was also charged with Feng Su and Qianlin? Relying on his father's influence, he does everything, specializes in lending private debts, and exploits the common people.
霸夺人家田地，强占人家妻女，外面的人闻名丧胆，见影亡魂。 那戴鸭嘴巾的是花文芳一个篾片，姓魏，名临川，有个绰号。
Sees other people's fields and sees other people's wives and daughters. People outside are known to be frightened and lose their souls at the sight of shadows. The one wearing the duckbill scarf is Hua Wenfang. His surname is Wei and his given name is Linchuan. He has a nickname.
叫做魏大刀，难道他会舞大刀不成？不是这个讲究，因他一笔会写雕词，包写包告，百发百中，故人将他一管比刀还狠些。
It's called Wei De Dao. Isn't it true that he can dance with a broadsword? That's not the point. Because he can write cunning words and accusations with one stroke, and he can always hit the mark. The old friends said that his pen was more ruthless than a knife.
故叫做魏大刀临章。听说花荣玉之子，心中好不烦恼，原来是他对头的儿子。想，我兄长被这奸贼害了性命，此仇不共戴天。
Therefore, he was called Wei De Dao. Lin Zhang was very troubled when he heard that Hua Rongyu's son was the son of his enemy. I thought, my brother was killed by this traitor. This hatred is irreconcilable.
今日凡与仇人之子共席欲要起身先回，怎奈又有汤彪在席，只得勉强坐下。花文芳哪里晓得这般曲折，见是冯旭舅舅。
Today, I was dining with the son of my enemy. I wanted to get up and go back first, but Tang Biao was at the table, so I had to sit down reluctantly. How could Hua Wenfang know such twists and turns? Seeing that it was Uncle Feng Su.
又是进京会试举人口内老伯长老伯短，殷勤奉洒，怎当的魏临川那张篾片嘴儿，见花文芳如此敬酒，他就分外奉承。六人在此饮酒。
He also went to Beijing to hold a test, and the people among the people were old men, elder men, and short men, and they served diligently. How could it be that Wei Linchuan had such a beautiful mouth? When he saw Hua Wenfang toasting like this, he was extremely flattering. 6 people are drinking here.
临章此际无奈又不好起身回船，只得眼观花文芳出言吐语，不像个读书之人，尽是一派胡言风月之活。说了一会儿，并没半句正经话。
Lin Zhang had no choice but to get up and go back to the boat, so he had to watch Hua Wenfang speak. He didn't look like a scholar. He was just talking nonsense and flirting. After talking for a while, he didn't say a single serious word.
临章暗想，不知哪个瞎眼宗师，竟将这个畜生进了学。原来当日花文芳进学有个缘故，那个宗师出京，花太师亲自嘱咐道。
Lin Zhang thought to himself, I wonder which blind master actually admitted this beast to school. It turned out that there was a reason why Hua Wenfang entered school that day. When the master left the capital, Grand Master Hua personally told him.
若到杭州误将小犬进个学的暗手，宗师区不过花太师情面，只得答应。到了杭州，考毕，将花文芳卷子一看，可发一笑。
If I go to Hangzhou, I will send the puppy to the school. The Grand Master couldn't bear the favor of Grand Master Hua, so he had to agree. When I arrived in Hangzhou and finished the exam, I looked at Hua Wenfang's paper and made me smile.
却都是些狗屁胡语，欲呆不尽，怎好回京见花太师之面？无奈只得取了冯旭的暗手，乾临第二，勉强取花文芳第三名。
But they were all talking nonsense and wanted to get in. How could they go back to the capital to see Grand Master Hua? They had no choice but to take Feng Su's case first, Xian Lin second, and Hua Wenfang reluctantly took third place.
不表他们在梅亭上饮酒单说，马云在园外等了半日，不见那位公子出来，心中好不焦躁，道：宝剑尚未说价，怎么不见出来？
Not only did they drink at the Plum Pavilion, they said that Ma Yun had been waiting outside the garden for half a day, but he didn't see the young master coming out. He felt very anxious and said, "The sword hasn't been priced yet, so why didn't he come out?"
哄咱等了许久，腹中又饥饿。花文芳一个家丁刚刚走来，听见马云口中言语，那个家丁口中叫道：“俺公子与众位老爷饮酒。”
After coaxing us to wait for a long time, I feel hungry again. Hua Wenfang, a servant who just came over, heard the words from Ma Yun's mouth. The servant shouted, "My young master is drinking with all the gentlemen."
你的宝剑，俺公子要了你的，今日回去，明日到相府领赏便了。那马云听了这般言事，哪里按捺得住？什么公子，这等放肆！
My young master wants your sword, so go back today and go to the Prime Minister's mansion tomorrow to receive the reward. After hearing such words, Ma Yun couldn't hold himself back. Young master, you are so wanton.
敢拿咱的宝剑家丁道：“汉子，你站稳了，听我说明，恐怕唬倒了你。我家太师爷是一人之下，万人之上，当朝宰相，你知道吗？”
The servant who dared to take our sword said, "Man, stand firm and listen to my explanation. I'm afraid I'll scare you. My Grand Master is the Prime Minister of the dynasty under one person and over 10,000 people. Do you know?"
那马云听了那人言语，一把无名火高有2000丈，大骂道：“闪叫那狗娘养的，好好送还咱的宝剑，万事皆休。若迟误了，咱主打进园去。”
After listening to the man's words, Ma Yun fired a nameless fire 2,000 feet high and cursed, "Shangshi, tell that son of a bitch to return our sword properly. Everything is over. If it is delayed, our Lord will go to the garden."
将他狗娘养的抓将出来，叫他试试咱的皮锤。那家丁怒道：“你这个王八羔子，不知死活！我家公子哪个不知道？若得罪了他，
Catch that son of a bitch out and ask him to try our leather beating." The servant said angrily, "You bastard, you don't know whether to live or die. Which of my young masters doesn't know? If you offend him."
轻者送官究治，重则置于死地。马云喝道：“便打了这狗娘养的， 看他把咱怎样摆布。家丁道：除非你吃了雄心豹胆。
Those who are less serious will be sent to officials for investigation and punishment, and those who are more serious will be put to death. Ma Yun shouted, I'll beat this son of a bitch and see how he manipulates us. The servant said, unless you eat the bear's heart and leopard's gall.
也不敢如此放肆。马云此时只气得三尸神暴跳，武林豪气冲天，一声大喝道：“你这狗娘养的，先是咱的拳头！”说着说着
Ma Yun didn't dare to be so presumptuous. At this time, Ma Yun was so angry that the three corpse gods jumped. Wuling was so proud that he shouted loudly and said, You son of a bitch, try our fist first. As he said,
早有一拳打来，那个家丁哎呦一声，倒栽葱跌在地下，怔了半日，爬将起来，口中说道：“好打，你且莫慌。”说毕
There was a punch earlier, and the servant said, Ouch, and fell to the ground. After struggling for a long time, he got up and said, It's easy to beat, don't panic. After that,
往园子里去了，来至梅亭上面，看见主人，道：“不好了，反了。”花文芳正与众人谈得高兴，听说反了，回头看见自己家丁。
After going into the garden, he came to the plum pavilion and saw his master, saying, No, it's a betrayal. Hua Wenfeng was chatting happily with everyone. When he heard that, a betrayal, he turned around and saw his servant.
问道：“你为何这般光景，满身俱是泥潞？”家丁回道：“小人出去，正听见那卖剑汉子大骂大爷。小人吩咐明日到乡府去领赏。”
He asked, Why are you in such a state, covered with mud? The servant replied, When I went out, I heard the sword seller yelling at the uncle. I told him to go to the Prime Minister's mansion tomorrow to receive the reward.
那汉子不由分说，举起拳头就打，小人被他一拳打倒在地。他要打进来与大爷做个对头。花文芳听见了这番言语，又当众人面前，
The man couldn't help but raise his fist and strike, and the villain was knocked to the ground by his punch. He wants to fight in and confront the uncle. Hua Wenfeng heard these words and said in front of everyone,
毫不羞耻站起身来，拱一拱手，道：“失陪老伯与众兄长了。”便望着家丁道：“你们都跟我来，哪怕那吒太子怎逃地往天罗。”
He stood up without shame, cupped his hands and said, I'm sorry, old man and brothers. Then he looked at the servants and said, You all come with me. Even Prince Naza could not escape the traps of the earth and heaven.
就是活手金刚难脱龙潭虎穴，众家人一齐答应，魏临川也就跟了来。花文芳气冲冲地径奔辕门，抬头一看，只见马云圆睁怪眼。
It is the fire-headed Vajra that cannot escape from the dragon's pond and the tiger's den. All the family members agreed together. Wei Linchuan also followed. Hua Wenfeng ran to the garden gate angrily. When she looked up, she saw Ma Yun's strange eyes widening.
又听见他口中骂道：“狗娘养的，价钱也不讲明，就要白白的夺咱的宝剑，他就是太岁头上动土了。”花文芳向前一声大喝道：
Then I heard him curse, "You son of a bitch. He doesn't even explain the price, so he wants to take our sword for nothing. He is just too old to make trouble." Hua Wenfang stepped forward and shouted loudly.
你这狗才不要走，与我拿下！众家丁听见，一齐拥上，直奔马云。马云呵呵大笑：“我的儿，来得好，越多越妙。”
Don't let me go, you dog. When the servants heard this, they all rushed forward and ran towards him. Ma Yun laughed loudly. "My son, well come, the more the better."
只10数个家丁哪里打得过，都被马云打倒在地，跌跌爬爬，叫苦连天。花文芳与魏林川见势头不好，预先躲进园内。
There were only a dozen servants who could not beat him, but they were knocked to the ground by Ma Yun, stumbling and crawling, complaining incessantly. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Hua Wenfang and Wei Linchuan hid in the garden in advance.
这些家丁被他打得落花流水，一个个都溜进园去了。马云大怒，一声吼叫，迈开大步，不免打进园去，将这些狗头打死。
These servants were beaten to pieces by him, and all of them slipped into the garden. Ma Yun was furious, roared, and strode forward. "I can't help but go into the garden and beat these dog heads to death."
方消咱心头之气正是，马跑临崖收江晚，船到江心补漏迟。马云打进园来，不知性命如何，且听下回分解。第04回，马云大闹五柳园。
The reason why we are so angry is that it is too late to rein in the horse when it runs to the cliff, and it is too late to make up for the leak when the boat reaches the middle of the river. Ma Yun came to the park and didn't know what his life was like. Let's hear the explanation next time. Chapter 04 Jack Ma makes a scene in Wulyo Garden.
汤彪仗义赠金帛辞曰：“东李先生家何在？山阴西去，对一川平野，数船茅屋。昨夜江头新雨过，门前流水清如玉。报小桥，回河了。”
Tang Biao generously donated gold and silk and said, "Where is Mr. Dongli's home?" Shaniingsik. Facing the plains of a river, there are huts with several rafters. Last night there was a fresh rain at the head of the river, and the water flowing in front of the door was as clear as jade. Hug the bridge, turn to the willow tree.
参天摇嫩绿疏篱下，丛丛菊，虚窗前，萧萧竹。叹古今得失，是非荣辱。须信人生归去好，世间万事何时足？试问村酿酒如何？
Under the towering green sparse fence, there are clusters of chrysanthemums, and in front of the empty window, bamboos are fluttering. Lamenting the gains and losses of the past and present is a right and a disgrace. You must believe that life will be good when you return home, and when will everything in this world be enough? How about the village winemaking?
今朝热眼马云闯进园门，不见家丁，大叫道：“狗娘养的，躲到哪里去了？清平世界就要强夺咱的宝剑。”马云东寻西找。
It is now hotly rumored that Ma Yun broke into the garden gate, but when he saw no servants, he shouted, "You son of a bitch, where have you hidden? To bring peace to the world, we will take our sword by force." Ma Yindong looked around.
不见一人按下不表。且讲跟花文芳的家丁见了那汉子十分凶恶，恐怕寻到公子不得开交，他就跑到梅亭上面问汤公子。
No one can be seen pressing the button. Hua Wenfang's servant was very vicious when he saw the man. He was afraid that he would not be able to have any friendship with him, so he ran to the plum pavilion and asked Mr. Tang.
这件事情要汤公子解为汤彪道，所谓何来？家丁将始末根由细述一遍。汤彪听了，立起身来道：“老伯与二位兄长请坐。”
This matter required Tang Gongzi to rescue Tang Biao. Why are you here? The servant recounted the whole story in detail. After hearing this, Tang Biao stood up and said, "I and my two brothers, please sit down."
待我前去看来，连忙走下梅亭。刚刚马云走到面前来，东张西望，寻人厮打，口中骂道：“这狗娘养的，躲得干净。”
When I came to take a look, I quickly walked down the May Pavilion. Just now, Ah Yun walked up to him and looked around, looking for someone to beat, and cursed, "This son of a bitch, hide away."
汤彪看见彪形大汉，虽然衣服破损，却相貌轩昂，不似穷汉之相，便高叫道：“朋友，为着何事与人争斗？”
When Tang Biao saw that the sturdy man looked dignified even though his clothes were torn, he didn't look like a poor man, so he shouted, "Friend, what are you fighting for?"
马云恨不得寻着花文芳一拳打死，方才消了这口恶气。见有人奸他，睁睛一看，见一位公子，相貌堂堂，无土打扮。
Ma Yun wished he could find Hua Wenfang and punch him to death before he could get rid of his bad temper. When he saw someone coming to him, he opened his eyes and saw a young master with a dignified appearance and martial arts attire.
这叫做英雄眼内识英雄，便道：“公子休管咱的闲事，咱只寻那厮。”汤彪道：“你就是与人吵闹，有人来解劝，朋友呀，你可知道？”
This is called a hero's eyes, and he will say, "Young master, please stop meddling in our business. We are only looking for that guy." Tang Biao said, "You just make a noise with others, and someone comes to calm you down. My friend, do you know?"
正是得放手时须放手，得饶人处且饶人。马云见他劝，叫道：“公子，不是咱家寻他的，可恨那厮无故拿我宝剑。”汤彪大笑道：“
It is precisely when you have to let go, you must let go, and when you have to be merciful, you must be merciful." Seeing his persuasion, Ma Yun shouted, "Master, we are not looking for him. I hate that guy for taking my sword for no reason." Tang Biao laughed and said,
一把宝剑也是小事，兄长何必如此动怒？看小弟份上，且息雷霆。请坐，待小弟寻来，还兄便了。马云见公子这般周全，便道：
A sword is a trivial matter. Brother, why are you so angry? For my sake, calm down the thunder. Please sit down and wait for me to find it. Then I can return it to you. Seeing how considerate the young master was, Ma Yun said,
咱家都看公子面上汤彪将身一让，邀马云上梅亭。马云见席上二三人，朝上见礼。汤彪请他坐下，忙叫冯旭的家人上酒，道：
Our family all saw that Tang Biao gave way to the young master and invited Ma Yun to the plum pavilion. Ma Yun met 2 or 3 people at the table and greeted him. Tang Biao invited him to sit down and hurriedly asked Feng Su's family to serve wine and said,
兄长请多用一杯，小弟去取宝剑还兄。说毕，下了梅亭而去。马云此时腹中饥饿，见那些酒肴摆满席上，他就狼餐虎咽一顿。
Brother, please use an extra cup. I'll go get the sword and return it to my brother. After saying that, he got off the May pavilion and left. Ma Yun was hungry at this time. Seeing the food and wine on the table, he wolfed it down.
吃了尽兴方，请问3人姓名，并问那位公子是谁。林章答道：方才下亭去的公子，他是金陵总制操姜汤宫的公子，名彪，在下姓林。
After enjoying the meal, I asked them their names and who the young man was. Lin Zhang replied, The young master who just went down to the pavilion is the young master of Jinling General Chao Jiang Tanggong. His name is Biao. My surname is Lin.
此2位，一位姓钱，一位姓冯。转问壮士姓名，马云一一通名道姓。只见汤公子走上梅亭，叫道：“兄长，宝剑在此。”马云立起身。
One of the 2 was named Xian and the other was Feng. Ask about the name of the warrior. Ma Yun called them by name one by one. Mr. Tang walked up to the plum pavilion and called out, Brother, the sword is here. Ma Yun stood up and said,
叫道：“汤公子，咱有眼不识泰山。咱家闻名已久，欲要拜师尊严，不想今日得遇公子，真3生有幸也。正是踏破铁鞋无觅处。”
He shouted, Mr. Tang, we have eyes but cannot recognize Mount Tai. Our family has been famous for a long time, and I want to meet you. I don't want to meet you today. I am so lucky. It is exactly this. There is no place to go after wearing iron shoes.
得来全不费功夫，马云当下就拜。汤彪忙下跪，道：“请问长兄尊姓大名？”马云道：“咱姓马，名云。”
It took no effort for Ma Yun to bow down immediately. Tang Biao hurriedly knelt down and said, May I ask your eldest brother's surname? Ma Yun said, Our surname is Ma and our first name is Yun.
莫非江湖上的火担子就是长兄吗？马云答道：正是。汤彪大喜，道：闻名不如面见，一见面胜似闻名。二人拜罢起身。
Could it be that the fire marbles in the arena are the eldest brothers? Ma Yun replied, Exactly. Tang Biao was overjoyed and said, It is better to be famous than to meet him in person, and to be famous in person is worse than to be famous. The two of them bowed and stood up.
马云就要告别汤彪道：兄长意欲何往？马云道：大丈夫四海为家，踪迹无定。咱今日路过杭州，缺少盘费，将此宝剑卖了。
Ma Yun was about to bid farewell to Tang Biao and said, Where do you want to go, brother? Ma Yun said, A man has a home all over the world, and his whereabouts are uncertain. I passed by Hangzhou today and was short of money for the purchase, so I sold this sword.
谁知遇见这个狗娘养的，白白夺咱宝剑。汤彪道：都看小弟份上。忙向怀中取出50两银子，递与马云，道：
Who would have thought that if I met this son of a bitch, he would take our sword for nothing? Tang Biao said, It's all for my little brother's sake. He hurriedly took out 50 taels of silver from his arms, handed it to Ma Yun, and said,
此银长兄可作路费。马云推道：咱与公子萍水相逢，受之有愧。汤彪道：四海之内皆兄弟也，长兄何必见外？马云道：
Brother Ian can use this as travel expenses. Ma Yun pushed. We met the young master by chance, and I feel ashamed of myself. Tang Biao said, We are all brothers in the 4 seas. Why should the eldest brother see outside the world? Ma Yun said,
公子既然赐咱一日相逢，再为补报。汤彪大喜，忙将银子、宝剑双手递与马云。马云道：银子咱家自然收下。
Since the young master has given us a chance to meet again in the future, let's repay him. Tang Biao was overjoyed and hurriedly handed the money and sword to Ma Yun with both hands. Ma Yun said, Our family will naturally accept the money.
但此宝剑公子收下，留为早晚防身。正是宝剑赠与烈士，红粉付与家人。马云将手一拱，放开大步，头也不转，径自去了。
But the sword master kept it for self-defense sooner or later. Exactly, the sword is given to the martyrs, and the pink powder is given to the beautiful women. Ma Yun cupped his hands, let go, and walked away without turning his head.
下回书中自有交代，且言汤彪见马云去了，遂叫苍头将花文芳请来。不一时，花、魏二人到来，假意问道：手下可将那厮拿下？
There is an explanation in the book next time, and it is said that Tang Biao went to see Ma Yun and then asked Sang Tu to invite Hua Wenfang. After a while, Hua and Wei arrived and pretended to ask, My men can capture that guy.
送到钱塘县去，汤彪道：看小弟份上，那人去之久矣。遂将二人请至庭上坐下。 花文芳一眼看见汤彪腰中配着那口宝剑，问道：
He was sent to Qiantang County, and Tang Biao said, "For my little brother's sake. That man has been gone for a long time." Then he invited the two of them to sit down in the pavilion. Hua Wenfang saw the sword hanging on Tang Biao's waist and asked,
那厮如何撇下宝剑而去端的好口宝剑？汤彪看见花文芳满口称赞，道：“那人颂语在下，我今转赠兄长何如？”
How did that guy leave his sword and carry the sword? Tang Biao saw Hua Wenfang praising him and said, "That man gave it to me. How about I give it to my brother now?"
即解下递与花文芳，文芳接过，称赞好剑，遂谢汤兄，即递与家丁。大家又饮了一会儿，见红日西沉，个个起身。
Wenfang took it off and handed it to Hua Wenfang. Wenfang praised the sword, thanked Brother Tang, and handed it to the servant. Everyone drank for a while, and when they saw the red sun setting in the west, everyone got up.
花文芳的家丁早将马匹候着，在园外6人出园。花文芳叫声得罪，即便上马，同卫临川而去。且言林章邀、汤彪3人骑下船，不一时。
Hua Wenfang's servants had their horses waiting outside the garden for the 6 of them to leave the garden. Hua Wenfang shouted, offended, then got on the horse and left with Wei Linchuan. Moreover, Lin Zhang invited Tang Biao and 3 others to disembark. After a while,
到了永金门契州上岸，将汤彪请至冯旭家内，又吃了几杯酒，谈了些闲话。见玉兔东升，钱林告辞回家，汤彪告辞回狱。
when they arrived at Yangzhenmen, they abandoned the boat and went ashore, and invited Tang Biao to Feng Su's home. After having a few more glasses of wine and chatting, we saw the jade rabbit Dongxing. Qian Lin said goodbye and went home, and Tang Biao said goodbye and returned to his apartment.
只讲冯旭转身同母舅2人进内告禀母亲今日游湖的话。太太，请哥哥坐下。难得哥哥到此，有句话对哥哥说：一者妹子年交半百。
He only talked about what Feng Su turned around and went inside with his mother and uncle to tell his mother about her trip to the lake today. Wife, brother, please sit down. It's rare for me to be here. I have something to say to my brother. A girl makes half 100 a year.
时常身子不爽，二者你外甥长成，我欲替他娶房媳妇，早晚也得亲近。可我又不知哪家贤德之女。林章道：男大当婚，古之常理。
I'm often sick and your nephew has grown up. I want to marry him a housewife, so I have to get close sooner or later. But I don't know which family has a virtuous daughter. Lin Zhang said, "It is an ancient custom for a male to get married."
无奈愚兄尽都匆匆，不能在此做主，如之奈何？冯旭听见他母亲与舅舅议婚姻之事，正合本心，借口道：“告禀舅舅与母亲知道。”
Unfortunately, Brother Yu is in a hurry and can't make the decision here. What can he do? Feng Su heard his mother and uncle discussing marriage, and it was exactly what he wanted, so he said, "Let your uncle and mother know."
久闻前林兄有一妹子，才得兼全。林章笑道：“何不早言？趁我在此，央人前去做法。”太太道：“却央何人为美？”冯旭道：
I have long heard that Brother Qian Lin has a sister who is both talented and virtuous. Lin Zhang smiled and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? While I am here, the central people will go to attack." The wife said, "Who is the matchmaker?" Feng Su said,
不若央求朱老伯前去，此婚必成。太太道：“我却忘了。”林章问道：“哪个朱老伯？”太太道：“就是朱辉。”
"If you hadn't begged Mr. Zhu to come, the marriage would have happened." The wife said, "I forgot." Lin Zhang asked, "Which Mr. Zhu?" The wife said, "It's Zhu Hui."
与你妹夫最是相好。林章道：“可是翰林朱辉吗？”太太道：“正是此人，如今告老在家。”林章道：“既是朱年兄，明日同外甥拜他。”
"Your brother-in-law is your best friend." Lin Zhang said, "Is this Hanlin Zhu Hui?" The wife said, "It is this man who is now retired at home." Lin Zhang said, "Since he is brother Zhu Nian, I will pay homage to him tomorrow with my nephew."
托他做法此事，当日安寝。次日早起，正欲出门，只见汤彪与家丁押着行李到来。林章、冯旭接到厅堂，见里献茶已毕。汤彪道：
"Ask him to sleep peacefully that day." I got up early the next day and was about to go out when I saw Tang Biao and his servant arriving with their luggage. Lin Zhang and Feng Su arrived at the hall, and after they had finished serving tea, Tang Biao said,
老伯进都小侄，哪有不送之理？故今日同小驾搬了行李到来，只是打扰。冯旭道：请还请不至。林章道：劳驾垂爱。
How can I not give a gift to my nephew when I enter the capital? So today I brought my luggage with Xiao Jia, just to disturb you. How can I not give a gift to my nephew when I enter the capital? So today I brought my luggage with Xiao Jia, just to disturb you. Feng Su said, "Please don't come." Lin Zhang said, "Excuse me, I'd like to express my love."
心感不尽，登时用过饭。林章同外甥上轿，仓头拿铁来到朱翰林门首，传进名帖。朱辉道：“快开门，迎接进来。”个个见礼。
Feeling dissatisfied, I immediately had a meal. Lin Zhang and his nephew got into the sedan chair. Sang Tu took the post to the head of Zhu Hanlin's door and handed in the famous post. Zhu Hui said, "Open the door quickly and welcome us in." Everyone greeted each other.
分宾坐下，献茶已毕，各叙了一番寒温。林章道：“一来奉拜，二来有件小事奉去大驾。因舍生长成，特来烦请年兄做个月老。”
After the guests sat down and served tea, they all talked about the cold and warmth. Lin Zhang said, First of all, I came to worship, and after the guests sat down and served tea, they all talked about the cold and warmth. Lin Zhang said, First of all, I came to worship, and secondly, I have a small favor to do for Chu Dejia.
朱辉笑道：“小弟目下是个闲人，最喜做媒，只是要吃杯喜酒，不知哪家小姐自当前去说和。”林章道：“不是别家。”
Zhu Hui smiled and said, I am an idler at the moment. I like to be a matchmaker. I just want to have a wedding drink. I don't know which young lady I want to go to make plans for myself. Lin Zhang said, It's not from another family.
就是钱文山令妹朱辉道：“要是别家，小弟不敢应承；若是钱兄令妹，刀在通家，小弟允承，包在身上。”又叙了一会儿闲话。
It was Qian Wenshan's younger sister, Zhu Hui, who said, If it's from another family, I won't dare to agree. If it's brother Qian and your younger sister, I'll be in the Tong family, and my younger brother Yunqing will take care of it. After chatting for a while,
林章告辞朱辉，送出大门。临上轿时，道声得罪，千万拜托。朱辉答应，一躬而别。话分两头，且言花文芳回到府中。
Lin Zhang said goodbye and sent Zhu Hui out of the gate. When he got on the sedan chair, he said, Please forgive me if I offend you. Zhu Hui agreed and bowed goodbye. The words are divided into two parts, and Hua Wenfang returns to the house.
将宝剑玩赏一会儿，十分得意，就吩咐书童挂在自家房里壁上。一宵已过，次日同魏临川到记者家吃酒作乐，忽见书童前来送信。
After playing with the sword for a while, he felt very proud and ordered the boy to hang it on the wall of his room. After playing with the sword for a while, he felt very proud and ordered the boy to hang it on the wall of his room. The night had passed, and the next day I went with Wei Linchuan to a prostitute's house to eat, drink and have fun.
请大爷回去救老爷来了，现在后堂与老太太请话。太太讲小的来请大爷相陪。花文芳只得回去，往外就走。到了家中，
Please go back, uncle. My uncle is here. Now I have a word with the old lady in the back hall. My wife, Jiang Xiaoxiao, is here to ask the uncle to accompany me. Hua Wenfang had no choice but to go back and walked out. Arriving at home,
指望后面而来看官。这个书童名叫花有莲，生得唇红齿白，十分俊俏。原是花文芳姓童，年已17岁了。花文芳十分喜他。
Looking behind him, he came to see the official. The boy's name was Hua Youlian. He was very handsome with red lips and white teeth. It turned out to be Hua Wenfang's lucky boy, who was 17 years old. Hua Wenfang liked him very much.
且言花文芳来到后堂，看见舅舅，向前施礼，就在旁边坐下。这花文芳的舅舅曾做过督察院，如今告老在家，知外甥终日棉花卧柳，
When Hua Wenfang came to the back hall and saw her uncle, she saluted her uncle and sat down next to him. Hua Wenfang's uncle once served as the Metropolitan Procuratorate, and now he is at home, knowing that his nephew sleeps among flowers and willows all day long.
不惜政务，恐误他终身。今日到来，与妹子商议，早早替他娶个媳妇，收管他的心。看官，这花文芳年已16岁，又是相府人家。
Failure to practice his duties may ruin his life. Today, he will discuss with his sister to marry him a wife as soon as possible and take control of his heart. Look, Hua Wenfang is 16 years old and comes from the Prime Minister's family.
难道娶不起一房媳妇有个缘故？花荣玉是个权臣，皇上宠爱她，她主卖官鬻爵，无所不为，不知污害了多少忠良。因此
Is there a reason why he couldn't afford a wife? Hua Rongyu was a powerful minister and the emperor loved him. He mainly sells official positions and does everything, and he has framed many loyal people and harmed them. Therefore,
都中这些公卿官家不肯与他结婚同人，向着文芳道：“你今终日闲游，不是常法。我今访得乾林和你同案好友，他家有个妹子。”
The ministers and officials in the capital were unwilling to marry him. Tongren said to Wenfang, "It's not normal for you to wander around all day long. I visited Qianlin and your friend who was on the same case today." The ministers and officials in the capital were unwilling to marry him. Tongren said to Wenfang, "It's not normal for you to wander around all day long. I visited Qianlin and your friend who was on the same case today. He has a girl in his family."
才貌兼全，我欲前去说亲，特自前来通知你母子。太太接口道：“前日你妹丈有家报回来，信中写着孩儿因事，还求哥哥做主。”
I am both talented and beautiful, and I want to come to propose marriage, so I came here to inform you, mother and son. The wife responded, "The day before yesterday, your sister-in-law came back with a report. In the letter, it was written about the marriage of the I am both talented and beautiful, and I want to come to propose marriage, so I came here to inform you, mother and son." The wife responded, "The day before yesterday, your sister-in-law came back with a report. In the letter, it was written about the marriage of the child, and she asked her brother to make the decision."
同人此时别去划分两头，且言乾林与母亲闲谈，家人进来禀道：“外边朱老爷请相公，有要话相商。”乾林慌忙出来见礼，献茶已毕。
Tongren didn't talk at this time, and Qianlin was chatting with his mother. His family came in and reported, "Master Zhu is inviting me to discuss with you if you have any questions." Qianlin hurriedly came out to see the gift. The tea offering has been completed.
乾林道：“小侄不知尊书到舍，有失远迎。”朱辉道：“不敢，不敢。造府有句话与贤侄商量。”正欲开口，又见家人前来报道。
Qianlin said, "My nephew doesn't know that my respected uncle is coming to the house, so he will miss the welcome from afar." Zhu Hui said, I don't dare, I don't dare. I have something to discuss with my nephew when I build the mansion. Just as he was about to speak, he saw his family coming to report again.
今有督察院童老爷求拜相公要与面会，还有话说。钱林寻思一会儿，向朱辉道：“小侄与他久不来往，今日来拜，有甚话说？”
Now Mr. Tong from the Metropolitan Procuratorate has asked me to meet with you. I have something to say. Qian Lin thought for a while. He said to Zhu Hui, my nephew and I haven't been in contact with him for a long time. Today I come to pay my respects. What can I say?
朱辉道：“何不请进，一会便知端地。”钱林只得迎进到内见礼。同人笑道：“原来朱年兄在此。”三人复又见礼，分宾坐下。
Zhu Hui said, "Why don't you come in? We'll tell you later." Qian Lin had no choice but to welcome him inside and see the ceremony. Tongren smiled and said, "So brother Zhu Nian is here." The three of them met again and sat down separately.
家人献插同人道：“不知朱年兄恐有密事，小弟告退。”朱辉道：“一句话人人皆可共听。未时同年兄恐有细话，小弟改日再来罢。”
The family offered tea and Tongren said, "I don't know. Brother Zhu Nian may have something secret, so I'll leave." Zhu Hui said, "Everyone can listen to this sentence. I don't know my childhood brother. I'm afraid there will be some gossip. I'll come back another day."
同人笑道：“小弟也是一句话，人人可以共听之言。”钱林道：“请问年伯有何台谕？”朱辉道：“非为别事，特来与令妹做法。”
Tongren smiled and said, "My little brother is also saying something that everyone can listen to." Qian Lin said, "May I ask what my uncle has to say?" Zhu Hui said, "It's not for any other reason that I came here to fight against your sister."
同人道：“小弟也为此而来，不知年兄所忆哪一家相唤之子？”朱辉道：“不是别人，就是钱林兄同案好友冯子清兄奉求更帖。”
Tongren said, "I'm here for this too. I wonder which hometown eunuch brother Nian is talking about." Zhu Hui said, "It's none other than brother Qian Lin's friend Feng Ziqing who asked for Geng Tai."
请问年兄所忆何人？同人道：“也是钱林兄同案好友，就是舍生花文芳奉求更帖。”钱林道：“两家一齐说讨更帖，不好允成哪家。”
Please tell me who brother Nian is talking about. Tongren Dao said, "He is also a friend of brother Qian Lin who was involved in the case. His nephew Hua Wenfang is asking for the Geng Tai." Qian Lin said, "Both families are asking for the Geng Tai. It's hard to decide which one will agree."
回到二位年伯请坐，待小侄禀知家母，再来奉父。说毕起身进内，将此话告诉母亲一遍。太太道：“两家求亲，叫我允成哪家？”
He replied, "Two young uncles, please sit down. I'll wait until my nephew reports to my mother and I'll give you a reply." After saying that, he got up and went inside, telling his mother this again. The wife said, "If two families want to marry each other, which family should I call Yuncheng?"
刚刚翠秀走到太太跟前，听见公子与太太商议两家求亲之事，正在不决之际，翠秀插口说道：“小姐常在婶子前说来，必要面试奇才。”
Just now, Tsueshio walked up to her wife and heard the young master and his wife discussing the marriage proposal between the two families. When she was undecided, Tsueshio interrupted and said, "Miss often said in front of my aunt that I need to interview her talents."
选中其人太太道：“我儿就将此言回复二人便了。”钱林来到前厅，回复道：“二位年伯，今日亲回，舍妹子意思要使才学方许。”
The wife of the person who was chosen said, "My son, I'll just reply to the two of you." Qian Lin came to the front hall and replied, "You two young uncles will return home today. My sister-in-law wants to try her best to learn how to do it."
改日奉请冯花二兄议考，裁定婚姻之事。朱同二人点头称妙，及时告别，各散不提。且言朱辉就拜林章，林章、冯旭出营。
I will ask Brother Feng Hua to take a test the next day before deciding on the marriage. Zhu and Tong nodded in praise, said goodbye immediately, and left without talking about anything. By the way, Zhu Hui paid homage to Lin Zhang, and Lin Zhang and Feng Su came out to greet him.
迎至厅上见礼分宾坐下，就将求亲遇见同人替花文芳也去求亲，钱林要面考之话说了一遍，称明日去考，此因必成。林
Welcome to the hall and sit down with the guests. When he met Tong Ren, Hua Wenfang also went to ask for marriage, and Qian Lin told her about the interview. Said, "If I take the exam tomorrow, the marriage will definitely come true." Lin
冯称谢不表在言同人来到相府，将冯家也去求亲告诉妹子，如今择日面考才学，因事可成。花文芳在旁听其要考才学，唬了一跳。
Feng expressed his gratitude without saying anything. Tong Ren came to the Prime Minister's mansion and asked the Feng family to propose marriage. He told his sister, "Now choose a day to meet for the talent test, and the marriage will be possible." Hua Wenfang was shocked when she listened to the talent test.
借口道：“既是冯旭要与他做亲，何须与他争论？又是外甥同案好友，让他定了。生男令搬高门，叫做三只脚金蝉天下少。”
He said, "Since Feng Su wants to marry her, there is no need to argue with him. She is also the nephew's best friend, so he made the appointment. The nephew has another high-profile claim, which is called Three-Legged Golden Cicada, Young Master in the World."
两只脚妇人世间多同人闻听此言，不觉面带怒色，向花文芳道：“据你说，这头亲让与他人。”
There are many two-legged women in the world. After hearing this, Tong Ren looked angry and said to Hua Wenfang, "According to you, I gave this one to someone else."
难道你堂堂宰相之子，倒不如一个穷秀才？你竟不去考，我偏要你出去考，勿要这头亲事结下，关你体面。花文芳无奈，只得允承。
Could it be that you, the son of a dignified prime minister, are worse than a poor scholar? Why don't you take the exam today? I want you to go out and take the exam. This marriage must be done for your dignity. Hua Wenfang had no choice but to agree.
正是世上三般都厌恶，叔伯娘舅与先生。不知花文芳此去考文若何，且听下回分解。第05回，真才子走笔闲章，贾思文揉碎肚肠辞曰。
It is precisely the three things in the world that hate things: uncles, and husbands. I don't know how Hua Wenfang is going to do her essays here, and they'll listen to the explanation next time. Chapter 05. A true talent writes in a sly manner, pretends to be elegant and rubs his stomach, and says,
得岁月迎岁月，得欢悦且欢悦。世事谋成总在天，何必劳心千万结？放宽心，莫胆怯，今古繁华眼底沉，怀因成业风头歇。
Get the years to welcome the years, get joy, and be joyful. Everything in this world is settled in heaven, so why bother to worry about it? Relax your mind, don't be timid. The prosperity of Jingu is heavy, and Huayin is prosperous.
陶潜离畔，菊花黄泛离湖边卢续之。时来顽铁有辉光，运退黄金无艳色。逍遥且读圣贤书，养得浮生一世拙。话说同人见外甥肯去考文。
Tao Qian's chrysanthemums are on the fence, and reed catkins are woven on Fan Li's side of the lake. Sometimes the stubborn iron has a glow, but when it comes back, the gold has no bright color. Being carefree and reading the books of sages will lead to a life of clumsiness. It is said that Tong Ren saw that his nephew was willing to take the civil service examination.
满心欢喜当下别去，又到钱林家去催他择日。钱林择了日期，吩咐家人修下酒饭。堪堪到了那日，先是朱辉与冯旭到来。
Full of joy, he left immediately and went to Qian Lin's house to urge him to choose a date. Qian Lin chose a date and ordered his family to have dinner and wine. On that day, Zhu Hui and Feng Su arrived first.
见礼分宾主坐下，随后同人与花文芳来了，个个相见。钱林吩咐家人在大厅上东西摆下两席，放下文房四宝，就请花、冯。
After the guests and host sat down, Tong Ren and Hua Wenfang came and met each other. Qian Lin ordered his family to set up 2 tables in the hall, put down the 4 treasures of the study, and invited Hua and Feng.
二人谦逊了一会儿，冯旭只得见做了东手，花文芳做了西手。钱林邀诸，同二公正中坐下，只等题目。不一时，家人送上题目。
The two were humble for a while, and Feng Su had no choice but to sit on the east side, while Hua Wenfeng sat on the west side. Qian Lin invited Zhu and Tong to sit down in the middle and just waited for the question. After a while, my family sent me a question.
走到乾林面前，看看猪，童二公又看了，才送到冯旭面前。冯旭看到题目，然后送到花文芳面前。花文芳见那题目上边只得4个语。
He walked to Qianlin and looked at Zhu and Tong Ergong again before sending it to Feng Su. Feng Su saw the title and sent it to Hua Wenfeng. Hua Wenfeng saw that there were only 4 words in the question.
写的是孝慈则中心下暗想，还好，我最怕的多字眼题目。冯旭有了题目，登时研起墨来，举笔也不思索，一挥就做完了一篇。
It was written, Shao Xiai Zhongzhong, and thought to himself, fortunately, this is the multi-word question I'm most afraid of. When Feng Su came up with a topic, he immediately began to study the ink, and without thinking about it, he finished the article in 1 stroke.
花文芳见了这个题目，知道容易，举起笔来要写，他心中乱了手脚，左思右想，口内又哼了一会儿，站起来走了几点。
When Hua Wenfeng saw this topic, he just thought it was easy and raised his pen to write. He was confused, thinking about it, humming for a while, stood up and walked a few minutes.
只见冯旭道做了3、4篇，他心里越发慌张，只得走来坐下，提起笔来，也就胡乱做了几句。忽见冯旭走到朱童二公面前，道：
Feng Su only wrote 3 or 4 articles. He became more and more panicked, so he had to come and sit down, picked up his pen, and wrote a few random sentences. Suddenly Feng Su walked up to Zhu and Tong and said,
小侄不才，已经完篇，请2位老伯与前兄过目。花文芳听了，分外若急。朱辉看了一看，递与同人，同人略略看了一眼，送与乾林。
My nephew has just finished the article. Please take a look at it with Brother Qian. Hua Wenfeng was extremely anxious after hearing this. Zhu Hui looked at it and handed it to Tong Ren. Tong Ren took a brief look and gave it to Qian Lin.
同人眼看文芳在座上有惊慌之状，说道：凡作文字，不论前后，你可慢慢做来。花文芳口虽答应，心中暗恨，都是你这个老寄生。
Tong Ren saw that Wenfeng was panicking and said, Whenever you write words, no matter before or after, you can do it slowly. Although Hua Wenfeng agreed, she secretly resented in her heart. It's all because of you, this old parasite.
待累我今日出丑，哪个要与冯兄争论婚姻之事？迟延一会，方才写完。取了卷子，走出席道：今已完篇。朱辉接那卷子，同人道：
I will make a fool of myself today and have to argue with Brother Feng about marriage. After a while of delay, I just finished writing. I took the paper and walked to the meeting and said, I've finished it now. Zhu Hui took the paper. Tong Ren said,
且慢天色已晚，可将2卷传进，与小姐过目，看是取中哪一卷。遂将卷子递与钱林，钱林接过，就到里边去了。花文芳正欲上轿。
Wait a minute, it's getting late. You can pass the 2 volumes in and check with the lady to see which one you got. Then he handed the paper to Qian Lin, who took it and went inside. Hua Wenfang was about to get on the sedan chair.
同人道：“你等卷子出来，回去不迟。”文芳只得勉强坐下，心中痛恨。且说钱林走到后堂，见了母亲，道：“2家卷子写完了。”
Tong Ren said, "It's not too late to go back when the papers come out." Wenfang had no choice but to sit down reluctantly, feeling bitter in his heart. Qian Lin walked to the back hall, met his mother, and said, "We have finished writing the papers for the 2 families."
太太随即着翠秀将卷子拿到后楼，听凭小姐选择。环秀来到后楼，见了小姐，道：“请小姐选择。”小姐展开一看，只见那冯旭的文字。
The wife immediately followed Suecio and took the papers to the back stairs for the young lady to choose. Jingxiu came to the back building, met the lady, and said, "Miss, please choose." The lady opened it and saw Feng Su's words.
偏偏锦绣字字珠玑，不但文字做得好，看他笔法，真乃龙蛇之体，心中赞道：话不虚传，果然高才。忙取笔在手，圈了又圈。
The beautiful words in each article are exquisite. Not only is the writing well done, but his writing style is really like a dragon and a snake. He praised in his heart, "What he said is true, he is really talented." He quickly took the pen in his hand and circled it again and again.
不一时，卷子看完，又把花文芳的卷子展开一看，看了1、2行，小姐也忍不住笑，不觉笑将起来。小姐道：
After a while, after reading the paper, he opened Hua Wenfang's paper and took a look. After reading 1 or 2 lines, the young lady couldn't help but laugh, and she started to laugh. The lady said,
你2人过来看看文芳做的文字，狗屁一般。翠秀、落霞看了几行，一齐都笑起来。小姐捉起笔来，在她卷子上插了又插。
You two come here and take a look at the bullshit writing Wenfang wrote. Suecio and Luoxia read a few lines and laughed together. The young lady picked up the pen and crossed it again and again on his paper.
将卷子批得稀烂，极致批完，心中想到，不该把他卷批坏了。丫鬟道：如今既已批了他的卷子，回也迟了。正是。
After grading the paper until it was finished, I thought, I shouldn't have ruined his paper. The maid said, now that I have graded his paper, it's too late to regret it. Exactly.
满天洒下针和线，从今勾出是非来。不言小姐心中暗悔，翠秀心中想到，小姐今取中了冯旭的文字，也不枉我与他同拜天地一场。
Needles and threads are scattered all over the sky to draw out right and wrong from now on. Miss Bayan secretly regretted it, and Suetio thought to herself, Miss, now that I have won Feng Su's writing, it is not in vain for me to worship the heaven and earth with him.
说到小姐，如今他们众人现在前厅等候，不若将这文字送出。小姐无奈，只得将2卷交与翠秀。翠秀送到太太面前，道
He said, Miss, we are all waiting in the front hall now. Why don't we give this text away? The lady had no choice but to hand the 2 volumes to Suetio. Suetio brought it to his wife and said,
小姐取中了姓冯的文字，钱林接过一看，果然圈而又圈，点而又点。又将花文芳的卷子一看，大惊道：“妹妹如何这般事情不能？”
The young lady picked out the text with the surname Feng and took a look at it. Sure enough, it was circled and dotted. He looked at Hua Wenfang's paper again and was shocked. Why is my sister so incompetent in the world?
怎把花文芳的卷子批得稀烂，怎好拿出去见他？太太吃惊道：“他的文字做得如何？”钱林道：“他的文章实在做得不能。”
How can I take Hua Wenfang's paper out to see him after he has been grated to pieces? The wife was surprised and said, How well does his writing work? Qian Lin said, His article is really not good enough.
只是不取他就罢了，为何动起笔来，将他批得不堪？他乃宰相之子，又有舅舅现在前厅，人人有面，他就没去。太太叫声，孩儿怎处？
Just don't take him. Why write to criticize him badly? He is the son of the Prime Minister, and his uncle is now in the front hall. Everyone has a face, but he is boring. The wife shouted, What about the child?
未今之计，只好将他卷子存下便了。钱林道：“这个使不得，今日考文原为的择序，怎不送出？”又迟延了一会儿，无奈。
For now, I have no choice but to save his papers. Qian Lin said, This can't be done. I'm going to take the exam today. Why don't you choose a son-in-law? Why don't you give it away? Delayed for a while, helpless.
只得走将出来，将花文芳的卷藏在袖内。竹、童二公见钱林走出，一齐问道：“不知取中了哪个？借来一观。”
He had no choice but to step out and hide Hua Wenfang's roll in his sleeve. When Zhu and Tong saw Qian Lin coming out, they asked together, I wonder which one I got. Let me borrow it for a look.
钱林只得将冯旭的卷子取出，送与2位。冯旭与花文芳也就走来观看。朱辉道：“恭喜贤侄，已经取了你的卷子了。”同人道
Qian Lin had no choice but to take out Feng Su's paper and give it to the 2 of them. Feng Su and Hua Wenfang also came to watch. Zhu Hui said, Congratulations, nephew, I have taken your paper. Tong Ren said,
如今取中冯旭的，可把舍生的卷子取出，比看哪个高下。 钱林脸上失色道：“老伯，长兄文字不消笔罢。”同人道：“两物一比。”
Now the winner of Feng Su can take out his nephew's paper and see which one is better. Qian Lin's face turned pale and he said, "Old man, there is no need to compare the eldest brother's words." Tong Ren said, "Compare two things."
自有高下，难道朱年兄的媒就做得成？老夫脸面就不如他。两人必须把圆卷取出来看一看，若果然做得不通，老夫与舍生就罢了。
Is it true that brother Zhu Nian is a successful matchmaker and I am not as good as him? The two of them must take out the original scroll and take a look at it. If it really doesn't make sense, I'll leave it alone.
钱林不觉出了个神卷子从袖里掉下来了，同人赶上前，一反拾起来一看，不看犹可，一看那时正是怒从心上起，恶向胆边生。
Qian Lin didn't realize that the magic paper fell from his sleeve. Tong Ren caught up and picked it up to take a look. Even if you don't look at it, you can see that it's exactly the time when you look at it, anger arises from the heart, and evil arises from the courage.
大叫道：“如此欺人太甚！你家是个兜堂之女，这般放肆，不把种宰公子放在眼内。就是文章不好，为何批得这般模样？罢了罢了。”
He yelled, "It's too much to bully people. You are a daughter of a royal family, so you are so presumptuous, and you don't take Mr. Tsukazai seriously. The article is just not good. Why is it criticized like this? That's all."
我看你两家的事，是做得成是做不成说罢，向着花文芳道：“你做的文章。”花文芳把脸一红，忙把卷子扯得粉碎，向地下一灌。
I saw that your family's affairs were successful or not, so I said to Hua Wenfang, "What an article you made." Hua Wenfang blushed, tore the paper into pieces and threw it to the ground.
也不作别，匆匆上轿而去。正是任君居尽三江水，难洗今朝满面羞。且说同人见外甥去了，心中好不气恼，只得也就上轿。
Without saying goodbye, he hurriedly got into the sedan chair and left. It's exactly this. Let me drink all the water from the 3 rivers, and it's hard to wash away the shame on my face. When Tong Ren saw that his nephew had gone, he felt so angry that he had no choice but to get into the sedan chair.
钱林送至大门口打一躬，道：“还求老伯周全，不必伤了贤妻。”同人也不回答，一路来到相府下轿，进门看见妹妹，话也不说。
Qian Lin walked to the gate and bowed. "I beg you to be considerate and don't hurt your leisure," he said. Tong Ren didn't answer. He got off the sedan chair all the way to the Prime Minister's mansion. When he entered the door and saw his sister, he didn't say anything.
只是叹气连天，恰好花文芳也到面前，也是气冲冲坐下。太太看见这等光景，问道：“哥哥，你生就2个前去考文？”
Just sighing, Hua Wenfang happened to be in front of him and sat down angrily. Seeing this scene, the wife asked, "Brother, your nephew and uncle are going to take the exam.
为何如此气闷回来？同人就如此这般说了一遍，岂不气死我也？太太道：他也不该这等欺负我们。同人道：
Why did Tong Ren come back so depressed and said this again? Wouldn't you make me mad to death? His wife said, he shouldn't bully us like this. Tong Ren said,
我若让他两家做成亲事，我是不为人。花文芳道：舅舅也不必气，我外甥自有主意。正是是非只为多开口，烦恼皆因强出头。
If I let his family get married, I swear I won't be a human being. Hua Wenfang said, Uncle, don't be angry, my nephew has his own ideas. It's just that, right and wrong are just for talking too much, and all troubles are caused by force.
话分两处，且说朱辉见童、花二人不悦而去，对建林道：“他恼，我们只选吉日结亲。”钱林道：“老伯言之有理。”
The story is divided into two parts, and it is said that Zhu Hui saw Tong and Hua unhappy and left, and said to Jia Lin, he was annoyed, we only chose an auspicious day to get married. Qian Lin said, what the old man said makes sense.
登时别了上教童冯旭回复林章，林章便问考去何如？朱辉大笑，将始末根由细说一遍。林章道：“我看花文芳原不是读书之人。”
He immediately said goodbye and got into the sedan chair to return to Lin Zhang with Feng Su. Lin Zhang then asked how the exam went. Zhu Hui laughed and told the whole story in detail. Lin Zhang said, I think Hua Wenfang is not a scholar.
今日出他之丑，下次再不敢在人前卖弄了。既然因事已定，奈我长期渐进，明日便要起身进京，凡事都拜托年兄。朱辉道：
If you make a fool of yourself today, you won't dare to show off in front of others next time. Now that the marriage has been decided, the wedding date is approaching, and I will get up and go to Beijing tomorrow. I will leave everything to Brother Nian. Zhu Hui said.
小弟知道，当下别过不表。次日，林章别了妹子，汤彪、冯旭送下船，一路无辞。到了扬州，暂且住下，要别换船只。岸上寻了下处。
My younger brother knew that it was too late to say goodbye. The next day, Lin Zhang said goodbye to his sister. Tang Biao and Feng Su sent her off the boat without saying a word. When they arrived in Yangzhou, they stayed for the time being before changing boats. They searched for a place on the shore.
住下数日，叫不投。不投道：“3日后也有一位是进京会试的，不若林老爷同舟，如何？”林章道：“妙极，妙极。”当时说了价钱。
If you stay there for a few days, you will be called a port. The porter said, in 3 days, there will be someone who will come to Beijing for an examination. How about we join Master Lin in the same boat? Lin Zhang said, Wonderful, wonderful. The price was discussed at that time.
丢下定银汤标道：久闻扬州乃繁华之地，且喜今日空闲，何不前去一游？林章道：甚好。三人带了家丁，一路进城。
Tang Biao left his deposit and said, I've heard for a long time that Yangzhou is a prosperous place, and I'm glad that I have free time today. Why don't you go and have a visit? Lin Zhang said, Very good. The three of them took their servants and went all the way into the city.
上耿子街见三街六市做买卖的来往纷纷，信步到教场，抬头一看，只见许多棚子都是相面、测字、算命的，无数闲人争闹。
Shangenzhi Street saw a lot of business going on in the 3 streets and 6 markets. I strolled to the school grounds and looked up. I saw many sheds where fortune tellers, and fortune tellers were housed, with countless idlers quarreling about.
又只见个布招牌写若将右摇下封神像惊人，又见牌上写着2句道：一张铁嘴说尽人间生与死，2只俊眼看见世上拜河星汤标道。
Then I saw a signboard written like Yao Xia on the right of Jiang River. His appearance is astonishing. I also saw 2 sentences written on the sign. An iron mouth tells the story of life and death in the world. 2 handsome eyes see the defeat and prosperity of the world. Tang Biao said,
老伯进京，何不相气色？林章心里也要相，见汤彪叫他相面，正合他意，走进棚子，把手一拱道：先生请了。
Why don't I have a look at my appearance when I come to Beijing? Lin Zhang also wanted to have a look at him in his heart. Seeing that Tang Biao asked him to have a look at him, which was exactly what he wanted, he walked into the shed, held up his hand and said, Sir, please.
姚夏风看见3个斯文的人走近，连忙立起身，道：三位先生请坐。彼时3人坐在凳上。姚夏风道：请问3位尊姓，贵处何方？
When Yao Xiafeng saw 3 gentle people walking in, he quickly stood up and said, Gentlemen, please sit down. The 3 of them were sitting on the stools. Yao Xiafeng said, May I ask your surnames and where are you from?
到此何干汤彪道：这位是进京去的，姓林。指着冯旭道：此位姓冯，在下姓汤，俱是浙江人。林章道：请先生法眼。
What's going on here? Tang Biao said, This person is going to Beijing. His surname is Lin. Pointing to Feng Su, he said, This person's surname is Feng. My surname is Tang, both of whom are from Zhejiang. Lin Zhang said, Please sir, please have your discernment.
相我的气色如何？姚夏风相了一会儿，道：尊相据小子看来，天庭丰满，地角方圆，他年必登科甲，日后定掌威权。林章道：
How do I look when you look at me? Yao Xiafeng looked at me for a while and said, In my opinion, the sky is full and the corners of the earth are round. He will be admitted to the imperial examination in his youth and will definitely hold authority in the future. Lin Zhang said.
今春可得上进摇下风又向了一会，道：“水星照命，躺在船水之上，诸事小心为妙。但功名今春无望，应在明秋。”
You can make progress this spring. Yao Xiafeng looked at each other for a while and said, Mercury will take care of your destiny. If you are above the water in a boat, it is best to be careful in everything. But there is no hope of success this spring. It should be in the tomorrow and autumn.
自有大贵人提拔那时，位列台臣之上，可掌生死之权。有诗为证：正月银宫面带伤，加官进禄喜洋洋。目下却当水星现。
Since the time of promotion by a great nobleman, he has been ranked above the ministers in Taiwan and can hold the power of life and death. There are poems to prove it. In the first month of the first lunar month, the Yin Palace looked wounded, and was overjoyed to receive an official position and a salary. But now Mercury appears.
不须仔细向前行向碧林章，汤彪道：“在下也请教先生。”摇下风道：“请君正了。”汤彪只得作证了。大凡教场之中来的江湖。
There was no need to carefully move forward to greet Lin Zhang. Tang Biao said, I would like to ask you for advice, sir. Yao Xiafeng said, please straighten yourself. Tang Biao had no choice but to sit up straight. All the rivers and lakes that come from the school grounds.
有些生意之人便为了观摇下风这棚外站了几层人，围得满满的，争看摇下风相面。摇下风才将汤彪向了一会儿，正欲开讲。
Some business people gathered around Yao Xiafeng's stall and stood several layers of people outside, vying to see Yao Xiafeng's face. Yao Xiafeng looked at Tang Biao for a while and was about to start speaking.
只见外边来了一个英雄，头戴范阳毡帽，身穿一件圆缎箭衣，腰束一条丝鸾带，足蹬圆缎朝靴，后跟3、4个家丁，身长丈2，膀阔3挺。
I saw a hero coming from the outside wearing a Fanyang felt hat, a Yuan satin arrow jacket, a silk one belt around his waist, Yuan satin court boots, and 3 or 4 servants on the heels. He was 2 feet long and had 3 broad shoulders.
他见许多人围在那里，他也不知什么事。 大踏步走将上来，分开众人，走到里边，看见是个相面先生替那人相面，他心里也要相。
When he saw many people gathered around him, he didn't know what was going on, so he strode up, separated the crowd, and walked inside. When he saw that it was a fortune teller who was doing a fortune telling for that person, he also wanted to have a fortune telling in his heart.
他也等不得相完了，汤彪就把汤彪一推，道：“待俺相在相。”汤彪大怒，喝道：“你这个人好无礼，是有先后，因何把我一推？”
He couldn't wait until Tang Biao was done with him, so he pushed Tang Biao away and said, Wait until I meet you again. Tang Biao was furious and shouted, You are so rude. You have things in order. Why did you throw me away, push?
先替你向那位英雄哪里受得住他的气，登时大怒，圆睁怪眼，喝道：“该打奴才！”汤彪道：“你怎敢骂我，匹夫！”那人道：
Let me tell you first that the hero could not stand his anger. He was furious, opened his strange eyes, and shouted, "You should beat the slave." Tang Biao said, "How dare you scold me, common man?" The man said,
俺骂你不算为奇，还要打你哩！”汤彪大怒，道：“要打谁怕你打？你这狗娘养的王八蛋，要打就打，怕你也不算好汉。”
It's not surprising that I'm going to beat you even if I scold you. Tang Biao was furious and said, "Whoever wants to beat you is afraid of you. You son of a bitch, if you want to beat me, you won't be considered a hero."
那人只奔汤彪，汤彪竟奔那人。二位英雄彼时就动了手，也不知谁强谁弱，且听下回分解。第06回遥下风，广陵封建长万顷，南海潮山。
That man only ran towards Tang Biao, but Tang Biao actually ran towards that man. The two heroes made a move at that time, and I don't know who is stronger and who is weaker. Let me explain next time. Chapter 06 Yao Xia Feng Guangling Fengjian Cheng Wanqing Nanhai Chaos Han.
词曰：天上乌飞兔走，人间古往今来。沉吟屈指数英才，许多是非成败。富贵高楼舞榭，凄凉废冢荒台。万般回首化尘埃。
The poem says that black rabbits are flying in the sky, and the world has passed through the ages. Meditation leads to many talents, many successes and failures. Wealthy high-rise buildings and dancing pavilions, desolate abandoned tombs and moss. All things look back and turn into dust.
唯有青山不改化言，二位英雄交手相打，一个似风成懒象，一个如酒醉班彪。那些看的人越看越多，把那林章、冯旭二人唬得战战兢兢。
Only Qing Shan did not change his words. The two heroes fought each other. One was like a lazy elephant riding the wind, and the other was like a drunken Ban Biao. The more people watched, the more they watched, frightening Lin Zhang and Feng Su into trembling.
也不敢上前解劝，口中教导：“不要打，有话说话。”正是乱哄哄翻江搅海，闹嚷嚷地裂山崩。那大汉的家丁向汤彪道
He didn't dare to step forward to explain and shouted, "Don't fight, talk to me if you have something to say." That's exactly what happened. The rivers and seas were stirred up in chaos, the ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. The big man's servant said to Tang Biao,
也不要动手，我家爷是打不得的，乃世袭公侯的公子。跟汤彪的家人也叫道：“爷不要相打，我家公子也是打不得的。”
Sir, don't fight me. You can't fight me. He is the son of a hereditary prince. Tang Biao's family members also shouted, "Sir, don't fight me. You can't fight me either."
我家老爷现任金陵总制操将姚夏风劝导，俱是功臣之后，正是荷花白藕青荷叶，三角原来是一家。二位英雄听了，方才住手。
My husband, Jiang Yao Xiafeng, the current chief military officer of Jinling, advised, after all of them are meritorious officials, it is lotus flowers, white lotus roots and green lotus leaves, the three religions are one family. After hearing this, the two heroes stopped.
林张冯旭二人看见他二人不动手，十分欢喜，忙向前邀那人道：“且请入座。请问尊姓大名？”那人笑道：“俺是山东登州府人。”
Lin Zhang and Feng Su were very happy when they saw that they did not make a move. They hurriedly stepped forward to invite the man and said, "Please take a seat. May I ask your name?" The man smiled and said, "I am from Dengzhou Prefecture, Shandong Province."
姓常名万清，俺高祖是高皇功臣，名玉春，只因功高，加封世袭国公之职。今奉家母之命，南海潮山进香，打从此处经过。
His surname is Chang Wanqing. My great ancestor was a meritorious official of Emperor Gao, named Yechen. Because of his high merit, he was given the title of hereditary duke. Now, on my mother's orders, I am going to Nanhai Mountain to offer incense and pass by here.
今日是俺不是冲撞公子，请教尊姓大名。汤彪道：“小弟高祖也是高皇驾下功臣，姓汤名和，家父名英，小弟汤彪。”
Today I am not the one who collides with you. Please tell me your surname. Tang Biao said, "My younger brother Gaozu is also a meritorious official under Emperor Gao. His surname is Tang Mingi. My father's name is Ying, and my younger brother is Tang Biao."
家父现任总制操将，因送我叔父进京会试，今日得罪长兄，望起恕罪。常万清哈哈大笑道：“俺们祖父俱是一殿之臣，今日相逢。”
My father, the current president, Chao Jiang, sent my uncle to Beijing for the examination. I have offended my eldest brother today, and I hope to beg for forgiveness. Chang Wanqing laughed loudly and said, "Our grandfathers are both ministers of the same palace, and we meet today."
就是在会之人，真正三生有幸。说毕，大笑起身。汤彪指定林章道：“此位是小弟的年伯，姓林名章，京华府人士。”又指着冯旭道：“
That is to say, those who are here are truly blessed for 3 lifetimes. After saying that, he stood up laughing. Tang Biao designated Lin Zhang and said, "This is my younger brother's uncle. His surname is Lin Mingzhang, from Jinhua Mansion." Then he pointed at Feng Su and said,
此位是年伯的外甥，姓冯，名旭，住在杭州。我二人同送年伯至此，不想幸遇长兄，真三生有幸。万清闻言大喜，道：“
This is Nianbo's nephew, whose surname is Feng Mingxiu. He lives in Hangzhou. The two of us sent Nian Bo here together. We don't want to meet Brother Chang. We are so lucky. Wan Qing was overjoyed when he heard this and said,
今日天已晚了，欲待请教这位先生相，只怕来不及了。不若将姚先生请到小弟碧玉，将尊兄二位细请教，不知姚先生肯允否？
It's already late today. I want to ask this gentleman for a portrait, but I'm afraid it's too late. Why don't we invite Mr. Yao to my younger brother's apartment and ask my dear brothers for advice in detail? I wonder if Mr. Yao will agree.
姚夏风听了，满口应承，忙卷起招牌，收了笔砚，包浆起来，系在对门点心店里。板凳、桌子自有人收去，随着四人一同而去。
After Yao Xiafeng heard the promise, he hurriedly rolled up the sign, collected his pen and inkstone, wrapped it up, and sent it to the dim sum shop across the street. Someone took away the benches and tables and left with the four of them.
走出超关门来至寓处，恰好常万清也在此下落。 万清吩咐家人备下酒席伺候。说罢，请姚先生观相。姚夏风观了一会儿，说道
After walking out of the door and arriving at the apartment, Chang Wanqing happened to be here too. Wanqing ordered his family to prepare a banquet to serve. Having said that, please ask Mr. Yao to observe the appearance. Yao Xiafeng watched for a while and said,
公爷莫怪小子直言万清道，君子间或不问福，吉凶祸统，但说何妨？姚夏风道，公爷的尊面印堂红光直透天堂。
My lord, don't blame me. The boy said bluntly to Wanqing, a gentleman does not care about blessings. Good luck and bad luck come together, but why not say it? Yao Xia said, the red light from the hall of the Lord's face shines straight into heaven.
后面杀气山根红白不分，半载就要见了。 那时刀兵一动，只恨千军万马之中死里逃生，应变方妙。常万清道：“目下国家太平。”
The roots of the murderous mountain behind are red and white, and we will see them in a long time. At that time, when the swords and soldiers moved, I only wanted to escape from death among thousands of troops and horses. It should be everywhere. Chang Wanqing said, the country is at peace now.
哪有刀兵之事？姚夏风道：“公爷记着就是了。小子一言绝不可忘，还要借左手一观。”常万清伸出左手与他细观看，看了一会儿。
There is no such thing as swordsmanship. Yao Xiafeng said, Master, just remember it. Never forget what I said. I also need to lend you your left hand to take a look. Chang Wanqing stretched out his left hand to watch him carefully. After watching it for a while,
便道：“县官左长，这般买大甲与星血，真乃大贵人之手也。有诗为证：天庭红光冒火星，满身杀气气冲冲。刀枪对里应行变。”
He said, Now look at your left palm. This kind of armor and blood is really the hand of a noble man. There is a poem to prove it. The sky is red with sparks, and the whole body is full of murderous aura. The sword and gun team should be everywhere.
日后名扬到处闻相毙了常万清，又将汤彪看了一会儿，道：“天庭饱满，一生一路无余，而地角方圆。独秉将才有字。”
In the future, his fame will be heard everywhere. After meeting Chang Wanqing, he looked at Tang Biao for a while and said, "The heaven is full, and you will have no worries in life, and the corners of the earth are round. Only a general can have his own destiny."
看来日后宝座封疆大吏绝不有无。有诗为证：目下天苍直取黄，一生富贵任荣昌。有朝将相权操守，方表男儿当自强。相必
It seems that there will be no false accusation in the future as a high official in the border areas. There is a poem to prove it. At present, I can only take yellow from Tiansong. I will be rich and prosperous in my life. When the generals and prime ministers of the dynasty wield power, I will show that men should strengthen themselves. After that,
又将冯旭细相一会儿，说道：“冯相公莫怪小子直言。”冯旭道：“但言何妨？”夏风道：“目下天庭黑暗，必有大变，田堂不明。”
he looked at Feng Su carefully for a while and said, "Ms. Feng, don't blame me for speaking frankly." Feng Su said, "It's okay to say so."
死里逃生阴气太盛，准有5、6位夫人，只有几件坏处，还有几件好处。你天庭李悚，后来一路无亏，地角方圆，晚年富贵定取。
If the Yin Qi is too strong to escape death, there must be 5 or 6 wives. There are only a few disadvantages, and there are also a few advantages. Your heaven is far away, and you will have no loss in wealth and wealth later. The corners of the earth are round, and you will be rich and noble in your later years.
你守了这个土星，交到38、24岁之外，那时夫妻团圆，腰金一子。他年必生贵子，目下需要小心。有诗为证：土星照命有灾殃。
You keep this Saturn relationship until you are 38 or 24 years old. At that time, your husband and wife will be reunited. Their waists will be gold and their clothes will be purple. He will have a son this year, so he needs to be careful now. There is a poem to prove it. Saturn brings disaster according to destiny.
谨防小人暗里伤家业，貂蚕犹自可，分离骨肉照飞翔。摇下风向必长，汤、冯3人，常万清命家丁取银10两谢他。摇下风称谢而去。
Beware of villains secretly hurting the family property and ruining it. Separation of flesh and blood is an unlucky omen. Yao Xia appointed by Chang, Tang, and Feng as prime ministers. Chang Wanqing ordered his servants to take 10 taels of silver to thank him. Yao Xiafeng thanked him and left.
登19席齐备，请他4人人席。临章首席， 万清、汤、冯对面坐了，四人传杯弄盏，饮了一会儿，酒至半酣，常万清道：“林老伯在上。”
Immediately, a banquet was prepared for 4 of him. Chief Lin Zhang, Wan Qing, Tang, and Feng sat across from each other. The 4 of them passed around cups and drank for a while. When the wine was half full, Chang Wanqing said, "Old man Lin is here."
小侄有一言奉告林章道，愿闻。万清道：小侄欲与令生、汤兄结个金兰好友，不知老伯可允否？林章道：舍生软弱。
My nephew had something to say to Lin Zhang and said, "I'd like to hear it." Wan Qing said, "My nephew wants to be friends with your nephew and brother Tang. I wonder if I can allow it?" Lin Zhang said, "My nephew is weak."
全章2位公子扶持万清听了大喜，取了文房4宝，续了年羹。万清居长，汤彪第2，冯旭第3，三人同拜天地。正是
With the support of the 2 young masters, Wan Qing was overjoyed, took the 4 treasures of the study, and told the story of Nian Geng. Wan Qing is the eldest, Tang Biao is the second, and Feng Su is the third. The 3 of them worship heaven and earth together. Exactly.
只向南山拜有彭朝若北海结蒙坤，山崩有日晴常在，海若干枯亦不分。3人各发誓毕，起身又与林章见礼，依旧坐下饮酒。
Point to the Nanshan Mountain to pay homage to friends and North Sea to form an alliance with Kunming. Landslides are always there, and there is no difference between how many seas there are. After the 3 of them finished their oaths, they stood up, greeted Lin Zhang again, and sat down to drink again.
兄弟相称4个人吃到4谷方才安枕。次日，林章动身，3人送他登舟而去。这且不表，后书交代。单言长，汤。
The brothers said that the 4 of them had to eat 4 drums before they could sleep. The next day, Lin Zhang set out, and the 3 of them sent him on board the boat. This is not stated, it is explained in the later book. Shan Yancheng, Tang.
冯3人又在此地游玩2、3日，竟下杭州去了。若逢名山胜景，便停舟赏玩，一路无辞。那日到了杭州，冯旭把常、汤2人邀到家中。
Feng and the others stayed here for another 2 or 3 days and then went to Hangzhou. If you encounter famous mountains and scenic spots, you will stop the boat to enjoy them, and there will be no regrets along the way. That day, we arrived in Hangzhou. Feng Su invited Chang and Tang to his home.
备酒款待冯旭进内见了母亲，把送舅舅的话说了一遍。竟有常、汤2兄要进来拜见母亲。太太听了大喜。常、汤2人拜见已毕。
After preparing wine and entertaining, Feng Su went inside to meet his mother and told his uncle what he had said. Brothers Chang and Tang are coming in to pay homage to my mother. His wife was overjoyed after hearing this. Chang and Tang have finished their visit.
伯母称呼。当日言罢安谢。次日正欲邀常、汤二人游西湖，只见老家人进来禀道：前相公到来。闻得相公回来，特来奉候。
Auntie called me. I said that and had a rest that day. The next day, when I was about to invite Chang and Tang to visit the West Lake, I saw an old family member coming in and announcing, Mr. Qian is here. I heard that my husband was back, so I came here to wait for him.
冯旭连忙邀进厅堂，与万清见礼，各道姓名坐下。献茶之后，钱林道：“小弟此来，与兄商议舍妹之事，要上锦为妙，早早行聘过门。”
Feng Su quickly invited him into the hall to meet Wan Qing, and everyone sat down with their names. After offering tea, Qian Lin said, I'm here to discuss the matter of leaving my sister-in-law with my brother. It's best to be tight-lipped and hire someone early.
玩了多少口舌花文方那厮怀恨在心，恐有风波，如之奈何？冯旭应道：极蒙兄爱，只是小弟没有缘聘，为之奈何？
After all the talk and talk, Wen Feng still harbors a grudge and is afraid of trouble, but what can he do? Feng Su responded, I am loved by my brother, but I don't have the original job. What can I do?
常万清在旁听见此言，忙回道：做亲乃两家情愿，花姓何人敢生风波？汤彪道：兄长不知。遂将冯贤弟拷问。
Chang Wanqing heard this and hurriedly replied, It is the wish of both families to get married. Whose surname is Hua? Dare to cause trouble? Tang Biao said, Brother, I don't know. Then Feng Xiandi was examined.
又将花文芳仗势之话告诉了一遍。万清闻言，不觉大喜道：原来为这贤弟的姻事，不知所费几何。冯旭道：至少也得1000金。
He also told Hua Wenfang what he said about using power. When Wan Qing heard this, he was overjoyed and said, So it turns out how much money was spent on the marriage of a good brother? Feng Su said, At least I will get 1,000 pieces of gold.
常万清道：不过1000金，有甚大事？余兄有一言，不知可中二位贤弟之听否？二人答应道：兄长之言，怎敢不听？常万清道
Chang Wanqing said, It's only 1,000 pieces of gold, but it's a big deal. Brother Fool has something to say. I wonder if it will be listened to by these two wise brothers? The two agreed. How dare you not listen to what you said? Chang Wanqing said.
季前兄令妹娶中冯贤弟，何不将弟妇早早娶回门来，成全夫妻？俺方才听见只1000金足矣，余兄今相助1000金。汤彪道
Since Brother Qian and your sister have married Feng Xian, why don't you marry your brother-in-law back home early and make them a happy couple? I heard just now that 1,000 gold pieces are enough. Brother Fool is now helping me with 1,000 gold pieces. Tang Biao said.
弟有此心久矣，只是一时不能救急。万清大喜，道： 趁俺们在此，大家吃杯喜酒。这万青是个直性人。
I've had this intention for a long time, but I can't help you at the moment. Wan Qing was overjoyed and said, while we are here, let's have a wedding drink. This Wan Qing is a straight-minded person.
遂吩咐家丁将包厢抬出来，取了1000两银子交与冯旭。冯旭拜谢，叫家人送到后堂，自己又进内如此这般对太太说了一遍。太太口称。
Then he ordered his servants to carry out the suitcase and took out 1,000 taels of silver and handed it to Feng Su. Feng Su thanked him and asked his family to send him to the back hall. He went in and said this to his wife again. The wife said,
难得冯旭走将出来，对常万清道：“家母多多致谢兄长。”万清道：“些许小事，和老伯母挂齿。兄弟就此言过。”
It's rare that Feng Su came out and said to Cheng Wanqing, "My mother would like to thank my brother a lot." Wanqing said, "It's such a trivial matter, why bother my aunt?" My brother said this.
不必再提称谢二字了，兄弟快把年羹开写明白，请魏先生选个好良辰，我们要吃喜酒礼。当日也不去游西湖，就在家内备酒。
There is no need to mention the word thank you. Brother, please write Nian Geng clearly. Sir, please choose a good day. We want to have a wedding banquet. I didn't go to the West Lake that day, so I just prepared wine at home.
刘乾林同席，引致更深辞去。次日，着老苍头到先生处取了年羹。常万清、汤彪见了上面写着选的本年4月18日，上贺天恩。
Lin left the money and drank at the banquet till he got deeper and resigned. The next day, the old man went to his husband's place to get Nian Geng. Chang Wanqing and Tang Biao saw it and saw that it said, "The day chosen is April 18th this year, for Tianan."
此微黄道良辰乃3堂大吉大利之斩，又选2月26日那品大吉。常万清见了，大喜道：“我们只好吃了行礼酒。”
The good time of the zodiac in Ziwei is the exhibition of good fortune for the 3 halls. He also chose February 26th, which was a good day to accept the appointment. Chang Wanqing saw it and said with great joy, "We had no choice but to eat the ceremonial wine."
等俺南海潮山回，再看新人罢说毕，哈哈大笑。此时是2月初旬，不过半月光景就要过礼。冯旭坐了轿子，先到朱辉家，将此事说了。
After I finished speaking, I laughed out loud when I returned to Nanhai Chaoshan to see the new couple. It was early February, and it was only half a month before the ceremony. Feng Su got on the sedan chair and went to Zhu Hui's house first to explain the matter.
定了行礼吉日，朱辉道：“贤侄请回。”老夫即到前府通知遍了。冯旭辞别，朱辉即到钱林家来，迎进厅堂，分宾坐下。礼毕。
An auspicious day was set for the ceremony, and Zhu Hui said, "Please come back, my dear nephew. I will go to Qian's house and let you know. Feng Su said goodbye, and Zhu Hui came to Qian Lin's house. Welcome into the hall and sit down separately. After the ceremony,
用茶之后，朱辉道：“向日老夫为媒，如今令亲那边有了吉期，就把所选吉日言了一遍，尊府好预备行人。”钱林满口称谢，道
After having tea, Zhu Hui said, I have been a matchmaker to Xiangri, and now there is an auspicious date for your marriage. He then said the auspicious day he chose. Your residence is ready for travelers. Qian Lin thanked him and said,
又老老不大嫁，既是舍亲婚娶，小侄所备不堪庄帘，还望老伯包涵。朱辉道：“岂敢岂敢！”当下别了钱林，钱林送出大门。
I'm sorry, I'm getting married at the expense of my own family, and my nephew can't afford the dowry, so I hope I can forgive him. Zhu Hui said, How dare you, how dare you? He said goodbye to Qian Lin, and Qian Lin walked out of the door.
朱辉又到冯旭家来与常，他二人相会，个个通明。冯旭称年伯只是劳动大驾。朱辉道：“恭喜贤侄，令亲那边并无别论。”
Zhu Hui came to Feng Su's house again to meet Chang and Tang, and they all knew each other by their first names. Feng Su said, My uncle is just a man of labor. Zhu Hui said, Congratulations to my nephew. It doesn't matter where you are.
可准备大礼变了，冯旭答道：“小侄知道。”当下朱辉别去不表，在言钱林送出朱辉，进内将朱辉之言告禀母亲。太太听了，满心欢喜。
But he was ready to give a big gift. Feng Su replied, My nephew knows. At that moment, Zhu Hui left without saying anything. Afterwards, Qian Lin sent Zhu Hui away and went inside to tell his mother what Zhu Hui said. The wife was filled with joy after hearing this.
且言翠秀听见小姐是4月18日过门，心中好生欢喜，转身来到楼上，对小姐说道：“恭喜小姐。”月英道：“喜从何来？”翠秀道
By the way, Tsueshio was so happy when she heard that the young lady came through the door on April 18th. She turned around and came upstairs and said to the young lady, Congratulations, young lady. Yueying said, Where does the joy come from? Tsueshio said,
婢子方才到前边去见太太同公子说话。今日朱翰林到来，说是冯姑爷那里有了吉日，选定4月18日吉时过门。月英听了，
My servant just went to the front to see my wife and talk to the young master. Zhu Hanlin came today and said that there was an auspicious day at Aunt Feng's place, and he chose April 18th to visit at the auspicious time. Yueying listened.
把头低下，也不再问，按下不言。话分两头，且说同人这人打探的冯旭有了迎娶吉日，心中大惊，忙至相府。下轿进了内室，看见妹子。
He lowered his head and asked no more questions. press silently. The story is divided into two parts, and it is said that Tong Ren sent someone to find out that Feng Su had an auspicious date for getting married. He was shocked and rushed to the Prime Minister's house. After getting off the sedan chair and entering the inner room, he saw the girl.
见李送下忙命花有莲，快快把你大爷请来，说我有要紧话与他说。花有莲答应。且说花文芳自从那日考文被钱月英把文字批坏。
Seeing the gift, Hua Youlian handed over the busy man. Invite your uncle quickly and tell him that I have something important to say to him. Hua Youlian agreed. Let's talk about Hua Wenfang's writing being criticized by Qian Yueying since that day.
又当着众人出了丑态，回到府中，又被舅舅数说一番，心中好不气闷，不觉身子有些不快，一病月余，不能离床，目下方好。那日
He made a fool of himself in front of everyone and returned to the house. He was scolded by his uncle again, which made him feel very depressed. Unexpectedly, I feel a little unhappy. I have been ill for more than a month and cannot leave the bed. My eyes are fine. That day,
正在书房纳闷，忽见有莲走到面前，说道：“今日舅老爷到来，请大爷说话。”文芳听了，只得起身进内，看见舅舅，见礼坐下。同人道
while he was wandering in the study, he suddenly saw Yu Lian walking up to him and saying, "My uncle is here today. Please speak to me." After hearing this, Wenfang had to get up and go inside. When he saw his uncle, he sat down as a courtesy. Tong Ren said,
你一向不曾出门，可知外边新闻否？文芳道：外甥一病月余，日下才觉好些，不知外边的新闻。同人道：
You never go out. Do you know the news from outside? Wenfang said, My nephew has been ill for more than a month, and he only felt better in the afternoon. He doesn't know the news from outside. Tong Ren said,
你不知冯旭择了日期4月18日新迎钱月英过门，本月26日行礼。你道可恼不可恼？难道你家堂堂相府寻不出一门高亲吗？
You don't know that Feng Su has chosen a date to welcome Qian Yueying on April 18th, and the ceremony will be on the 26th of this month. You said, annoyed. Isn't it possible that the Prime Minister of your family cannot find a close relative?
只是他两家七人太甚自古道，杀人可恕，情理难容，故此前来告诉贤生，听你上彩。花文芳听了舅舅这番言语，不觉心中大气。
It's just that the two families have been bullying people too much. They have said since ancient times, killing is forgivable, but love and etiquette cannot be tolerated. So I came here to tell my virtuous nephew that I will let you decide. Hua Wenfang felt proud after hearing her uncle's words.
大怒道：“生男若把这头亲事好好叫冯旭夺去，是不为人。正是恨小非君子，无毒不丈夫，不必舅舅费心，余生自有主意。”
He said angrily, if my nephew takes this marriage away from Feng Su, he will not be a human being. He is just like hating a small person is not a gentleman, and a non-toxic husband is not a husband. Don't worry, uncle, the foolish nephew has his own ideas.
同人到他家日期甚近，必须上紧方妥。花文芳道：“不消舅舅过虑。”同人起身走了。文芳送舅舅去了回来，到书房中。
Tom Ren said, "The date is very near, so it must be tightened properly." Hua Wenfang said, "There is no need for uncle to worry about it." Tom Ren stood up and left. Wenfang saw her uncle off and came back to the study.
忙叫花有莲吩咐道：“你可把魏临川叫来商议，要夺冯旭的亲事。正是弹破纸窗容易补，坏人阴德最难当。”
Busy begging, Hua Youlian said, "You can call Wei Linchuan to discuss and take away Feng Su's marriage. It is exactly the same. A broken paper window is easy to repair, but the bad character is the most difficult to be a villain."
不知这魏临川来此，怎样与花文芳议论？可夺得月英过来，夺不过来，且听下回分解。第07回，朱翰林代为月老冯于清聘定月英诗乐。
I don't know how Wei Linchuan came here to discuss with Hua Wenfang whether he could win Yue Ying or not. Let me explain next time. Chapter 07 Zhu Hanlin replaced Yu Lao Feng Yuqing and hired Ding Yueying's poem.
手把青秧插野田，低头便是水中天。六根清净方为福，退步原来是向前。话说花有莲奉了主人之命，去寻魏临川。
Planting green seedlings in Noda's hand, he lowered his head and saw the sky in the water. Only when the 6 roots are pure can we be blessed, and retreat is actually forward. It is said that Hua Youlian went to find Wei Linchuan on the order of his master.
原来这魏临川住在花府隔壁，就是花文芳的房子。花有莲出了大门，就是临川家，用手敲门，只听得里面应声沥沥，问道：“哪个敲门？”
It turns out that Wei Linchuan lives in Hua Wenfang's house next door. Hua Youlian walked out of the door to Linchuan's house. She knocked on the door with her hand, only to hear the chirping of a warbler inside, and asked, "Who's knocking?"
花有莲听见这一句，问是哪个这般嫩声，身体早已酥麻了半边，遂自暗忖道：“人人说魏临川的老婆标致，我从不曾见过。”
When Hua Youlian heard this sentence and asked who had such a tender voice, half of her body was already numb, so she thought to herself, "Everyone says that Wei Linchuan's wife is beautiful, but I have never seen her before."
方才从门缝里看见他一面，使之真假，连忙回道：“你且开门便知。”按下开门不提。且说魏临川见花文芳半月不见面。
Only when I saw her through the crack in the door did I know the truth. He quickly replied, "You will know as soon as you open the door. Press the door to open the door without asking anything. Let's say that Wei Linchuan has not seen Hua Wenfang for half a month."
他就心中暗想，莫非花文芳死我，故此不见我面。我们靠这张嘴做篾片，不但吃人家的，还想拿人家的。他既然不欢喜我，
He thought to himself, could it be that Hua Wenfang resigned from me and therefore didn't see me? We rely on this mouth to make bamboo strips. Not only do we eat other people's food, but we also want to take other people's food. Since he doesn't like me,
难道一定靠他不成正事？此处不留人，还有留人处。若是在别家帮闲，要在个衙门包揽人家打官司、写刀笔。
could it be that he must have relied on him to achieve the goal? There is no room for people here, but there is still room for people. If you are working as a helper in another family, you will have to take over other people's lawsuits and write in various yamen.
去了又不能照顾家务，家中只有一个小环，名唤小红，才得15岁，常在家中灶上烧火，不得空闲，事出两难。
He was gone and could not take care of the housework. There was only one child in the house, named Xiaohong, who was only 15 years old. He often lit a fire on the stove at home and had no time to spare. He was in a dilemma.
且魏临川的老婆崔氏今年才得21岁，生得百般娇娆，十分俊俏，也不是魏临川娶来的。那年，魏临川在苏州贩卖布匹。
Moreover, Wei Linchuan's wife Cui, who is only 21 years old this year and is very charming and pretty, was not married to Wei Linchuan. That year, Wei Linchuan was selling cloth in Suzhou.
遇在阀门外崔家不行礼，不知崔氏怎么漏到他眼里，他千方百计算计，被他缠上了手。与他商议，雇下船只逃回杭州，做了夫妻。次日
He didn't know how Miss Cui, who was living in the Cui family's cloth shop outside the valve, came into his eyes. He tried every possible means to make a plan, but he got involved. After discussing with her, they hired a boat and fled back to Hangzhou, where they became husband and wife. The next day,
那个老儿不见了这个女儿，要去京官缉拿，无奈这丑名难当，传扬开去，脸面何在？细茶店中只少个姓魏的客人，明知是他将女儿拐去。
The old man is gone and the daughter is going to be arrested by the police. But this ugly name is hard to bear. If it spreads, where will the face be? After careful inspection, there was only one missing customer named Wei in the store. It was clear that he had abducted his daughter.
叹了一声道：“养了这个不孝的女儿，只当无了的也就罢了。”这崔氏见小红烧火，又听见打门甚急，只得走来，轻轻把门开了。
She sighed and said, "I've raised this unfilial daughter, and it's nothing more than nothing." Mrs. Cui saw Xiaohong burning a fire and heard the door knocking in a hurry, so she had to walk over and open the door gently.
见一个俊俏书生生的唇红齿白，好生标致。花有莲抬头一看，见那妇人千般娇媚，百种风流，此时魂不附体，遂暗想道：话不虚传。
I saw a handsome scholar with red lips and white teeth, so handsome, Hua Youlian looked up and saw that the woman was charming in all kinds of ways. She lost her mind and thought to herself, the words are true.
国有十分姿色淡见，秋水盈盈两眼，淡淡双额，金莲小巧袜凌波，嫩脸丰弹的破。唇似樱桃红绽，乌云巧婉，缠窝月殿缀嫦娥。
She is very beautiful. Her eyes are full of autumn water. Her eyes are pale. Her golden lotus socks are rippled, and her tender face is broken by the wind. The lips are as red as cherry blossoms. The dark clouds are cleverly rolled. Chang'e falls in the moon palace in the toad's nest.
直少天边玉兔花有莲向前道，娘子拜衣。崔氏欠身，还了个万福。妇人笑嘻嘻问道：“官人何来？”花有莲道
Only the little jade rabbit Hua Youlian came forward and said, "My wife, I bow to you." Mrs. Cui bowed and returned the blessing. The woman smiled and asked, "Where are the officials from?" Hua Youlian said,
小子是隔壁花府来的，奉大爷之命来请魏相公过去说话。妇人听见，满面堆下笑来，说道：“原来是花府大叔，请进献茶。”
"The boy is from the Huafu next door. On the order of the uncle, I have come to invite Mr. Wei to come and talk." When the woman heard this, she burst into laughter and said, "It turns out to be the uncle of the Huafu. Please come and offer tea."
卓夫却不在家等他回来，妾身叫他来府便了。花有莲道：“一回请他就来。”只得转身就走。妇人道：“有慢大叔了。”
But my husband was not at home waiting for him to come back. I asked him to come to my house. Hua Youlian said, as soon as I asked him to come. I had to turn around and leave. The woman said, "Uncle, you are too slow."
花有莲回道：“不敢，不敢。”慢慢走着，心中暗想：怎能这妇人与我上了手，就死也甘心？按下不表。且言崔氏痴呆呆站在门看。
Hua Youlian replied, "I don't dare, I don't dare." She walked slowly, thinking to herself, "How can this woman get involved with me and be willing to die?" She didn't say it. Let's talk about Mrs. Cui standing at the door in a daze, watching.
两眼望着花有莲去了，只待花有莲走进府中，他才将门关上，走到堂屋里坐下，心中想到：世上的男子竟有这般标致的，正是。
She looked at Hua Youlian and waited until Hua Youlian walked into the house before closing the door. I walked to the main room and sat down, thinking to myself, there are so many handsome men in the world. It was exactly.
东边日出，西边雨，莫道无情却有情。花有莲走到书房，看见花文芳低着头想主意，叫道：“大爷，魏相公不在家，对他娘子说了。”
The sun rises in the east and the rain in the west is ruthless but affectionate. Hua Youlian walked to the study and saw Hua Wenfang lowering her head to think about something, and shouted, "Uncle, Mr. Wei is not at home." He told his wife.
来家就到花文芳道：“你为何就去这半日才回来？一定在外玩耍。”花有莲道：“等他娘子慢慢开门。”花文芳道
When he came home, Hua Wenfang said, "Why did you go here for half a day and then come back? You must be playing outside." Hua Youlian said, "Wait for his wife to open the door slowly." Hua Wenfang said,
人人说为临川娘子标致你方才见了否？花有莲道：“他的老婆却有12分人才，年纪已近20岁。小人见了她，也觉动火。”
Everyone says that Mrs. Wei Linchuan is beautiful. Have you seen her just now? Hua Youlian said, "His wife is very talented, and she is nearly 20 years old. I feel angry when I see her."
花文芳惊问道：“果然生得好。”有莲道：“小人怎敢哄大爷？”文芳道：“你可有什么法儿使我见他一面？倘能到手。”
Hua Wenfang asked in surprise. Sure enough, she was born well. Yulian said, "How dare you coax the uncle?" Wenfang said, "Is there any way you can make me see her? If you can get it."
我大爷府中丫鬟甚多，凭你拣哪一个赏你为妻？有莲道：“大爷莫要哄小的。”想了一会儿，道：“这妇人包管大爷上手。”
There are many maids in my uncle's house. It's up to you to choose which one to reward you as your wife. Yulian said, "The elder should not coax the younger one." After thinking for a while, she said, "This woman guarantees that I will get started."
文芳听了大喜道：“你可快快说来。”有莲正欲说话，听得窗外笑嘻嘻叫道：“大爷，连日晚生少来请安。”原来是魏临川到了。
Wenfang was overjoyed after hearing this and said, "Speak quickly." Yulian was about to speak when he heard a voice outside the window laughing and shouting, "Uncle, I have been here to say hello to you for the past few days." It turned out that Wei Linchuan had arrived.
花文芳道：“老魏，我一向身子不快，你为何不来看我？”临川道：“晚生日日来请安，怎奈门公回我，大爷不能会客。”
Hua Wenfang said, "Old Wei, I've always been unwell. Why didn't you come to see me?" Linchuan said, "I came to say hello on my late birthday, but my father-in-law said to me, 'Uncle, I can't receive guests.'"
晚生不敢进来面会，今日有些事，出门走走，回来听见房下说大叔在舍。晚生听见大爷呼唤，飞奔而来。文芳道：“你且坐下。”
Wansheng didn't dare to come in for a meeting. "I had something to do today. I went out for a walk. When I came back, I heard from the housekeeper that my uncle was at home." Wansheng heard his uncle calling and rushed over. Wenfang said, "Sit down."
我大爷有件机密事儿与你商议。魏临川道：“是。”方才坐下，小书童献上茶来，临川接茶在手。有莲在旁叫道：“魏相公。”
"My uncle has a confidential matter to discuss with you." Wei Linchuan said, "Yes." He just sat down. The little book boy offered tea, and Linchuan took it in his hand. Yu Lian shouted at the side, Xianggong Wei.
我方才到你府上，去你哪里去的？林川笑咖西道：方才就是大书道社，真得罪。方才有小事出门，没有迎接。
I just came to your house. Where did you go? Linchuan said with a smile, Uncle just came to the house. I'm really offended. I just had to go out for a small matter, but there was no one to greet me.
恕不再舍奉陪之罪。花文芳道：老魏，我大爷唤你来，非为别事，都是我舅舅这该死的老畜生带累我许多丑处。林川道：
Hua Wenfang said, Old Wei, my uncle called you here for no other reason than for not being with me at all. It's because of this damn old beast like my uncle who has caused so many ugly things to me. Linchuan said.
大爷怎么出丑晚生就不知道？花文芳道：我坐在家内好好的，他走来替我做媒，说我访得乾林的妹子才貌双全。
I don't know why the uncle made such a fool of himself that he was born late. Hua Wenfang said, I was sitting at home doing well. He came to act as a matchmaker for me and said, I found a girl from Qianlin who is both talented and beautiful.
要到他家做法，不想当日先有朱辉在那里做法，与冯相公一亲。林川道：他见就老爷替大爷做媒，就该让大爷了。
He wanted to go to his house to attack. Unexpectedly, Zhu Hui was there to attack first that day and discussed marriage with Feng Xianggong. Linchuan said, when he sees his uncle acting as a matchmaker for him, he should let him go.
乾林见两家一亲不好允成，回道：改日奉邀逢花二兄到社，待社妹出题，一旦取中哪个文字，便成就姻事。
Qianlin saw that the two families were reluctant to agree to the marriage proposal, so he replied, Brothers Feng and Hua will be invited to my house the next day. I will wait for my sister to come up with a question. Once the word is selected, the marriage will be completed.
彼时我家老畜生回来告请我，叫我前去考文。我大爷想到我的文章哪里做得过冯旭，我就不肯去考文。
At that time, my old beast came back and asked me to take the exam. My uncle thought, if I can't do as well as Feng Su in my writing, I won't take the exam.
无奈我家老不死的在家母儿前说了许多言语，一逼二逼，逼我到乾林家去考文。那日出了题目，个个做了进去。
I had no choice but to say a lot of words in front of my mother, forcing me to go to Qianlin's house to take the exam. There was a question that day, and everyone answered it.
哪知钱月英那贼人，他也不管人受得住受不住，将我大爷的文字批得稀烂，将冯旭的文字圈了又圈，点儿又点，当了众人使我没去。
Unexpectedly, Qian Yueying, that thief, didn't care whether people could stand it or not, so she criticized my uncle's writings to pieces. She circled and circled Feng Su's writings and clicked them again, making me bored in front of everyone.
回家因此一气，就害了一场大病，几乎要见阎君。今日我那老不死的又来，说是冯旭择了4月18日要娶钱月英过门，本月26日下聘。
When I got home, I became seriously ill and almost had to see Yan Jun. Today my old immortal came again and said that Feng Su had chosen to marry Qian Yueying on April 18th, and the engagement would be made on the 26th of this month.
叫我将钱月英夺将过来为妻论理这头亲事，冯旭是我的好朋友，让他娶了也罢，无奈我那老不死的不肯，叫我夺他过来。想来想去，
He asked me to seize Qian Yueying to be his wife and discuss the marriage. Feng Su is a good friend of mine, so I wanted him to marry me, but my old immortal refused, so he asked me to seize him. After much thought,
没了主意，叫有莲请你到来，商议一个万全之计，能将这头亲事夺将过来，关系脸面，重重相谢，绝不食言。林川听了这一番言语，
I ran out of ideas and asked Yu Lian to invite you to come and discuss a perfect plan. It's a matter of face to be able to seize this marriage. Thank you profusely, and never break your promise. After hearing these words, Lin Chuan
半晌方才回言道：“大爷，这件事据晚生想来，却难办了。”冯旭道：“看了年羹过门，如何扭转得来？必得想个万全妙策方可行得。”
After a long while, he replied, Sir, I thought this matter was difficult to handle. Feng Su saw Nian Geng coming. How can he reverse it? He has to think of a perfect plan to do it.
容晚生慢慢想来，此非一日之功，大爷切莫性急。文芳道：“他行聘之日甚速，你可上心想去，断不可忘记了。”林川道：
Rong Wansheng slowly thought that this was not a day's work, so please don't be impatient. Wen Fang said, the date of his appointment is very soon. You have to think about it and don't forget it. Lin Chuan said,
大爷放心，都在晚生身上。当日就留临川小饮，至更初，临川别去。花文芳见临川去了，叫过有莲来，问道：
Uncle, don't worry, I'll take care of Wan Sheng. He stayed in Linchuan for a drink that day, and didn't go to Linchuan until the beginning of the night. When Hua Wenfang saw Linchuan, she called Yu Lian and asked,
我大爷记挂着魏临川的妻子，你有什么法使我大爷见他一面？花有莲道：大爷，明日带50两银子进到他家，只说是讨信。
My uncle is thinking about Wei Linchuan's wife. Is there anything you can do to get me to see her? Hua Youlian said, Uncle, I went to his house tomorrow with 50 taels of silver, just to gain trust.
倘魏临川在家时，就将这银子与他家用；若是魏临川不在家，就将银子递与他娘子，见机而作。正是清酒红人面，财帛动人心。
If Wei Linchuan is at home, he will use the money with his family. If Wei Linchuan is not at home, he will hand the money to his wife and act accordingly. Exactly. Sake makes people's faces red, and wealth and silk touch people's hearts.
花文芳听了满心欢喜，当日就与花友连宿了。次日起来，用了早膳，又换了一件华服，也不带人跟随，袖内笼了50两银子。
Hua Wenfang was filled with joy after hearing this, and she stayed with Hua that day. The next day I got up, had breakfast, changed into a rich dress, and took no one with me. I had 50 taels of silver in my sleeve.
一人悄悄走出府，来到卫林川门首，用手叩门。里面听见有人叩门，慌忙将门一看，林川看见文芳，连忙道：“不知大爷驾临。”
A man quietly walked out of the house and came to Wei Linchuan's door, knocking on the door with his hand. I heard someone knocking on the door inside and hurriedly looked at the door. When Linchuan saw Wenfang, he quickly said, "I didn't know that the uncle was coming."
请进献茶花。文芳借此言遂走进去。原来林川住的是河面2进房子，朝南3间做了客位，一厢做了锅灶，还有一厢与小红丫鬟卧房。
Please bring in the camellia and Wenfang and walk in with these words. It turned out that Lanchuan lived in a house with 2 entrances facing each other. 3 rooms facing south were used as guest seats. 1 room was used as a cooking stove, and the other room was used as bedrooms for Xiaohong and the maid.
花文芳一看，4册图书秘密巨室，名人书画，斗方贴满墙壁。他是个倒开门，走至客位，就看见堂屋中间一座加糖龛子、香炉。
Hua Wenfang saw that the 4 books were all densely packed, and the walls were covered with famous people's calligraphy, paintings, and battles. He opened the door and walked to the guest seat. He saw a niche in the middle of the main room, an incense burner.
烛台擦得如银子相似，只见那卧房门2扇都有门帘垂下，又见客座里正中挂了一幅条画，香几上摆着一只花瓶，内插了一只文杏花。
The candlestick was polished as if it were silver. I saw that both bedroom doors had curtains hanging down, and there was a painting hanging in the middle of the guest seat. There was a vase on the incense table with an apricot flower inserted in it.
那边又摆着一儿大理石的插瓶，两旁放着6张楠木椅子，4张小腿屋。花文芳道：“一向未曾到府，府上收拾得十分雅致洁净。”
There is another marble screen over there, with 6 Nanmu chairs and 4 Shank chairs on both sides. Hua Wenfang said, "I have never been to the house before. The house is kept very elegant and clean."
临川道：“大爷请坐。”文芳才与他施礼坐下，只听房中叫道：“小红，有客到来，快送出茶去。”
Linchuan said, "Master, please take a seat." Wenfang bowed to him and sat down, only to hear a call from the room. "Xiaohong, a guest is coming. Please bring out the tea quickly."
这一句娇滴滴的声音，把个花文芳酥了半边身子，说道：“想是尊嫂，尚未拜衣。” 妇人遂将门帘揭起，深深还了个万福。
This delicate voice made Hua Wenfang shudder half of her body and said, I think she is your beloved sister-in-law, but I haven't bowed to you yet. The woman then lifted the door curtain and returned the blessing deeply.
花文芳偷眼瞧去，果然生得俊俏，百般娇嫩，万种风流，令人可爱。不好十分顾盼，便又往客位坐下。小红献茶已毕，文芳道：
Hua Wenfang took a peek, and she was indeed handsome, delicate, and charming in all kinds of ways, making her adorable. Not looking forward to it, he sat down in the guest seat again. Xiaohong had finished offering tea. Wenfang said,
昨日别后我一夜不曾合眼，特地到府讨信，可曾想什么奇策？临川道：晚生昨日原说大爷不要性急，非一日之功。花文芳道：
I didn't sleep a wink all night after we said goodbye yesterday, and I went to the house specifically to ask for help. Have you ever thought of any clever ideas? Lin Chuan said, yesterday, Wanxing originally told me not to be impatient. It's not something I can do in a day. Hua Wenfang said,
不是我性急，无奈我舅舅来催我，忙取出50两银子，道：你权且收为日用，望兄早定良谋，后当重谢。
It's not that I'm impatient and helpless. My uncle came to urge me. He quickly took out 50 taels of silver and said, You can keep it for daily use. I hope my brother will make a good plan soon, and I will thank you very much later.
临川见银子转过口来道：大爷何必多心，这是包在晚生身上，明日到府奉付。那妇人站在门内，看见花文芳拿出银子来，好不欢喜。
When Lin Chuan saw the money, he turned around and said, Why bother, sir? I'll take care of this matter for Wansheng. I'll get back to you tomorrow. The woman stood in the door and was so happy when she saw Hua Wenfang taking out the money.
又叫小红捧出几样精致点心放在桌上，临川忙请他吃茶。那花文芳一面吃茶，两只眼睛只是在房内勾看，会了一会，只得起身。
He also asked Xiaohong to bring out some exquisite snacks and put them on the table while Lin Chuan was busy having tea with him. While Hua Wenfang was drinking tea, her eyes were just looking around the room. After meeting for a while, I had to get up.
妇人口中说道：“有慢大爷了。”花文芳道：“不敢。” 不敢。临川送出大门回身，崔氏走出来，道：“花文芳为何送你许多银子？”
The woman said, You are too slow. Hua Wenfang said, I don't dare, I don't dare. Lin Chuan walked out the door and turned around. Mrs. Cui came out and said, Why did Hua Wenfang give you so much money?
临川就将始末根由说了一遍。倘若是成之后，不怕花文芳不养着我夫妻二人一世。妇人听了，家大家欢喜不表。且言花文芳回到书房。
Lin Chuan told the whole story. If it comes to pass, I won't be afraid that Hua Wenfang won't be able to support me and my husband forever." After the woman heard this, everyone couldn't express their joy. Let's talk about Hua Wenfang returning to the study.
看见花有莲道，果然好个妇人。你有什么法儿将她与我弄上了手？有莲道，大爷，凡要想人家的老婆，慢慢商量，不要性急。
Seeing Hua Youlian said, "She is indeed a good woman. Is there any way you can get her into contact with me?" Youlian said, "Uncle, if you want someone else's wife, discuss it slowly and don't be impatient."
当日已过次日，吃了早饭，哪里放得下心来？袖中又拿了10两银子，他也不与花有莲说之，悄悄走出府来，要到魏家来。
The next day has passed, and after breakfast, I can't feel relieved. He took another 10 taels of silver into his sleeves. Without telling Hua Youlian, he quietly walked out of the house and wanted to come to the Wei family.
想他的老婆不知可能到手正事，不识万丈深潭计，安得离笼向下珠？要知后事如何，且听下回分解。第08回魏家妇人前卖俏。
I wonder if his wife might have gotten exactly what she wanted. Don't use the trick of the deep pool, and get the pearl under Li Long's neck. If you want to know what happens next, let's listen to the explanation in the next chapter. Chapter 08, Showing Off in Front of the Wei Family Woman.
花文芳黑夜偷情辞曰：“臣氏曾无月旦，红颜姝尔相看，未听敌意飞扬，闲来庭院，贪恋娇娘，辜负了半夜光阴梦一场。”
Hua Wenfang's poem about secret love at night says, "There was no moon in the world, and beauties looked at each other suddenly. Before listening to the flute, I came to the courtyard and lusted after my beautiful girl. It was a waste of a dream in the middle of the night."
且说花文芳悄悄出了府门，直奔魏林川家而来，用手将门一推，只听得呀的一声，把门推开，见那妇人站在堂屋门外。
Let's say that Hua Wenfang quietly left the house and rushed to Wei Linchuan's house. She pushed the door open with her hand, and only heard a "yeah" sound as she pushed the door open. I saw the woman standing outside the hall door.
手中拿着许多姜葱，往廊下走，要向那沙吊中丢下。原来魏林川喜吃脚鱼，那妇人正来下姜葱，不想恰遇若花文芳进来。
Holding a lot of ginger and green onion in my hand, I walked down the corridor and wanted to throw it into the sand. It turns out that Wei Linchuan likes to eat fish with legs, and the woman was coming to get some ginger and green onions, and she didn't want to meet Hua Wenfang coming in.
魏林川先行出去时，妇人忘了关门。花文芳抬头看见妇人脸似桃花，眉如柳叶，身穿一件银红衫子，上加水田背心。
When Wei Linchuan went out first, the woman forgot to close the door. Hua Wenfang looked up and saw a woman with a face like a peach blossom and eyebrows like willow leaves. She was wearing a silver red shirt and a paddy field vest.
梳一条大红狐，皱汗襟下系一条玉色绸裙，下边露出2个红绫。花文芳一见，魂飞飘荡，即使乱了，一马心猿，也不问林川在家不在家。
A jade-colored silk skirt is tied under a big red lake crepe sweat scarf, with 2 red water chestnuts exposed underneath. When Hua Wenfang saw her, her soul was in a state of confusion. She was confused and didn't even ask if Lin Xuan was at home.
自古道色胆如天，茫茫走到廊下，望着妇人道：“尊嫂拜衣。”妇人忙欠身还了个万福，叫道：“花大爷，请客位里坐。”
As the old saying goes, sex is as bold as the sky. He hurriedly walked to the corridor, looked at the woman and said, "Sister-in-law, I bow to you." The woman hurriedly bowed and returned the blessing, and called out, "Uncle Hua, please take a seat at the guest table."
花文芳道：“林川兄可在家？”妇人笑嘻嘻回道：“不在家，方才出去。有何话说？说下来，等他回来对他说罢。”
Hua Wenfang asked, "Brother Lin Xuan, are you at home?" The woman replied with a smile, "I'm not at home, I just went out. If you have anything to say, please tell me when he comes back."
花文芳听说不在家3语，心中好不欢喜，回道：“没有什么话说，就是昨日托他的那事，特来讨他的实信。不想又不在家。”
Hua Wenfang was very unhappy when she heard that Sanyu was not at home. She replied, "I don't have anything to say. I just came here to ask for his trust in the matter I entrusted him with yesterday. I don't want to and am not at home."
只好在府等他回来。妇人道：“正是，大爷请坐。”花文芳不到客位里坐，就在堂屋椅子上坐下，假意问道。
She had no choice but to wait for him to come back at the house. The woman said, "That's right. Sir, please sit down." Hua Wenfang didn't sit in the guest seats, so she sat down on the chair in the main room and asked pretendingly,
我前日吩咐穆家瓦2将替府上收拾房子，不知可曾来收拾？妇人道：“收拾过了。”花文芳道：“可漏吗？”妇人道：“有些漏。”
I asked the carpenters and tile builders to clean up the house the day before yesterday. I wonder if they have come to clean it. The woman said, "It has been cleaned up." Hua Wenfang asked, "Is there any leakage?" The woman said, "There are some leaks."
花文芳道：“屋漏还可，人只怕漏就来不得了。”妇人听见人漏2字，便不回答，微微笑了一声，赶紧走住房里去了。
Hua Wenfang said, "It's okay if the house leaks, but people won't be able to come if it leaks." When the woman heard the word, "people leaking," she didn't answer, smiled slightly, and hurriedly walked into the house.
花文芳见有些意思，遂将那袖内10两银子立起身来，走至房门首，将门帘一掀，道：“尊嫂，这些微银子送与尊嫂买朵花戴戴吧。”
When Hua Wenfang saw something interesting, she put the 10 taels of silver in her sleeve and stood up. He walked to the door of the room, lifted the door curtain, and said, "Sister-in-law, please give these small coins to your sister-in-law to buy a flower to wear."
妇人家原来水性之人，又见了一包银子，忙道：“怎好多谢大爷的。”伸手来接，花文芳双手递这银子，趁势将白森森一只手一把捏住。
The woman, who turned out to be a watery person, saw another bag of silver and hurriedly said, "How can I thank you so much?" She reached out to take it. Hua Wenfeng handed the silver with both hands and took advantage of the situation to pinch Bai Sensen's hand.
死也不放妇人道：“大爷请尊重些，恐我家他来撞见，不好看相。”花文芳见妇人如此言语，登时跪下，叫道：“尊嫂。”
The woman who refused to let go said, "Master, please be more respectful. I'm afraid he might bump into my house and it would be hard to see." Seeing the woman's words, Hua Wenfeng immediately knelt down and shouted, "Sister-in-law, dear sister-in-law."
快快救命吧！紧紧抱住，就欲求欢。妇人见花文芳抱住不放，又恐小红来看见不雅，忙道：“大爷，你且起来，有话与你商量。”
Quickly save her life and hug her tightly, hoping for pleasure. Seeing that Hua Wenfeng was hugging her tightly, the woman was afraid that Xiaohong would come and see her indecently, so she hurriedly said, "Master, please get up. I have something to discuss with you."
花文芳只得起身道：“尊嫂有话快说。”妇人道：“你今速速回去，恐魏临川回来。你今日把魏临川关到府内过宿。”
Hua Wenfeng had no choice but to stand up and said, "Sister-in-law, if you have something to say, please tell me." The woman said, "You go back quickly now, for fear that Wei Linchuan will come back. You will lock Wei Linchuan in the house today."
你到晚间悄悄前来，变了花文芳道：“尊嫂，你叫我哪里等得到晚上？只怕你哄我，是个脱身之计。”妇人道：“我若哄你。”
You came quietly in the evening. Hua Wenfeng said, "Sister-in-law, how can I wait until night? I'm afraid if you coax me, this is a way to escape." The woman said, "If I coax you."
叫我不逢好死。花文芳见妇人发誓，方才放心，道：“只恐你家门关了，我若要敲门打户，恐惊动邻舍之知，奈何？”妇人道：
When Hua Wenfeng saw the woman swearing, she felt relieved and said, "I'm afraid your door is closed. If I knock on the door, I might alert the neighbors and find out. What can I do?" The woman said,
这有何难？你怕惊动邻人，你可拾起一块瓦片来，朝着我家屋上一灌，以为暗号。那时我就知道是你来了，我就轻轻地开了门。
"What's the problem? Are you afraid of disturbing the neighbors? You can pick up a piece of tile and throw it at my house as a signal." Then I knew it was you who came, so I opened the door gently.
放你进来说，必又道： 你快些去罢，我料临川就来。花文芳道：尊嫂不可失信。妇人点头道：不必多言。
After letting you in, he said, go quickly, I expect Lin Chuan to be here soon. Hua Wenfang said, sister-in-law, please don't break your promise. The woman nodded and said, no need to say more.
花文芳抱住就对了一个吕字，妇人也不作声。花文芳只得撇手走出，出了他家门首，走了数步，已到自家门首。进了府门，
Hua Wenfang hugged her and said Lu to her face, but the woman remained silent. Hua Wenfang had no choice but to walk out with her hands and walked out of the front door of her house. After walking a few steps, she arrived at the front door of her own house. After entering the house,
走进书房，坐下想那夫人的好处。想了一会儿，不见临川来，忙叫有莲过去，吩咐道：你尽快去将魏临川请来。有莲应声而去。
I walked into the study and sat down to think about the woman's benefits. After thinking for a while, Lin Chuan was not seen, so he hurriedly called Youlian over and said, go and invite Wei Lin Chuan today. Youlian left in response.
这花文芳坐了一会儿，不见有莲同临川来，又立起身走了几步，把日色望望，今日才得过午，走来走去，好不心焦。
After sitting for a while, Hua Wenfang didn't see Lian coming with Lin Chuan. She stood up and walked a few steps, looking at the sun. It was only afternoon today, so she walked around and felt anxious.
且言花有莲出了府门，来至魏临川家叩门。魏临川正与崔氏吃饺鱼饭，听得叩门，走来开门，见是有莲，忙请他客位里坐下。
Hua Youlian left the house and went to Wei Linchuan's house to knock on the door. Wei Linchuan was eating fish rice with Mr. Chui when he heard the door being knocked open and came over to open it. Seeing that he was feeling pity, he hurriedly invited him to sit down in the guest seat.
忙叫小红献茶花有莲道：大爷在府，不见你回信，好不心焦，叫我来请你就去。魏临川道：我吃完了饭就来。花有莲道：
He hurriedly asked Xiaohong to present the camellias. Youlian said, my uncle is here, and I'm so anxious when I don't see your reply. Just ask me to come and invite you. Wei Linchuan said, I'll come after I finish my meal. Hua Youlian said,
我在此等你吃完了饭，与你一同去罢。临川道：得罪你了。连忙到堂屋吃酒饭。那花有莲又将妇人上下一看，越觉可爱。
I'll wait here until you finish your meal and go with you. Lin Chuan said, I've offended you. He quickly went to the main room to have dinner and wine. The flower looked at the woman up and down again, feeling more and more lovely.
心中暗想，要是我家大爷到了手，我就有指望了。正在那里左思右想，心神不定，那魏临川饭吃完了，走过来道：得罪得罪。
I thought to myself, if my uncle can get it, I will have hope. Just as he was thinking about it, and his mind was uneasy, Wei Linchuan finished his meal and came over and said, "Sorry, sorry."
我同大叔过去，罢花有莲，同魏林川来到府门，进至书房。花文芳看见他二人到了，便道：“你好难请呀。”魏林川笑道：“
My uncle and I went over there. Hua Youlian and Wei Linchuan came to the door of the house and entered the study. When Hua Wenfang saw the two of them arriving, she said, "It's so hard to invite you." Wei Linchuan smiled and said,
大爷为何这般着急晚生？为这件事日夜思想，睡也睡不着，想了几个主意，还不太好，竟不好回复大爷。想个十全之计。
Why is the uncle so anxious? I have been thinking about this matter day and night. I can't sleep. I have thought of several ideas, but they are not very good. I can't reply to the uncle. I want to think of a perfect plan.
耍一箭射中才好说毕。花文芳道：“非我着急，我的舅舅日日来催，我也无话回他。你若去了，就不放在心上。”
After finishing the conversation with an arrow, Hua Wenfang said, "If I were not in a hurry, my uncle would come to urge me every day, and I would have nothing to say back to him. If you go, I won't take it to heart."
我如今只是不放你回去，你若想出来，除非想出妙计来，那时才放你回去。魏林川道：“晚生就住在府上，与大爷解解愁闷便了。”
I just won't let you go back now. If you want to come out, I won't let you go back until I come up with a clever plan. Wei Linchuan said, "I will live in the house when I am young, so that I can relieve my worries with my uncle."
花文芳听见才笑起来，道：“老魏，你说了半日的话，这一句才中听。彼时说说笑笑，不觉红日西沉，玉土东升。”
Hua Wenfang laughed when she heard it and said, "Old Wei, you have been talking for a long time, and this sentence just clicked." At that time, they were talking and laughing, and before they knew it, the red sun was setting in the west and the jade rabbit was rising in the east.
花文芳见天色晚了，好不欢喜，吩咐拿酒来。不一时，小书童捧上盘碟摆下，同魏林川对面饮了3、5盏，就吩咐取饭来。书童答应。
Hua Wenfang was unhappy to see that it was getting late and ordered to bring wine. After a while, the little book boy put down the plates, drank 3 or 5 cups with Wei Linchuan across from him, and then ordered the food to be brought. The book boy agreed.
忙去了，取了饭来盛2碗。花文芳道：“你这奴才，我大爷吃了饭，到舅老爷家去，魏相公还要饮酒，为何也盛上饭来？”这个书童想到
I hurriedly went to get rice and filled 2 bowls. Hua Wenfang said, "You slave, my uncle went to his uncle's house after dinner, and Mr. Wei also wanted to drink. Why did he also serve the meal?" The book boy thought.
每尝时又舍不得酒与林川吃，才吃得1、2壶就叫拿饭。今日倒吃了3壶盛饭，倒说我不知人事，不知今日何为改了调了。
I usually don't want to part with wine and eat in Linchuan. I only eat 1 or 2 pots, so I call it a meal. Today, I ate 3 pots of rice, and I said I don't know people. I don't know why you changed the tune today.
花文芳吃毕饭道：“魏兄，你可畅饮一杯。我到家母舅那边，说话就来。”林川起身道：“大爷请便。”花文芳忙叫有莲过来。
Hua Wenfang finished the meal and said, Brother Wei, you can have a drink if you like. I'll come and talk to my uncle when I get home. Lin Xuan stood up and said, Sir, please. Hua Wenfang hurriedly called Yu Lian over.
吩咐到魏相公一人饮酒不乐，你可陪着他饮一杯。花有莲答应，晓得。花文芳起身出门，来到魏林川家门首。
He said, Ms. Wei is not happy drinking alone, so you can have a drink with him. Hua Youlian agreed, I know. Hua Wenfang got up and went out, and came to the door of Wei Linchuan's house.
弯腰寻了一块瓦片，不想又摸了一手的屎，急急地将瓦片朝屋上一灌。那妇人听见屋上瓦响，忙忙走出，轻轻将门开了。
He bent down to find a tile, not wanting to touch shit again, so he hurriedly threw the tile towards the house. The woman heard the sound of tiles on the roof, hurriedly walked out, and opened the door gently.
花文芳听得门响，用手推开门，将身闪进。那妇人将门关上。花文芳见了妇人，一把抱住。妇人忙将她推开，道：
Hua Wenfang heard the sound of the door and pushed it open with her hand, then stepped in. The woman closed the door. Hua Wenfang saw the woman and hugged her. The woman pushed him away quickly and said,
你身上为何这样臭？花文芳笑道：方才拾瓦片摸了一手的屎。妇人听见也觉好笑，道：待我取水来与你洗洗。花文芳道：
Why are you so smelly? Hua Wenfang said with a smile, I just picked up the tiles and touched the shit on my hand. When the woman heard this, she felt it was funny and said, Wait for me to get some water to wash with you. Hua Wenfang said,
亲亲，你快些取水来，不要等取了我的身体。妇人道：忙甚的。忙去取水，拿了箱肥皂、手巾来。花文芳洗了手，问道：
My dear, please hurry up and get water. Don't wait to take my body. The woman said, I'm very busy. She hurriedly went to get water, and brought scented soap and hand towels. Hua Wenfang washed her hands and asked,
小丫鬟哪里去了？妇人道：我叫她先睡去了。花文芳连忙抱住，扯她往房里去。妇人道：魏林川，你可曾把她关在家内？
Where is the little maid? The woman said, I asked her to go to bed first. Hua Wenfang quickly hugged her and pulled her into the room. The woman said, Wei Linchuan, have you ever locked him up at home?
花文芳说道：已经关在书房内，书童花有莲看守着他吃酒，不妨事的。抱至房内， 将欲上床取乐，忽听得打门甚凶，叫道：
Hua Wenfang said, "He has been locked up in the study." The book boy and Hua Youlian are watching him while he is drinking. It's okay. He carried you to the room and put you on the bed for fun. Suddenly, he heard a fierce knock on the door, shouting,
开门，是我回来了。妇人大惊道：不好了，魏临川回来了，如何是好？花文芳听见魏临川回来，只惊得魂不附体。正是
"Open the door because I'm back." The woman was shocked and said, "Oh no, Wei Linchuan is back. What should I do?" When Hua Wenfang heard that Wei Linchuan was back, she was so shocked that she lost her mind. Exactly.
五脏内少了七魄，顶梁门虎走三魂。不知花文芳怎得脱身，且听下回分解。第09回，魏临川于中取立花文芳，将计就计。
There are 7 souls missing from the 5 internal organs, so the 3 souls are frightened away. I don't know how Hua Wenfang got away. I'll explain it next time. Chapter 09 Wei Linchuan takes advantage of Hua Wenfang's plan.
话说花文芳正欲上床，听得魏临川来，唬得目定神痴，说道：怎么好？快快放我出去！崔氏看见他如此模样，道：你这样小胆儿。
It was said that Hua Wenfang was about to go to bed when Wei Linchuan came. She was so frightened that she was stunned and said, "What's wrong? Let me out quickly." When Cui saw him like this, she said, "You are such a coward."
就来偷人家老婆吗？花文芳道：你叫我哪处躲躲方好？崔氏道：你且莫慌，且把身子蹬下来，爬人床下躲避，等他睡了。
Are you here to steal someone else's wife? Hua Wenfang said, "Tell me where to hide." Cui said, "Don't panic, just kick your body down and crawl under the bed to hide." When he fell asleep,
放你出去，千万不可作声，倘若知道，你我性命难保。花文芳此时要命，不顾灰尘，如狗一般爬进去，躲在床底下，战战兢兢地道：
"Don't say anything to let you out. If you find out, your life and mine will be in danger." Hua Wenfang was desperate at this moment. Regardless of the dust, she crawled in like a dog, hid under the bed, and said tremblingly,
你快些叫他睡。崔氏道：我知道。拿了一只烛台走来开门。魏临川进了门来，问道：如何这一会儿才来开门？崔氏道：
"Hurry up and tell him to sleep." Cui said, "I know." Bringing a candlestick, he came to open the door. Wei Linchuan came in and asked, "Why are you opening the door so soon?" Cui said,
哄我等了一个更次，等得不耐烦，方才睡下。临川道：小红难道有这些瞌睡？崔氏道：他平日到了晚问，就像个瞌睡鬼。
After coaxing me to wait for another update, I got impatient and just went to sleep. Linchuan said, "Does Xiaohong have such drowsiness?" Chui said. She usually acts like a sleepy ghost at night.
说毕，将门关好。到了房中，崔氏故意问道：“你在哪里吃酒？此刻才回？”魏林川道：“我被花文芳这个狗头关在书房吃酒。”
After that, close the door. When they got to the room, Mrs. Chui deliberately asked, "Where are you having a drink and you are back now?" Wei Linchuan said, "I was locked up in the study by Hua Wenfang, a doghead, to have a drink."
要我定计去害冯旭，他吃了几杯，就到他舅舅家去了，叫花有莲陪我吃了一会儿，不见他来。我想一件事情不放心，我就溜了回来。
He asked me to make a plan to harm Feng Su. After eating a few drinks, he went to his uncle's house and asked Hua Youlian to eat with me for a while, but he didn't come. I was worried about something, so I slipped back.
崔氏道想起什么事情这等要紧。魏林川道：“那花文芳这个狗头不是好人，就像色中恶鬼。他昨日到我家中来，立意要见你。”
Chui asked, "What's so important?" Wei Linchuan said, "Hua Wenfang is not a good person. He's just like a hungry ghost. He came to my house yesterday and wanted to see you."
你后来坐到客位里，两只狗眼只是向房内乱勾，莫要被他看见了你，将我关在家内，今日恐怕溜在我家，与你。说到此处，
You bowed and sat down in the guest seat, your dog eyes just darting into the room. Don't let him see you and lock me in the house. I'm afraid he might sneak into my house today and be with you. At this point,
就不作声了。崔氏道：“与我怎样？”魏林川道：“与你那个。”崔氏一口啐道：“你在哪里吃了骚尿回来？有天没日头的搅举。”
Chui said silently, "What about me?" Wei Linchuan said, "What about you?" Chui spat, "Where did you come back from after eating smelly urine, and you chewed it when there was no sun?"
说胡话，你把老娘当作什么人看待？老娘也不是那等人。魏林川道：“你若正经，当初也不该跟我逃走了。”崔氏听见，滴了他上水毛。
You're talking nonsense. Who do you think I am? I'm not that kind of person either. Wei Linchuan said, "If you were serious, you shouldn't have run away with me in the first place." Miss Chui heard the water dripping on her hair.
哭骂道：“你这天杀的，好没良心！老娘是怎样待你，到今日拿着老娘撒酒疯。”林川见崔氏认真哭起来，只得赔个笑脸，道：“
He cried and cursed, "You killed me today, you are so heartless. How I treated you, and today, you are drinking me crazy." Linchuan saw Mrs. Chui seriously crying, so she had to smile and said,
你我夫妻哪里不说句把笑话玩玩，怎么就认起真来了？”崔氏骂道：“你这个不逢好死的强盗，别的话还可。”
"How come you and I didn't just say it was a joke, but why did we recognize the truth?" Chui scolded, "You are a robber who will never die a good death. otherwise you are okay.
这偷人养汉，事情都是赖的人的吗？林川笑道：“是我不是，请睡了吧。”崔氏道：“你要睡，只管去睡，莫管我的闲事。”
Is this all about stealing people to support Han people? Lin Chuan said with a smile, It's not me, please go to sleep. Cui said, If you want to sleep, just go to sleep and don't meddle in my business.
魏林川将衣襟除下，爬上床，把头压在枕上，就打起呼来。崔氏又叫了一会儿，方把烛台取在手中，转将下来，向床下一张。
Wei Linchuan took off his clothes and climbed onto the bed, pressed his head on the pillow, and started snoring. Miss Cui shouted for a while, then took the candlestick in her hand, turned it down, and moved it to the bottom of the bed.
只见花文芳睡在一边，用手一招，花文芳自床下慢慢爬了出来。崔氏遮了她的身子，出了房门，来至客位。花文芳低低笑道：
I saw Hua Wenfang sleeping on one side, and with a move of her hand, Hua Wenfang slowly crawled out from under the bed. Mrs. Cui covered his body, walked out of the room and came to the guest seat. Hua Wenfang smiled softly and said,
虎杀我也一把搂抱求欢。崔氏道：不可，恐他醒来，不当稳便。我有一计，明日将魏林川叫到府中去，吩咐门上不可放他回来。
If you threaten me, you will hug me and ask for sex. Cui said, No, I'm afraid he won't be safe when he wakes up. I have a plan. I will call Wei Linchuan to the mansion tomorrow and tell the door not to let him back.
你家花园在隔壁，明日晚间取张梯子，爬上墙头。到了明日，拿张板凳街角扶你下来，岂不为妙？免得在大街往来，被人看出破绽来。
In your garden next door, get a ladder tomorrow night and climb up the wall. When tomorrow comes, wouldn't it be nice to get a bench to hold your feet and help you down? To avoid being spotted in the streets.
墙上来墙上去，神不知鬼不觉，哪个晓得你我二人之事？此刻快快回去。有诗为证：青竹蛇耳口，黄蜂尾上针。两般犹不夺。
People are walking up and down the wall without anyone noticing. Who knows what's going on between you and me? Go back quickly now. There is a poem to prove it: green bamboo, snake's mouth, wasp tail needle. Both are not poisonous.
最毒妇人心，看官，你道妇人中难道都是毒的吗？就没有几个贤惠而不毒的？不观史书所载，王昭君何藩北地，孟姜女哭倒长城。
The most poisonous woman's heart is judged by the judge. Are all women poisonous? Are there not many virtuous but not poisonous people? Regardless of what is recorded in the history books, Wang Zhaojun and Fan Beidi and Meng Jiangyu cried down the Great Wall.
处于机营中，自刎浣纱女抱石投江，难道4个古人心肠也是毒的？不是这个缘故。自古道，淫心最毒。 樊夫人淫心一生。
In the Chu Yuji camp, Huan Shanu committed suicide and threw herself into the river with rocks. Could it be that the four ancient people also had poisonous hearts? Not for this reason. It has been said since ancient times, the lustful heart is the most poisonous. Every woman has a lustful heart throughout her life.
不读者一读了，这叫做最毒妇人心。花文芳道：“蒙贤嫂重爱，只是叫我今夜如何耐法。”崔氏道：“今日是万万不能的。”
Even those who are not poisonous are poisonous. This is called the most poisonous woman's heart. Hua Wenfang said, Sister-in-law Meng Xian loves you so much, but how can I endure it tonight? Mrs. Chui said, Today is absolutely impossible.
花文芳无奈即将妇人搂抱，做了一刻干夫妻，方才撒手。于是闹人轻轻将门开了。花文芳哪里舍得出门，妇人将她向外一推。
Hua Wenfang had no choice but to hug the woman and made love to her for a moment before letting go. So Naoran gently opened the door. Hua Wenfang couldn't bear to go out, but the woman pushed him out.
把门紧闭正是，闭门各管窗前月，吩咐梅花自主张。崔氏悄悄回来，进房上床睡了不提。且说花文芳到了街上，黑洞洞的，好难行走。
Keeping the door tightly closed is exactly the same thing. Close the door and take care of the window for the month before, and tell the plum blossoms to make their own decisions. Mrs. Chui came back quietly, went into her room and went to bed. Let's talk about Hua Wenfang's arrival on the street. It was so dark that it was difficult to walk.
他生尝富贵之门，何尝走过黑路？只可贪花好色，到此时也说不得了，只得一步向前走去。不想脚下一滑，扑通一跤，倒于地下。
Did he go through a dark road in his journey to wealth? She could only be greedy for sex, but she couldn't say anything at this point, so she had to move forward. I didn't want to slip, and fell to the ground with a plop.
原来是一泡稀粪，跌了一身的屎，臭气难闻。莫奈何，爬起来，摸着墙根而走。摸了一会儿，到了自家门首，用手叩门。里面问道：
It turned out to be a pool of watery feces that had fallen all over the body, and the stench was unpleasant. Mo Naiha got up, touched the wall and walked away. After touching for a while, he reached the door of his house and knocked on the door with his hands. It asked,
是谁打门？花文芳在外边骂道：“该死的狗才，还不开门！”门公听的是大爷声音，慌忙将灯照弱，开了大门。花文芳进了大门。
Who's knocking on the door? Hua Wenfang cursed outside, Damn you bitch, you still haven't opened the door. Hearing the uncle's voice, the gatekeeper hurriedly illuminated the lamp and opened the door. Hua Wenfang entered the door.
门公闻见一阵臭味，将灯一照，只见大爷浑身都是灰尘，又见黑地里一人回来，不成模样，问道：“ 大爷为何这般光景？到哪里去的？
When the gatekeeper heard a stench, he turned the light on and saw that the uncle was covered in dust. He also saw a man coming back from the dark place, looking disfigured. He asked, "Why is the uncle in such a state? Where did he go?"
花文芳大声喝道：“该死的狗才，要你管吗？”竟往里边去了。门公好不没趣，将门关上。正是个人自扫门前雪，休管他人瓦上霜。
Hua Wenfeng shouted loudly, "You damn bitch, do you want to take care of me?" and looked inside. The gentleman was so bored that he closed the door, which was exactly what he said. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door, and don't worry about the frost on other people's tiles.
不表门公，且说花文芳来到书房，叫道：“有莲，快来！”那有莲已在榻上打盹，猛然听得大爷呼唤，慌忙爬将起来，走到文芳面前。
Not to mention the father-in-law, Hua Wenfeng came to the study and shouted, "Yu Lian, come quickly." Yu Lian was already dozing on the couch, and suddenly heard the uncle's call. He hurriedly got up and walked to Wenfeng.
一见大爷这般模样，问道：“大爷为何如此光景？”花文芳道：“都是你带累我吃这场大苦，险些儿性命不保。”
When she saw the uncle like this, she asked, "Why is the uncle in such a bad situation?" Hua Wenfeng said, "It's you who caused me to endure this great hardship, and I almost lost my life."
我吩咐你将魏临川关在书房，你为甚事放他出去？我几乎被他捉住，送了性命。有莲听了，笑道：“正是宁在花下死，做鬼也风流。”
I told you to lock Wei Linchuan in the study. Why did you let him out? I almost died when he caught me. After hearing this, Youlian smiled and said, "Would rather die under the flowers than be a ghost."
有莲又问道：“大爷怎样脱身回家？”花文芳道：“多亏妇人设谋定计，躲在床下，等他睡了，放我出来。走到街上，遇见一地烂狗屎。”
Youlian asked again, "How did the uncle get away and go home?" Hua Wenfeng said, "Thanks to the woman's plan. She hid under the bed and waited for him to fall asleep, then let me out. When I walked to the street, I met a lot of rotten dogs. Shit."
一滑跌了一身，你倒气也不气。有莲道：“小的去解手回来，那魏临川就不见了。大爷不消气，待我取些水来，大爷净手。”
He slipped and fell. "Are you angry or not?" Youlian said. The younger one went to relieve himself, and when he came back, Wei Linchuan was gone. "Sir, don't calm down. Wait for me to get some water and clean your hands."
忙忙带他脱下衣襟，取水净手已毕，换了衣襟。有莲又问道：“大爷是尝着妇人的滋味了？”文芳摇头道：“正待上床。”
He hurriedly took off his clothes and towel to get water to clean his hands. After finishing, he changed his clothes and towel. Youlian asked again, "Has the uncle tasted the taste of women?" Wenfeng shook his head and said, We are about to go to bed.
撞见他回来敲门，妇人约我明日晚上从墙头上过去。你可明日早些把魏林川关在书房，不可放他去。我到晚间过去。说毕。
I bumped into him when he came back and knocked on the door. The woman asked me to go over the wall tomorrow night. You can lock Wei Linchuan in the study early tomorrow and don't let him go. I'll go there in the evening. After that.
就在书房歇了，少不得将有莲全做妇人一回。次日早间，着有莲去请魏林川，来至门前，用手叩门。妇人与魏林川尚未起来，听见叩门。
Just resting in the study, I will have the right to be a woman for once. The next morning, Zhu Youlian went to invite Wei Linchuan. Come to the door and lock it with your hands. Before the woman and Wei Linchuan got up, they heard the door being knocked.
问妇人道：“何人叩门？”妇人也不睬他。魏林川道：“我与你说话，你为何不作声？”妇人道：“你这天杀的。”
He asked the woman, who's knocking on the door. The woman ignored him. Wei Linchuan asked, "Why didn't you say anything when I was talking to you?" The woman said, "You're a goddamn person."
不知在哪里吃了骚尿，回来拿着老娘撒酒疯，今日要说个明白。老娘一剪刀剪下头发，就往安堂去了。魏林川道。
I don't know where I ate stinky urine and I came back and drank so much that I went crazy. Today I want to make it clear. The old woman cut off her hair with scissors and went to the nunnery. Wei Linchuan said.
果然我昨日吃醉了，这叫做大人不计小事。自古道，君子必酒客，不要着恼。下次再如此，嫌妻骂也罢，打也罢。
Sure enough, I was drunk yesterday. This is called adults don't remember trivial matters. Since ancient times, a gentleman avoids drunkards. Don't be upset. Next time it happens again, a good wife may scold or beat her.
妇人忍不住笑将起来，你真是张灭骗嘴，哪个说得过你？魏林川道：“就是个死人，还要说活了你。”妇人一笑。
The woman couldn't help but laugh. You are really a talker. No one can say anything better than you. Wei Linchuan said, "You are a dead person, but you still claim to be alive." The woman smiled.
又听见叩门甚凶，魏林川忙叫小红开门，看是何人。崔氏道：“你好个当家人，叫这个小红开门。”唐遇着一个歹人走将进来。
He also heard a fierce knock on the door. Wei Linchuan hurriedly asked Xiaohong to open the door to see who it was. Mrs. Cui said, "You are a good person. Ask this Xiaohong to open the door. If you encounter a bad guy coming in."
将客做的东西拿去，那是怎处？你还不起来自己开门？魏林川道：“怎奈我昨日吃伤了酒，身子有些懒动。不然，你起来看是何人？”
Where do you take away the guests' belongings? Why don't you get up and open the door yourself? Wei Linchuan said, Unfortunately, I was injured by the drink yesterday and I feel a little lazy. Otherwise, get up and see who it is.
妇人道我不好去，清早上头不梳脸不洗，倘或是个生人，成何体统？魏临川只得穿了衣服，走了开门。见是花有莲，请进坐下。
The woman said, I can't go. I didn't comb my hair or wash my face in the morning. How would I behave if I were a stranger? Wei Linchuan had no choice but to put on his clothes and walked away to open the door. Seeing the flowers, please come in and sit down.
道大叔今日起得嫩早。花有莲道：因你昨天晚上溜回，大爷把我责罚一顿，今日叫我绝早请你过去。魏临川道：
Uncle got up very early today, Hua Youlian said. Because you sneaked back last night, Uncle punished me. Today I asked you to come over as early as possible. Wei Linchuan said.
你请坐一坐，我洗了脸去。花有莲道：你到我府中洗脸罢。拉他同行。魏临川叫小红关门，妇人大房听见，应声晓得。
Please sit down while I wash your face. Hua Youlian said, You go to my house and wash your face. She took him with her. Wei Linchuan asked Xiaohong to close the door, and the woman in the main room heard the response, I know.
不一时进了府门，来至书房，见花文芳，行过礼坐下。花文芳道：你好好昨日为何溜了回去？我大爷回来，不见了你。
After a while, he entered the mansion and came to the study. He saw Hua Wenfang, bowed and sat down. Hua Wenfang said, Hey, why did you sneak back yesterday? My uncle came back and didn't see you.
我就一夜不曾睡着。临川道：晚生回去也不曾合眼。文芳道：你为何不睡？临川道：坐着想主意。文芳道：
I haven't slept all night. Linchuan said, I haven't slept a wink since I went home late. Wenfang said, Why don't you sleep? Linchuan said, Sit and think about something. Wenfang said,
主意有了吗？快快说与我知道。临川道：待晚生洗过脸，吃些点心再说。文芳忙令魏临川说出害冯旭的主意。正是
Let me know if you have an idea. Linchuan said, Let me wait until Wansheng has washed his face and had some snacks. Wenfang quickly asked Wei Linchuan to reveal his idea of harming Feng Su. Exactly.
明枪容易躲，暗箭最难防。不知怎样害得冯旭，且听下回分解。第10回书房内，明修站到墙头上，暗度陈仓。
It is easier to dodge an open gun than a hidden arrow, and the most difficult to guard against. I don't know how to harm Feng Su. Let me explain next time. Chapter 10. Qinsong is secretly exposed on the wall of the plank road in the study room.
话说文芳问林川有何妙计能害冯旭，林川道：大爷要我献计不难，只要依着晚生用计便了。到了26日这日，是冯旭过礼到钱家去。
It is said that when Feng asked Lin Chuan if he had any clever plan that could harm Feng Su, Lin Chuan and said, "It's not difficult for the uncle to ask me to come up with a plan, as long as you follow the old man's plan." On the 26th, it was Feng Su who went to Qian's house to pay tribute.
大爷做了教导两家，恭喜正是恼人须在度，相见也何妨。如今他两家和稀，与他和好，除他疑心，渐入佳境，晚生自有妙策。
The uncle took a sedan chair and went to the two houses to congratulate him, just because he was worried. It would be no harm to meet each other. Now that his family is harmonious and reconciled with him, his suspicions have been eliminated, and he is gradually getting into a better situation. He has a wonderful plan for his later life.
大爷若不依晚生，另请高才计较。花文芳原是想他的婆娘，不如将计就计，把他软住在此，等我今晚与他老婆成就了再处。便道
If the uncle doesn't agree to be born later in life, he will hire someone more talented. Hua Wenfang originally thought about his mother-in-law. Why don't we use the trick and keep him here until I get married to his wife tonight? Sidewalk.
我大爷依你之计，只是不放你回家。魏林川道：大爷既肯依晚生，晚生岂敢不依大爷之命？又说了几句闲话。
My uncle is following your plan but not letting you go home. Wei Linchuan said, since the uncle is willing to be born in the late period, how dare he not obey the orders of the late student? After a few more gossips.
只见书童摆下饭菜，二人用毕。花文芳望见日光尚早，想到老天，老天，往日不觉就晚了，今日如何还不晚？叫过有莲，附耳道
I saw the boys setting out the food and the two of them finished eating. Hua Wenfang saw the daylight and it was still early, and thought, oh my God, it was already too late before I knew it. Why is it not too late today?
如此，有莲点头，知道。看看天晚，花文芳吩咐拿酒，书童摆下酒肴，吃了2、3杯。有莲道：就老爷这人来请大爷说话。
So pitifully nodded, I know. It was late at night. Hua Wenfang ordered to bring wine, and the book boy served food and wine. After eating 2 or 3 glasses, Yu Lian said, my uncle sent someone to invite me to speak.
就要过去，花文芳道：小德，先拿饭来吃。书童连忙送上饭。文芳吃毕，道：老魏，你且慢慢饮，等我回来陪你。林川道
Hua Wenfang was about to go over and said, I know, bring me some food first. The book boy quickly brought the food. After Wenfang finished eating, he said, Old Wei, please drink slowly and wait until I come back to accompany you. Lin Chuan said,
大爷请便随即起身去了。按教有莲吩咐门上不许放魏林川出去， 又叫人取张梯子放在花园墙边。花有莲答应，不一时，有莲走来。
Please, uncle, I got up and left immediately. I secretly asked Yulian to tell the door not to let Wei Linchuan out, and asked someone to get a ladder and place it by the garden wall. Hua Yulian agreed, and after a while, Yulian came over.
回到那张梯子，小人拿不动。文芳道：“叫别人拿。”有莲道：“他们都不在花园。”文芳道：“我同你二人拿去。”走到花园。
He replied, "The little man can't lift that ladder." Wenfang said, "Ask someone else to take it." Yulian said, "They are not in the garden." Wenfang said, "You and I will take it, garden."
费了许多气力，方才将梯子竖起，取了一块石子在手，吩咐有莲去罢。花文芳爬上梯子，上了墙头，将石子向他房上一丢。
It took a lot of effort to put the ladder up, took a stone in his hand, and told Yulian, "Go." Hua Wenfang climbed up the ladder, went up to the wall, and threw the stone towards her room.
只听得咕噜噜滚将下去，不一时，见黑影中妇人爬上晒台来。台上放了一条板凳靠墙，口中说道：“你可奠定了脚，看仔细些。”
I heard the sound of the bones rolling down. After a while, I saw a woman in the shadow climbing up to the terrace. A bench was placed on the stage against the wall, and he said, "You can put your feet firmly on the ground and look carefully."
慢慢下来拉你文芳道：“你可扶稳了。”战战兢兢爬过墙头，接着板凳挪下来，二人携手下了晒台。进的房门，只见房中高烧银烛。
Wenfang slowly came down and pulled you down, saying, "You can hold me steady." She climbed over the wall cautiously, then the bench moved down, and the two of them joined hands and got off the terrace. Entering the door, I saw a silver candle burning high in the room.
花文芳做了一个揖道：“那个小丫鬟不见吗？”妇人道：“先去睡了。”文芳道：“既蒙嫂嫂垂爱，万望早复佳期。”妇人道：
Hua Wenfang bowed and said, "Is that little maid missing?" The woman said, "Go to bed first." Wenfang said, "Since my sister-in-law loves me so much, I hope to get married soon." The woman said,
何须着急，有句话说个明白。倘你日后娶有妻房，将妾身放于何地？花文芳道：“小生何能负尊嫂今日之情？”妇人道：
"Why worry? Let me explain it clearly. If you marry and have a wife in the future, where will you put my concubine?" Hua Wenfang said, "How can I live up to my sister-in-law's feelings today?" The woman said,
你口说无凭，需要发个事儿，我才肯信。文芳连忙跪倒尘埃，道：“老天在上，弟子花文芳若负了崔氏今日之情。”
"You said that you don't need to swear an oath for me to believe it." Wenfang quickly knelt down to the dust and said, "By God, if my disciple Hua Wenfang fails to live up to Chui's love today,
叫我死于万箭之下。崔氏将文芳扶起，道：“愿君转祸成样。”看官，花文芳只说赌个究，藤咒，谁知后来果成其言，此事后话不提。
I was told to die under 10,000 swords. Cui helped Wenfang up and said, I hope you will turn the disaster around. Looking at the official, Hua Wenfang only said it was a gamble. He cursed her with pain, but who knew that his words would turn out to be true? This is another topic.
且说花文芳急欲上床，崔氏道：“且慢，你我有缘，妾身志得一杯水洒，与你同饮一杯。”文芳道：“何须如此？”
Let's talk about Hua Wenfang who wants to go to bed. Cui said, Wait a minute, you and I are destined to have a cup of water sprinkled on my body, and I will drink a cup with you. Wenfang said, Why is it like this?
那妇人亲自摆下6个小菜，1壶暖酒，2副杯筷，请文芳上座，吃了2杯酒。文芳在灯下观看妇人，3杯酒下肚，脸上红里泛白。
The woman personally placed 6 side dishes, a pot of warm wine, and 2 pairs of cups and chopsticks, and invited Wenfang to sit down and have 2 glasses of wine. Wenfang watched the woman under the lamp. After 3 glasses of wine, her face turned red and white.
哪有心肠吃酒起身，将妇人抱到床上。正是云鬓蓬松起战场，花园锦簇步刀枪。手忙脚乱高低半，唇舌相将吞吐忙。
How could he have the heart to drink and get up and carry the woman to the bed? Exactly. The fluffy clouds on the temples appear on the battlefield, and the gardens are covered with swords and spears. His hands and feet are stumbling around in a hurry, and his lips and tongue are hesitant to speak.
说不尽他2人万种温柔，百般欢畅，不觉漏下5更。正是欢娱嫌夜短，寂寞恨更长。妇人见天色微明，催文芳起来，赶早过去。
There are countless tendernesses and joys between the 2 of them, but they miss the 5th watch unknowingly. It is precisely this: joy is too short for the night, but loneliness is too long. When the woman saw that the sky was getting dim, she urged Wenfang to get up and go there early.
今日晚上早些过来。文芳起身，穿了衣服，慌慌忙忙爬上晒台。妇人送上台，便扶住板凳，道：“好生过去罢，不可失约。”文芳道：
Wenfang got up earlier this evening, put on her clothes, and hurriedly climbed onto the terrace. When the woman came to the stage, she held on to the bench and said, Let this life pass. Don't break the promise. Wenfang said,
不必叮咛，慢慢走过墙头，接着梯子下去，走到自己房中去，睡到晌午方才起来。花有莲进来，道：“大爷，如今是相思如愿了。”
Don't tell me. I walked slowly across the wall, then went down the ladder, walked to my room, and slept until noon. I didn't get up until noon. Hua Youlian came in and said, Uncle, now my lovesickness has come true.
文芳道：“我不瞒你说， 今晚他还约我过去。胡修重叙，书中要爽快为妙。花文芳自此夜夜过去，非止一日，堪至26日。
Wen Fang said, "I'll be honest with you, she invited me over tonight. It's better to retell the story in a relaxed way." Hua Wenfang passed by every night from then on, not just one day. It lasted until the 26th.
却是冯旭行聘之妻魏临川催花文芳恭喜前冯两家，花文芳只得依他坐了轿子登堂拜贺。家丁拿着名帖先到冯家，传进名帖。
But it was during Feng Su's appointment that Wei Linchuan urged Hua Wenfang to congratulate the Qian and Feng families. Hua Wenfang had no choice but to obey him, sit on the sedan chair, and go to the hall to congratulate him. The servant first went to Feng's house with the name card and handed it in.
下叫冯旭道：“一向少来奉候。”文芳道：“彼此少情。”茶毕，文芳起身。冯旭道：“花兄为何匆匆而行？”文芳道
After getting off the sedan chair, Feng Su said, "I rarely come here to wait for you." Wen Fang said, "We don't have much love for each other." After tea, Wen Fang stood up. Feng Su said, "Brother Hua, why are you walking in such a hurry?" Wen Fang said,
小弟还要到前兄那边贺喜冯旭送出大门。花文芳来到钱家，依然登堂。钱林邀他坐下，献茶。文芳笑嘻嘻地道
"My younger brother still has to go to Brother Qian's place to congratulate Feng Su for sending him out." Hua Wenfang came to Qian's house and still came to the hall. Qian Lin invited him to sit down and offered tea. Wenfang said with a smile,
小弟方才在令亲那边恭喜大礼尚未过来。钱林道：“月老尚未过去。”文芳即便告辞回府，这且不言，单讲汤彪见花文芳来。
"My little brother just came over to congratulate you and the gift has not come yet?" Qian Lin said, "Yu Lao hasn't passed yet." Even if Wen Fang said goodbye and went back home, it wouldn't matter. When Tang Biao saw Hua Wenfang, he
笑道：“一向不见儿，想他心中为此婚姻之事，今日为何反来恭喜？”冯旭道：“他原是小弟好友，心中虽恼，不好不来。”说毕，
he smiled and said, "I've always been absent. I wonder why he came to congratulate you on this marriage in his heart today." Feng Su said, "He is my younger brother's best friend. Although he is upset, he doesn't come if it's not good." After that,
只见朱辉到了，众人见礼，冯旭称谢道：“又惊动老伯抬驾，遂邀潼关大礼。”朱辉逐一看过，人服已齐，两边吹打。
Zhu Hui arrived and everyone was greeted by the ceremony. Feng Su thanked him and said, "I've alarmed the old man again." Then he invited everyone to watch the ceremony. Zhu Hui looked at them one by one. The husband and wife were all gathered together, playing music on both sides.
家人挂红，一盒一盒捧出街坊上人争看，好不热闹。城中近身大人凡有相识，与那些三学朋友聚到两家恭贺。
Family members hang up boxes of red flowers and hold them out for the neighbors to watch, which is quite lively. Anyone who knows the gentry in the city will come to the two houses to congratulate them, as well as those friends from the three schools of thought.
哪个不知冯旭与千林家做亲两家俱是车马填门。等到李泌回来时，冯旭这人下帖请酒，便问汤彪：“文芳可请他一声，不来就罢了。”
Who doesn't know that Feng Zhu's marriage to Qian Lin's family is filled with carriages and horses? When he came back after the ceremony, Feng Su asked Tang Biao, "Can Wenfang invite him? If he doesn't come, that's fine."
汤彪点头道：“是。”且说花文芳回到书房，正在告诉林川到两家去的情景，忽见门公拿着名帖来到，冯相公这人来请酒。
Tang Biao nodded and said, "Yes." Hua Wenfang returned to the study and was telling Lin Chuan about going to the two houses. Suddenly she saw the gentleman coming with a name card and saying, "Mr. Feng is here to invite you to drink."
魏林川接过来看，写的是集武敌之后光，下写着卷同学弟冯旭顿首拜。魏林川道：“我正要他来请大爷复习，我好用计。”
Wei Linchuan took it and looked at it. It read, "I will wash my hands at noon and wait for the light." Below it was written, "Feng Shuduan, my classmate, bows down to me." Wei Linchuan said, "I was just asking him to invite the uncle to the banquet. I am good at using tricks."
文芳一言到了晚间，径自去复习，暂且不言。再言花太太府中有个丫鬟，名叫春英，生得有7、8分人才，今年18岁了。
Wenfang followed her words and went to the banquet by herself in the evening, saying nothing for the time being. Besides, there is a maid in Mrs. Hua's house named Chunying. She was born with a talent of 70 to 80%. She is 18 years old this year.
也是文芳与他做些不尴不尬的事。文芳自从与崔氏勾搭上了，哪有心情理他？每晚间私走出来寻花文芳。
It was Wenfang who did something not embarrassing with her. Since Wenfang hooked up with Mr. Cui, how could she be in the mood to care about her? Every night I go out privately to look for beautiful flowers.
常看见魏林川终日在书房与大爷交头接耳说话，心中想到，今日大爷往冯家吃酒去了，花有莲自然跟去。趁此无人。
I often see Wei Linchuan whispering to the uncle in the study all day long and thinking to himself, "Today the uncle went to Feng's house to have a drink, so Hua Youlian naturally followed. While there is no one here."
不免到书房与魏林川一会，免我胡思乱想。忙去擦擦粉，换了一件干净衣服，悄悄一人走至书房门首，往里一张，却静悄悄不见一人。
I can't help but go to the study room and spend some time with Wei Linchuan to avoid my random thoughts. I hurriedly applied powder, changed into clean clothes, and quietly walked to the door of the study room. When I looked in, I saw no one quietly.
他就走进门来，只见魏林川修在榻上打盹，走向身旁，用手轻轻在他身上一摸，道：“魏相公，你好睡呀。”魏林川惊醒。
She walked in and saw Wei Linchuan taking a nap on the couch. She walked to her side, touched him gently with her hand, and said, "Ms. Wei, you sleep well." Wei Linchuan woke up with a start.
看见个丫鬟站在面前，生的倒也不丑，忙站起身来，问道：“姐姐到此有何贵干？”春英见他问，无言回答，只得问道。
Seeing a maid standing in front of her who was not ugly at all, she quickly stood up and asked, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Chunying saw him asking, but had no words to answer, so she could only ask.
你为何终日在此宿歇都不回家？家中娘子可不想你吗？喂，林川乃是酒惯走风月的人，见他如此说来，心上便自明白，答道：
Why do you stay here all day long and never go home? Doesn't my wife miss you? Wei Linchuan is a man who has been used to wandering around for a long time. When he saw what she said, he understood in his heart and replied,
我原要想回去，无奈你家大爷不肯放我回去，把我一人关作书房，寂寞不过。春英道：你既然寂寞，何不寻个人陪你玩耍？
I wanted to go back, but your uncle refused to let me go back, so he kept me in the study alone. I couldn't be more lonely. Chunying said, Since you are lonely, why don't you find someone to play with you?
林川道：蒙姐姐垂爱，就请姐姐陪我玩耍玩耍。说罢，便抱着春英不放。春英道：恐有人来，不当稳便，便忙去将灯吹灭。
Linchuan said, I love you so much, so please play with me. After saying that, he hugged Chunying tightly. Chunying said, I'm afraid someone will come, so I won't do it safely. Then he hurriedly blew out the lamp.
他二人就在榻上做起事来，不言他二人欢愉。且说花有莲见大爷到冯家去吃酒，心中想到，魏林川的老婆自从那日一见。
The two of them just started working on the couch without saying anything about having fun. Moreover, when Hua Youlian saw his uncle going to Feng's house to have a drink, he thought to himself, Wei Linchuan's wife has been so beautiful ever since we met that day.
怎么心中放他不下连日？我家大爷夜夜过去，他好不受用。我欲要过去，怕的是我家大爷晓得。且喜今晚大爷不在家。
Why can't I let her go in my heart? My uncle has been going over there every night for days and nights. Isn't it useful to him? I want to go there, but what I'm afraid of is that my uncle will know. I'm glad that uncle is not at home tonight.
我将大爷的衣服穿了，装作大爷，悄悄爬上墙去。黑夜偷情，谁分真假？主意已定，忙取了大爷的衣襟换了，悄悄走至花园梯旁。
I put on the uncle's clothes and pretended to be an uncle, climbed up the wall quietly, and had an affair at night, no one could tell the truth. Having made up her mind, she quickly took the uncle's clothes and changed them, then quietly walked to the garden ladder.
他就拾起一块鹅卵石，藏在袖内，慢慢爬上墙头。黑暗之中，睁睛一看，只见那边有个晒台，却不甚高，欲要下去，无奈又矮，想到。
He picked up a pebble and hid it in his sleeve and slowly climbed up the wall. In the darkness, I opened my eyes and saw a balcony over there, but it was not very high. I wanted to get down, but I was helpless and short. I thought,
不知大爷怎么下去，袖中将石子往他屋上一丢，只听得咕噜噜滚将下去。崔氏正叫小红灶前取水去，在房中等水洗做脚。
I don't know how the uncle got down, threw the pebbles in his sleeves at her house, and heard the sound of bones rolling down. Mrs. Chui was telling Xiaohong to get water in front of the stove, and waited for the water in the room to wash her feet.
听见石子滚下，心中想到，今日为何来得嫩早？心思小红未曾去睡，忙唤小红，你且去睡吧。小红道：娘子洗做脚。
Hearing the stones rolling down, he thought to himself, why did you come so early today? Xiaohong was thinking about it and had not gone to bed, so she hurriedly called, Xiaohong, please go to bed. Xiaohong said, Madam, wash your feet.
水未到呢，娘子道，水留在房中，我还要洗洗脚。你先睡去。小红答应一声便走，走向厢房去。不料花有莲在墙头等了一会儿。
The water was not poured yet, but the lady said, the water is still in the room, and I still want to wash my feet? You go to bed first. Xiaohong agreed and left, heading to the side room. Unexpectedly, Hua Youlian waited at the wall for a while.
不见动静，想到我的符咒不灵，又将袖子内5、6块石子一齐灌下，响的一声，小红大叫起来道：娘子，不好了，屋上有贼。
Seeing no movement, he thought, my spell doesn't work. Then he knocked down 5 or 6 stones from his sleeves, making a loud noise. Xiaohong shouted, Madam, it's not good. There is a thief in the house.
唬得花有莲在墙上慌了手脚，不知后事如何，且听下回分解。第11回，武宗爷钦点主考，花容玉相辅降梦。
Hua Youlian was so frightened that he panicked on the wall and didn't know what happened next. Let's listen to the next chapter. Chapter 11. Mr. Wu Zong personally ordered the examiner Hua Rongius dream in the Prime Minister's mansion.
且言花有莲在墙头上听见下面说道有贼，他就唬得战战兢兢，欲待下去。怎奈在梯子上手脚都唬软了。又听见妇人道：“不是贼。”
Hua Youlian was on the wall when he heard the following saying, There is a thief. He was so frightened that he wanted to stay down. But his hands and feet were weak on the ladder. He also heard the woman say, It's not a thief.
是野猫睁大你可睡去。花有莲听见，方才放心。妇人慌忙在水盆里起来，连忙爬上晒台。花有莲在黑影中看见妇人上了台来。
It's a wild cat fighting for you to sleep. Hua Youlian was relieved after hearing this. The woman hurriedly got up in the basin and quickly climbed onto the terrace. Hua Youlian saw the woman coming up to the terrace in the dark shadow.
好不欢喜妇人将板凳端了来，低低说道：“冤家，为何来得这般着急？”就灌下许多石子。小红尚未睡，认你是贼，喊叫起来。
The woman was so unhappy that she brought the bench over and said in a low voice, "My enemy, why are you here in such a hurry?" So I threw down a lot of stones. Xiao Hong was not asleep yet. He thought you were a thief and started shouting.
我在房中洗脚手，忙得我开也开不干，上来接你。花有莲也不作声，将凳垫着脚。妇人将他扶下来，道：“我同你在台上坐坐。”
I was washing my feet in the room and my hands were so busy that I couldn't even wipe them dry. Come up to pick you up. Hua Youlian remained silent and put his feet on the stool. The woman helped him down and said, "I'm on the stage with you. Sit, sit."
等小红睡熟，再到房中去。花有莲暗喜，同妇人一板凳坐下，用手就将妇人抱住，摸了一会儿。哪里忍得住，况在黑地里。
Wait for Xiaohong to sleep soundly before going to the room. Hua Youlian was secretly happy. He sat down on the same bench as the woman, hugged her with his hands and touched her for a while. He couldn't bear it anymore. He was in the dark.
那妇人怎分真假，也就凭他了。不一时，云散雨收，妇人携手下台，来到房中，灯下一看，大惊道：“你不是花公子，却是何人？”
It's up to him how the woman distinguishes between true and false. After a while, the clouds dispersed and the rain cleared. The women joined hands and came off the stage. They came to the room, looked under the lamp, and were shocked. You are not a playboy, but who are you?
有莲道：“嫂嫂，你难道认不得我了？我是花有莲。”妇人道：“你为何这般打扮？”有莲道：“自从那日到你家来，见了嫂嫂尊容。”
Youlian said, "Sister-in-law, don't you recognize me? I am Hua Youlian." The woman asked, "Why are you dressed like this?" Youlian said, "Since that day when I came to your house and saw my sister-in-law."
回去告诉我家大爷，你们如今好不受用。今日大爷衣襟在房，我就拿他的穿了来陪你，恐失了你的约。妇人听见，不觉叹了一声气。
Go back and tell my uncle how useful you are now. My uncle's clothes are in the room today, so he'll wear his clothes to accompany you. I'm afraid I'll miss your appointment. When the woman heard this, she sighed.
倒也是我命犯桃花。细把有莲观看，比文芳更加俊俏。于是复将她抱上床，重整旗腔对阵不表。
He said, "It's my fate to commit peach blossoms." Shibao looked at him with pity, and he was even more handsome than Wenfang, so he put him on the bed again and reorganized the flag and gun battle without showing off.
且言魏临川在书房内与春英云散语，收春英道：“你不要回去，我每晚来陪你。”临川答应后，春英回到后边去了。临川掌起灯来。
It is said that Wei Linchuan was in the study with Chunying. Chunying said, "Don't go back. I will accompany you every night." After Linchuan agreed, Chunying returned to the back. Linchuan held up a lamp.
正欲脱衣，听见文芳叫道：“老魏，可曾睡呢？”临川答道：“方才上床。”文芳道：“有话明日说罢。”转身竟往花网系挂着妇人。
Just as he was about to take off his clothes, he heard Wenfang call out, "Old Wei, have you slept?" Linchuan replied, "I just went to bed." Wenfang said, "If you have anything to say, we'll talk about it tomorrow." He turned around and went to the flower net to remember the woman.
走至梯子旁边，拾起石子，爬上3、5层，不觉酒涌上来，心中一想：今日倒有2更余天，只怕他等不得，我也自睡了。只是失他之约。
I walked to the ladder, picked up the stones, and climbed up to the 3rd or 5th floor. Unconsciously, I felt the wine pouring down on me. I thought to myself, there are 2 more days left today. I'm afraid she won't be able to wait and I'll sleep on my own. I just broke her promise.
玉带见曰：“无奈酒多吃了几杯，手足软了，不是当耍的，性命要紧。”转念间说道：“不过去的为上，到明日赔个小心就是了。”
Wanting to keep the promise, I had no choice but to drink a few more glasses, and my hands and feet became soft. This was not a joke, my life was at stake. After a second thought, he said, "It's better to not go there, just stay with me and be careful tomorrow."
玄又爬下梯来，回到自己房中睡了。且说花府有个马夫，叫做季坤，原是山西太原府人，今在花府做个马夫，性直兼有气力。
Xian climbed down the stairs again and went back to his room to sleep. Let's say that there is a groom in Huafu named Ji Kuan. He was originally from Taiyuan Prefecture in Shaanxi Province. Now he works as a groom in Huafu. He is both upright and energetic.
花文芳见他有些胆气，就叫他夜间前后保护巡查。即走到花园，见张梯子竖着，设有不测，岂不是我的干系？忙把梯子放倒。
Hua Wenfang saw that he was a little brave and asked him to protect and patrol at night. When he walked to the garden, he saw a ladder standing upright. If there is any accident, wouldn't it be my fault? He quickly put the ladder down.
又到别处巡查去了。且说花有莲与妇人狂了半夜，不觉睡着，听得金鸡3唱，2人惊醒，睁眼一看，天已大亮，忙忙爬起，穿好衣服。
He went on inspection elsewhere and said that Hua Yulian had been crazy with the woman for half the night and fell asleep unconsciously. Hearing the golden rooster singing 3 times, the 2 of them woke up. When they opened their eyes, they saw that it was already broad daylight. They hurriedly got up and got dressed.
2人同登晒台上的板凳，伏在墙头往下一望，叫道：“怎么好？”妇人见道，为何着急？有莲道：“不知哪个将梯子放倒。”
The 2 of them climbed onto the bench on the balcony, leaned on the wall, looked down, and shouted, "What's the best?" The woman asked, "Why are you so anxious?" Yulian said, "I don't know who put the ladder down."
如何下去？妇人道：“你快下来，我开门与你去。迟了恐有人行走，不当稳便。”2人复又下晒台来。妇人先开门，望街上。
How to get down? The woman said, "Come down quickly, I will open the door and go with you. If you are late, someone may be walking, you will not be safe." The 2 came down to the terrace again. The woman opened the door first and looked out onto the street.
幸喜还早不见一人行走，叫道：“冤家，快走吧。”有莲道：“嫂嫂，我若得便，就过来陪你。”妇人将头点了几点。
Xingxi had not seen anyone walking for a long time, so he called out, "Enemies, please leave quickly." Yulian said, "Sister-in-law, if I can, I will come over to accompany you." The woman nodded her head a few times.
有莲紧3步出了他家门正室，双手劈开生死路，翻身跳出是非门。妇人见花有莲去了，关起大门，回房安睡不表。且说花有莲走到府门，
Yulian walked out of her house in 3 tight steps, splitting the road between life and death with both hands, turned over and jumped out of the door of right and wrong. The woman saw that Hua Yulian had left, closed the door, and went back to her room to sleep peacefully. Let's talk about Hua Yulian walking to the door of the house.
见大门已开场，门公坐在凳上，手中捧着茶碗，在那里吃茶，心中想到：我穿的是大爷的衣服，怎的进去？左思右想，并无主意。
Seeing that the gate was open, the factory gatekeeper was sitting on a stool, holding a tea bowl in his hand, eating tea there. He thought to himself, "I am wearing Uncle's clothes, how can I get in?" I thought about it, but I had no idea.
见门公呆呆坐着也不起，只得硬若头皮，待我撞个本腔，将袖子遮脸，直向里闯。那个门公认得大爷衣服，连忙站起，叫声。
Seeing that the gatekeeper was sitting dumbly and unable to get up, he had no choice but to say, "Wait for me to hit my gun, cover my face with my sleeves, and rush in." The gatekeeper got the old man's clothes, stood up quickly, and shouted.
大爷多早出去，小人没曾看见，连人也不带一个，从哪里回来？花有莲见门公如此说法，忍不住笑的一声笑将起来。门公细看，
How early did the uncle go out? I never saw him. He didn't even take anyone with him. Where did he come back from? Hua Youlian couldn't help laughing when she saw what her father said. The gatekeeper took a closer look.
方知是书童花有莲门公正色道：“你为何大胆穿大爷衣服？清早从哪里回来？”说得明白，放你进去，如若扯谎，我就回禀大爷。
It turned out that it was a scholar, Hua Youlian, who just said sternly, "Why do you dare to wear uncle's clothes? Where did you come back from so early in the morning? To be clear, I will let you in. If you lie, I will report it to uncle."
有莲陪笑道：“伯伯，且请息怒，听我奉告。我们伙伴今日起来甚早，大爷尚在安寝，我等在书房无事。”他们众人道
You smiled sympathetically and said, "Uncle, please calm down and listen to my advice. Our friends got up very early today, and the uncle is still sleeping peacefully. I was waiting in the study with nothing to do, and they all said,
若有人家穿了大爷的衣襟，从街上回来，门公道：“你多早出去的？”有莲道：“我出去时，伯伯低着头扫地，我就溜了出去。”
If someone comes back from the street wearing the uncle's clothes, it's fair to say, "How early did you go out?" Yulian said, "When I went out, my uncle lowered his head and swept the floor, so I slipped out."
门公道：“下次不可儿戏。倘或大爷晓得，那时都有不是。”有莲道：“你说的一些不差。”说毕，一溜烟跑进去了，把大爷衣服脱下。
The gentleman said, "Next time, don't be trivial. If the uncle knew about it, it would be wrong at that time." Yulian said, "What you said is not bad." After saying that, he ran in quickly. "Take off your uncle's clothes."
折好了放在原处。见大爷尚未起身，心中稍安不言。且说门公坐在凳上左思右想，怎么一个人出去我就没有看见？
Fold it and put it in its original place. Seeing that the uncle hadn't gotten up yet, he felt a little at ease. Let's say that the gatekeeper was sitting on the stool and thinking about it. How come I didn't see a person when he went out alone?
可见我有了几岁年纪，眼目昏花，渐渐无用。下次需要存神。按下不表，话分两头。且言常万卿向汤彪道
It can be seen that as I age, my eyesight becomes dim and gradually becomes useless. You need to be careful next time. I don't want to express it. The words can be divided into two parts. Chang Wanqing said to Tang Biao,
俺本待要娶了地妇，再往南海，怎奈及期尚早，不若先去潮山进香，回来再吃喜酒罢。不知汤贤弟意下如何？汤彪道：“弟也要反射。”
I was planning to marry my brother-in-law and then go to the South China Sea, but the auspicious date is too early. Why not go to the mountain to offer incense first and then have a wedding banquet when I come back? I wonder what Tang Xian's brother wants. Tang Biao said, "My brother also wants to return home."
拜过家母看，再来弟当同行。万顷大喜，冯旭只得置酒饯行。次日，雇下船只，带了家丁，往金华府而来。
After paying homage to my mother, I came to see my younger brother as my companion. Wan Qing was overjoyed. Feng Su had no choice but to buy wine for a farewell party. The next day, he hired a boat and brought his servants to Jinhua Mansion.
下回书中自有2位英雄交代话分两头。且言武宗爷那日正逢早朝，天子登殿，文武官员朝贺，正是从来不识诗书礼。
In the next chapter of the book, there will be 2 heroes talking about the 2 sides. It is said that Mr. Wuzong was in the early morning court that day. The emperor came to the palace and civil and military officials congratulated him. Exactly, I have never understood the etiquette of poetry and calligraphy.
今日方知天子尊朝贺已毕，王开金口问道：“诸卿有事出班启奏，无事朝散言还未了。”只见文班中闪出一人，俯伏金阶。
Today we found out that the emperor had finished paying his respects to the court. The king opened his mouth and asked, "If you have business, please go out to play. If you have nothing to do, go to court." Before he could finish his words, a man appeared from the literary class and fell down on the golden steps.
启奏道：“臣有本面奏圣前。”天子向下一望，却是文华殿大学士沈谦。天子道：“卿有何奏？”沈谦道：“日下场期将近。”
The emperor said, "I have my true self and am presenting before the holy emperor." The emperor looked down and saw Shen Qian, the great scholar of Wenhua Palace. The emperor said, "What do you have to say?" Shen Qian said, "The end of the day is approaching."
天下举子纷纷而来，望陛下钦点大主考。天子准奏，提起御笔，点了武英殿大学土花荣誉为大主考。花荣誉谢恩，天子袍袖一展。
Scholars from all over the world come to see His Majesty appoint the chief examiner. The emperor accurately played, picked up the imperial pen, and named Rongyu, a native of Wyingdian University, as the chief examiner. Scholars from all over the world come to see His Majesty appoint the chief examiner. The emperor accurately played, picked up the imperial pen, and named Rongyu, a native of Wyingdian University, as the chief examiner. Hua Rongyu thanked him. The emperor showed his sleeves.
群臣皆散，且言花太师回到自己府中，各官闻之，花太师点了大主考，齐来相辅道喜。花荣誉一一迎送，晚间摆酒，请何朝大臣。
All the ministers dispersed and Grand Master Yan Hua returned to his mansion. When all the officials heard that Grand Master Hua had ordered the chief examination, they all came to the Prime Minister's mansion to express their congratulations. Flowers, Rongyu and jade were sent off one by one. In the evening, wine was served and all the ministers were invited.
当日酒宴席散，夜间得起一梦。天明，吩咐堂后官将降梦官传来，掌管答应。 不多时，降梦官参见。花荣遇道：“老夫夜得一梦。”
After the banquet that day, I had a dream at night. At dawn, he ordered the waiting officer to send the dream monitoring official to the person in charge, and the person in charge agreed. Not long after, the dream official will see you. Hua Rongyu said, I had a dream at night.
不知主和吉凶降梦官道：“相爷所梦何来？”花荣遇道：“老夫梦见带领多人郊外出猎，到一林子，看见2棵树，想到
I don't know the Lord's good or bad luck. The official asked in the dream, Where did the Prime Minister's dream come from? Hua Rongyu said, I dreamed that I was leading many people to go hunting in the countryside. When I went to a forest, I saw 2 trees and thought,
此林内必有野兽吩咐摆下围场。猛然见一个白鹅吊睛老虎跳江出来，从人四散，张牙舞扑，直奔老夫。老夫急了。
There must be a wild beast in this forest who is ordered to set up an enclosure. Suddenly I saw a tiger with a white forehead and dazzling eyes jumping out. It dispersed from the crowd, bared its teeth and danced, and only ran towards me. I was anxious.
将坐下马加了2边，飞跑前去。南虎随后赶着，堪堪赶上，照着老夫身上一拍。老夫大叫一声：“我命休矣！”不觉惊醒。
He whipped his horse twice and galloped forward. The male tiger then hurried and caught up, taking a shot at the old man. The old man shouted, My life is at stake. I woke up unexpectedly.
乃是南柯一梦降梦官听了，寻思一会儿，禀道：“相爷此梦十分凶恶，小官不敢实禀。”花荣遇道：“你且直说，老夫恕你无罪。”
It was a dream in Nank. After listening to it, the dream official thought for a while and reported, The Prime Minister's dream is very evil, and the junior official dare not report it. Hua Rongyu said, Speak directly, I forgive you.
降梦官只得说出梦中之事，也不知说出些什么言语。正是青龙与白虎同行，吉凶是全然未晓。要知后事如何，且听下回分解。第12回。
The dream detailer had no choice but to tell what happened in the dream, but he didn't know what words to say. It was exactly, the green dragon and the white tiger walked together, and the good and bad things were completely unknown. If you want to know what happens next, let's listen to the explanation in the next chapter. Chapter 12.
林正国触肩投水，徐弘基进香，还朝话说降梦官禀道：据小官详来，一个树林只有2棵大树，树者木也；二树者即双木也，双木者。
Lin Zhenghua committed rape and threw himself into the water. Su Hongji offered incense and reported to the official Meng Guan. According to the official, there are only 2 big trees in a forest. A tree means a tree. 2 trees means a double tree. A double tree means a double tree.
岂不是个林字眼猛虎者，即此人也。赶来是要伤相爷性命， 需要小心提防暗害相也。花荣誉道：哪有此事？
Isn't he a man whose character is also called a tiger? This person is here to hurt the Prime Minister's life, so we need to be careful of plotting against the Prime Minister. Hua Rongyu said, How can this happen?
身为一人之下，万人之上，怕什么姓林的？我去年曾害了太常寺林粲性命，莫非他有了子侄前来复考？恐怕一朝得地，皇上恩宠。
As someone who is inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people, why should he be afraid of someone named Lin? I killed Lin Kan of Taichung Temple last year. Could it be that he has a nephew who came to take the exam? I'm afraid that once I get the first prize, the emperor will favor me.
要报前仇，亦未可知，不可不防。我自有主意，到了那日，点名时留神，若有姓林的，不取他人场便了。到了头场这日，
It is impossible to avenge the past, so we must take precautions. I have my own idea. On that day, I will pay attention during the roll call. If there is anyone named Lin, I will not take advantage of others. On the day of the first show,
花太师清晨做了大轿，摆旗执事，两边吹打。刚到茶院门，放了3炮。进了茶院，升了大座，这些人连的官儿都在辕门伺候。
in the early morning, Master Hua sat in a big sedan chair and lined up the deacons, playing music on both sides. As soon as they arrived at the procuratorate gate, 3 cannons were fired. After entering the procuratorate and rising to the throne, all these officials were waiting at the gate.
花太师吩咐开门，只听得大炮3声，两边吹打，把茶院门开了。入帘官进来参谒，即便开典。点名已毕，各归本房。
Grand Master Hua ordered the door to be opened, only to hear 3 cannon blasts, and blowing from both sides to open the gate of the Chaoyuan. The official who entered the curtain came in to attend the ceremony, even if it was open. The roll call has been completed. Everyone returns to his own room.
然后将各府州县举人册子献上花太师，逐一细看，看到浙江金华府有一举人，姓林名张。再看别处颇多不是双目，心中暗想。
Then he presented the rolls of candidates from various prefectures and counties to Hua Taisher and looked at them one by one. He saw that there was a candidate in Jinhua Prefecture in Zhejiang, whose surname was Lin Mingzhang. Looking elsewhere, there were many people who were not Shuangmu, and he thought to himself,
当初林粲也是金华府人，这个林章一定是他兄弟之辈。他的粲字是斜玉旁，这个章字也是斜王旁。梦中心事，不可不信。
At the beginning, Lin Ken was also from Jinhua Mansion, and this Lin Zhang must be his brother. His character for Ken is Xieyu, and the character Zhang is also Xiewang. It is impossible not to believe what happened in the dream.
遂吩咐取过一扇虎头牌来，提笔就写在牌上。凡一切双目性的举子，今遂停科。登时标出牌来，悬挂于贡院门首小玉。 以后一省三省。
Following the instructions, he took a tiger head sign, picked up a pen, and wrote on the sign, "All candidates with the surname of Doublewood will stop studying this year." He immediately marked the sign and hung it at the gate of Gongyuan to announce, "From now on, there will be 1 province and 3 provinces."
各府县挨次点名此回单表临章。自从扬州别了常万清、汤彪、冯旭，星夜赶到京都，寻了寓所住下。不多日，到了场期。
Each prefecture and county called their names one after another. Lin Zhang said goodbye to Cheng Wanqing, Tang Biao, and Feng Su from Yangzhou. He rushed to Kyoto at starry night and found an apartment to stay. Not long after, it was time for the show.
有五小厮跟随自己提了考篮，来到贡院门伺候报名。只听得众举子纷纷议说道：“怎么不许双目姓入场？是什么意思？”林章听了。
There was no servant who followed him and carried the examination basket to the gate of Gongyuan to wait for the registration. All the officials were heard talking about it. Why are Shuangmu not allowed to enter? What does that mean? Lin Zhang listened and said,
吃惊道：“众位年兄，此事可真吗？”众举子道：“怎么不真？现有牌挂在门外，你若不信，看牌便知。”
They were surprised and asked, "Brother Nian, is this true?" Zhongzhi said, "Why is it not true? There is a sign hanging outside the door. If you don't believe it, you can tell by looking at the sign."
那林章在人丛中挤到院门口，一看不看犹可，看了直唬得哑口无言。正是五脏内经离七魄，顶梁上急走三魂。看了半晌，
Lin Zhang squeezed his way to the entrance of the courtyard in the crowd and couldn't take a look at it. He was so frightened that he was speechless. Exactly. 7 souls fled from the 5 internal organs, and 3 souls fled from the top beam. After looking at it for a long time,
才叹了一口气道：“千山万水到此，指望功名得救，不知为什么不许姓林的考，非双目便许进场。俺方才到此。” 不知大主考是哪个？
Then he sighed and said, "I have come here all the time, just hoping to gain fame. I don't know why the person named Lin is not allowed to take the exam, but anyone who is not Shuangmu is allowed to enter. I just got here. I don't know who the chief exam is."
那些众举子到大主考是武英殿大学士花荣玉。林章听了，暗想道：“又是这奸贼！当初我的兄长之恨，我恨不得连登金榜。”
Those candidates said, "The chief examiner is Hua Rongyu, a scholar of Huaingdian University." After hearing this, Lin Zhang thought to himself, "It's this traitor again. I hated my brother at the beginning, and I wish I could even be on the gold list."
得度天颜哭奏帝庭，拿着奸贼碎尸万段，方与兄长报仇，才消我心头之恨。我如今只推未见此牌，竟进场去看他怎样与我。
Only when I saw Tianyan cry and report to the imperial court, and cut the traitor's body into thousands of pieces, could I take revenge on my brother, could I relieve the hatred in my heart. Now I just pushed the card without seeing it, but went into the field to see what he would do to me.
同众举人几进，只听得点到金华府金华县，在旁点名逐一挨次点过，也不叫他名字，将一府点完了，又叫别府。林章只得推开众人。
When everyone crowded in, they could only hear Jinhua Prefecture and Jinhua County being called. They were called by names one by one, without calling his name. After the whole prefecture was called, he was called Beppu. Lin Zhang had no choice but to push everyone away.
拥挤上去来至公案前，深深打了一躬，道：“举子也是金华府人，大人为何不点举子名字？何故花荣玉所以不点他名字？有个缘。”
They crowded up and came to the publican, bowed deeply and said, "Juzi is also from Jinhua Mansion. Why don't you name Juzi? Why didn't Hua Rongyu name him? There is a fate."
故将他名字早经勾掉，是以叫他不着。花荣玉见这橘子打一躬，道：“你叫什么名字？”林章道：“橘子名叫林章。”
Therefore, his name has been mentioned for a long time, so that he cannot be caught. Seeing this move, Hua Rongyu bowed and asked, "What's your name?" Lin Zhang said, "The move's name is Lin Zhang."
花荣玉听了大怒，喝道：“3日前已经悬牌挂大头门，不许双木姓入场，你敢擅人，犯无法度吗？”林章道：“但双木姓林进场停科。”
After hearing this, Hua Rongyu shouted angrily, "3 days ago, a sign was put up at the Data Gate. Shuangmu is not allowed to enter. Do you dare to be disrespectful and violate my laws?" Lin Zhang said, "But Shuangmu, Lin, is not allowed to enter the venue, division."
要是奉旨，就该有旨颁行天下，橘子就不该尽都应试了。要是大人主意，即不知其何放。花荣玉把惊堂一拍，骂道：“你这个匹夫！”
If there is an imperial edict, it should be enacted and implemented in the world, and the candidates should not be admitted to the general examination. If it is an adult's idea, I don't know where to put it. Hua Rongyu slapped Jingtang and scolded, "You are a common man."
号张利口，敢诽谤大臣，该问何罪？喝叫左右拿下，重则40大棍。两边巡场官跪下禀道：“此系朝廷大典，恐众举子议论。”
What is the crime for being so eloquent and daring to insult ministers? He yelled and took them down, with 40 big sticks. The patrol officers on both sides knelt down and reported, "This is a grand ceremony of the imperial court. I'm afraid everyone will comment on it."
启太师爷三思而行，花荣玉亦恐天子知道，有关风化，遂道：“本该重责，众官讨饶，暂且饶恕。快取墨来，用水磨之，涂了他面。”
The begging master thought twice before acting. Huarongyu was also afraid that the emperor would know about Fenghua, so he said, I should have taken heavy responsibility. All the officials begged for mercy, so I will forgive it for the time being. Quickly get the ink, grind it with water, and smear it on his face.
替我赶出贡院大门，众已答应。用墨水不由分说，没头没脑乱抹一顿，涂了林章一脸，插出大门。正是任君洗尽三江水。
The soldiers agreed to drive me out of the gate of Gongyuan. They couldn't help but smear Lin Zhang's face with ink without explanation.
难免今日满面羞林章被众人一插出，气个半死，望着贡院门大骂道：“奸贼！何罪之有，将黑墨涂得我这般模样？你这奸贼！”
It was inevitable that today, Lin Zhang was so ashamed that he was dragged out by everyone. He was half angry, looked at the gate of Gongyuan and cursed, "Traitor! What crime did he have to smear black ink like this on me? You traitor!"
我生不能报你之仇，死后做鬼，必当追你之命。奸贼长，奸贼短，骂个不了。这两个守贡院门的门军见林章骂不绝口，走近前喝道：
If I can't avenge you in life, I will become a ghost after death, so I will pursue your fate. The traitor is long, the traitor is short, is not enough to curse. The two soldiers guarding the gate of Gongyuan saw Lin Zhang scolding him, so they approached and shouted,
你这个王八羔子，还不快走！众举子道：先生好不识时务，古语说得好，穷不与富斗，富不与官斗。富尔道
You son of a bitch, why don't you leave quickly? Zhangjizi said, Sir, you are so ignorant of current affairs. As the old saying goes, the poor should not fight with the rich, and the rich should not fight with the officials. The ear said,
他是皇上的宠臣年兄，还不速速回狱？众举子推的推，劝的劝。林章无奈，方才一头骂着，一路走着，不易走到顺城门。
He is the emperor's favorite. Brother Nian, why don't you come back to your apartment quickly? All the officials pushed and persuaded. Lin Zhang had no choice but to curse and walk all the way. Unexpectedly, he came to Shun City Gate.
只见一条大河，此乃是运粮的天津河，一派滔滔水响。抬头一看，有许多粮船湾在河下，心中想到：我在扬州。
I saw only one big river. This was the Tianjin River for transporting grain, and there was a roar of water. Looking up, there are many grain boat bays under the river. I thought in my heart, I am in Yangzhou.
姚夏风说：“我有个水星照命，今日被奸贼这般凌辱，有何面目生于天地之间？此何是我送命之地？”大叫道：“奸贼！”
Yao Xiafeng said, I have a Mercury who is destined to be humiliated by traitors today. How can I be born between heaven and earth? This river is the place where I die. He shouted, Traitor!
我到阎罗天子面前哭诉，把你奸贼拿到阴司对岸。 硬着心肠，踮起脚来，往河内一跳。正是阎王注定3更死，谁敢留人到5更？
I went to the emperor of Yama and cried and complained that you, the traitor, should be taken to the underworld to be prosecuted. Harden your heart, put your feet up, and jump to Hanoi. Exactly. The king of hell is destined to die at the 3rd watch. Who dares to keep anyone alive until the 5th watch?
不知临章性命如何，且听下回分解。第13回，定国公早朝上本临郑国权为西宾话说临章气不留命，往河内一跳，这何好不厉害？
I don't know what happened to Lin Zhang's life, but he'll let you know next time. Chapter 13 Duke Ding went to court in the morning and Lin Jingguoquan said to Shibin that Lin Zhang was so angry that he wanted to jump to Hanoi. Isn't this river so powerful?
白浪滔滔，水势凶猛。两岸的人看见林章在水中冒起来，众人喊道：“快快救人！”又见下面来了3只官船，岸上有许多纤夫。
The whitecaps are rolling and the water is fierce. People on both sides of the strait saw Lin Zhang emerging from the water, and they shouted, "Save him quickly!" They saw 3 official boats coming down below, and there were many trackers on the shore.
船头站立许多家丁，舱门板上正贴着定国公，原来是定国公徐弘基到五雷山朝香，今日方回。徐千岁正坐舱中。
There are many servants standing on the bow of the ship. On the cabin door panel is affixed with Dingwa Gong. It turns out that Dingwa Gong Su Hongji went to Wulei Mountain to pay homage and will return today. Su Qiansui was sitting in the cabin.
猛听得两岸上大声嘈杂音，问道：“为何是如此喧哗？”家丁柜上禀道：“方才岸上有一人，不知为的什么事，跳人河中。”
Hearing loud noises on both sides of the bank, he asked, "Why is it so noisy?" The servant knelt down and reported, "There was a man on the bank just now. He jumped into the river for some unknown reason."
这些百姓喊叫救人，众人下水救他，故此喧哗。徐千岁听了此言，忙传军谕，不论军民人等下水，能救得此人，不论死活。
These people shouted for help and everyone went into the water to save him, so they made a noise. Su Qiansui heard this and hurriedly passed on Jun's edict. No matter whether the soldiers or civilians can save this person by going into the water, whether he is dead or alive.
赏银50两军谕一下，那些百姓人中喊叫道：“千岁爷有谕，如有人救得此人，不论死活，赏银50两。”正是乱纷纷，翻江搅海。
After receiving the decree of 50 taels of silver, the common people shouted, "The 1,000-year-old master has an edict. If anyone saves this person, he will be rewarded 50 taels of silver, regardless of life or death." It is exactly this. Chaos is stirring up rivers and seas.
闹吵吵地裂山崩，那些百姓乱喊叫人。这天津卫都是卸空了的粮船，那水手听得此言，都想要银子，不顾性命，只听得扑咚扑咚。
The people were noisy, the earth was cracking, and the mountains were collapsing, and they were shouting. These Tianjin guards were all unloading grain ships. When the sailors heard this, they all wanted money. Regardless of their lives, they just heard plop, plop, plop.
一连跳下7、8个，指望救他。怎奈水势汹涌，白浪滔天，哪里去寻？有个九江帮一人正坐在船梢上，拿了个窑子碗吃饭。
He jumped down 7 or 8 times in a row hoping to save him. But the water is turbulent and the white waves are billowing into the sky. Where can I find it? A member of the Jiujiang gang was sitting on the stern of the boat, eating from a bowl.
见一个人刚刚在他船边冒起来，依然又沉下水去了，他就把手中窑子碗一灌，扑通一声跳下水去，一个蹿子到底。事有凑巧。
Seeing a man who had just risen beside his boat sinking into the water again, he slapped the bowl in his hand and jumped into the water with a plop sound, splashing to the bottom. As luck would have it,
刚刚一把抓住拖出水来，两只脚踹着水，一只手划着水，直奔岸边。百姓们看见，齐声喝彩道：“好本事！”那人到了岸边。
I just grabbed hold of the water, kicked the water with 2 feet, paddled with 1 hand, and ran to the shore. When the people saw it, they cheered in unison, "Good job." When the man arrived at the shore,
将林章家到船旁放下茶道，投水之人是小人救起的。徐千岁站在吊窗跟前看得明白，问道：“还是死的，还是活的？”
he took Lin Zhang to the side of the boat and put him down and said, "The man who jumped into the water was rescued by a villain." Su Qiansui stood in front of the hanging window and saw clearly, and asked, "Is he still dead or alive?"
那人将手放在他心口一摸，禀道：“还有气呢。”徐千岁船下军狱，驻船，听见3棒大锣一响，将船停住。千岁吩咐。
The man put his hand on his heart and said, "You're still alive." Su Qiansui gave the order, "Stop the boat." Hearing the sound of 3 big gongs, he stopped the boat. Chitos ordered,
将投水之人带来，水手忙把跳板搭起，就将那投水之人抬上船头。千岁出舱，走至船头，3、4个家丁将他抬起，扶在锅旗之上。
"Bring the man who threw himself into the water." The sailors quickly set up the gangplank, and then carried the man who threw himself into the water onto the bow of the ship. Chitos came out of the cabin and walked to the bow of the ship. 3 or 4 servants lifted him and laid him on the navel of the pot.
命家丁赏捞起人来的人银50两，那人得赏，叩谢而去。千岁爷也不进舱，就坐在将军柱旁。那林章口中吐出清水，只不能言语。
He ordered his servants to reward the person who picked him up with 50 taels of silver. The man received the reward, thanked him and left. Chitos didn't even enter the cabin, so he just sat next to the general pillar. Lin Zhang spit out water from his mouth and could only speak.
千岁传谕，开船即刻锣声一响，鼓棚上吹打三通，纤夫拉纤如飞而去。不多时，见林章吐了一船头的清水，低低叹了一口气。
Chitosa's message. As soon as the boat started, the gong sounded, the three-way pipe was played on the drum canopy, and the trackers pulled the fibers and flew away. After a while, he saw Lin Zhang vomiting clear water from the bow of the boat, and sighed lowly.
千岁道回声了，快取姜汤来。登时取到，将他扶起，灌下姜汤，只听见腹中咕噜噜地响了一会儿。不一时，林章将眼一睁。
Chitose said, "I'm back to life. Get the ginger soup quickly." He got it immediately. He helped him up and drank the ginger soup. He only heard the sound of bones in his stomach for a while. After a while, Lin Zhang opened his eyes.
又闭起来，口中骂道：“奸贼，逼我到五阎罗殿前，我一一告你。”徐千岁听了，好不发笑，吩咐家丁替他换了干衣服。
He closed his mouth again and cursed, "Traitor, force me to come to the 5 Yamas palace, and I will sue you one by one." After hearing this, Su Qiansui couldn't help laughing, and ordered the servant, "Change him into dry clothes."
带进仓来见我。千岁进了仓，家丁忙替他换上千衣服。林章此刻才知人事，低低哭道：“我林章自被奸臣之辱，投水则死。”
Bring Chitose into the cabin to see me. The servants were busy changing thousands of clothes for him. Lin Zhang only found out about the situation at this moment and cried softly, "I, Lin Zhang, have been humiliated by traitorous ministers. I will die if I throw myself into the water."
不知怎样遇见恩公救了性命，又故再生之人，不知救我的却是何人？好去拜谢。家丁道：“我家千岁爷乃是定国公徐弘基。”
I don't know how I met the person who saved my life and was reborn as a result. I don't know who saved me. Good to go and say thanks. The servant said, "My 1,000-year-old master is Su Hongji, Duke of Dinghua."
千岁爷命慢慢地带你进仓去见千岁爷。林章闻言，才知是徐弘基，随家丁到了仓中。见定国公端然坐在虎皮交椅之上，林章上前跪下。
The 1,000-year-old master ordered you to slowly take you into the cabin to see the 1,000-year-old master. After Lin Zhang heard this, he realized that it was Su Hongji and came to the cabin with his servants. Seeing Duke Ding sitting on the tiger-skin chair, Lin Zhang stepped forward and knelt down.
道落难举子蒙千岁救我活命之恩，愿千岁千岁。徐弘基问道：“你是哪里人士？为甚含冤投水？你可慢慢讲来。”
He said, "I am in trouble because I have been saved by 1,000 years old. I wish you 1,000 years to live 1,000 years." Su Hongji asked, "Where are you from? Why did you throw yourself into the water when you were wronged? You can tell me slowly."
林章见问哭诉道：“千岁爷在上， 听举子细禀。举子乃浙江金华府人士，因到京中会试，千岁道：“今日乃是头场之期。”
When Lin Zhang saw Wen, he cried and said, Master Qiansui is here. Please give me a detailed report. You are from Jinhua Prefecture in Zhejiang Province. Because he went to the capital for the examination. Qiansui said, Today is the first time.
为何不进场，反在此投河？这是何故？林章禀道：皇上钦点了花荣玉做大主考，不许双目进场。举子不知其情，当面就问
Why not enter the market instead of drowning here? Why is this? Lin Zhang reported, The emperor has appointed Hua Rongyu to be the chief examiner, and Shuangmu is not allowed to enter. Zhizi didn't know what was going on, so he asked face to face.
还是奉旨的，还是太师的遵意？那太师大怒，将举子拿下，要打40棍。多亏众官讨情，不由分说，将举子黑墨涂面，插出贡院。
Is it because of the decree or the respect of the Grand Master? The Grand Master was furious and took Zhizi down and wanted to beat him with 40 sticks. Thanks to the intercession of the officials, he could not help but paint his face with black ink and fork him out of the Gongyuan.
千岁道：荆轲不许进场，还有下轲，为甚的就投水？林章道：举子千山万水来到京师，望求功名，荣宗耀祖。今日不许进场。
Chito said, You are not allowed to enter the venue today. There is still another exam. Why do you throw yourself into the water? Lin Zhang said, I came to the capital from thousands of miles away, hoping to seek fame and glory for my ancestors. You are not allowed to enter the venue today.
岂不妇人10载寒窗之苦，叫举子难回家乡，有何面目见人？因此伤心，一气故而寻此短见。不想蒙千岁救了性命，真天高地厚之恩。
Wouldn't it be a shame to bear the pain of living in poverty for 10 years? It's hard for me to go back to my hometown. How can I see people in person? Therefore, I am sad and angry, so I seek this short-sightedness. I don't want to be indebted to Chitos for saving her life. It's such a huge kindness.
教举子何日达报千岁？徐弘基听了林章一番言语，大怒道：气死我也！好生无礼！老夫数月不在朝纲，他就这般弄权，蒙混皇上。
Asked when the son would be repaid for being 1,000 years old, Su Hongji heard Lin Zhang's words and said angrily, I'm so angry. It's so rude. I haven't been in court for several months, and he just manipulated power and deceived the emperor.
明日早朝上本务要把这奸贼拿下，清理朝纲，削除奸党，是老夫分内之事。林章又磕了一个头，道：多谢千岁也。徐弘基道：
Tomorrow morning I will go to court to capture this traitor. It is my duty to clean up the court and eliminate the traitors. Lin Zhang kowtowed again and said, Thank you very much, Lord Qian Sui. Su Hongji said,
林居子你可起来，赐座。林章告座。千岁问道：昔日有一位太常寺林粲，可是贵族吗？林章答道：正是举子胞兄。
Lin Juzi, please get up and sit down. Lin Zhang asked to sit down. Chitos asked, in the past, there was Lin Ken of Taichung Temple. Was he a noble? Lin Zhang replied, he was the brother of Juzi.
当日被花太师害了性命，千岁叹道：是为忠良，也死在这奸贼之手。说话之间，只听得3棒锣响，鼓棚之上吹打3通，早已驻船。
Chitos, who was killed by Master Hua that day, sighed. He was a loyal and good man, but he died at the hands of this traitor. As he spoke, he could only hear the sound of 3 gongs, and the sound of 3 gongs on the drum canopy, and he had already stopped on the boat.
岸上人夫早4伺候千岁爷起驾，吩咐家丁用小轿将林举子抬到府中，家人答应。不一时，千岁坐了大轿，摆旗执事，3声大炮进城。
The people on the shore had already served Xian Sueya and ordered the servants to carry Lin Juzi to the mansion in a sedan chair. The family agreed. After a while, Chitos sat in a big sedan chair, arranged the deacons, and entered the city with 3 cannons.
文武百官哪个不知定国公回朝，人人惧怕于他。到了府地下轿，进入书房，也不回后堂，在灯下写了本章。过宿一宵，到次日五鼓。
None of the civil and military officials knew that Duke Ding would be afraid of him when he returned to court. When I got off the sedan at the mansion, I went into the study and wrote this chapter under the lamp without going back to the back hall. Stay overnight and wait until the next day to have 5 drums.
到午门见驾正式，5更3点着朝衣，文进东来武进西。3下靖边中并响，皆前虎拜祝山旗。天子登殿，文武朝驾已毕，王开金口问道。
When I arrived at the Meridian Gate, I saw the driver at the right time. At 3 o'clock, at 5 o'clock, I was wearing my court clothes. One came to the east and Wu came to the west. The clean whip bell rings 3 times at the same time, and the tiger in front of the steps pays homage to the mountain. The emperor came to the palace and the civil and military court had finished. The king opened his mouth and asked,
有事出班启奏，无事散朝。言还未毕，黄门官启奏，今有定国公进香回来，现在午门候旨。天子闻奏，传旨，快宣进来。
If you have something to do, please leave the court. Before the words were finished, the Huangmen officials said, Today, Duke Ding has returned from offering incense. He is now waiting for orders at the Meridian Gate. After hearing the memorial, the emperor announced the order, Come in quickly.
黄门官领旨走出午门，圣上有旨，宣定国公朝见。徐弘基答应，领旨，来至金殿，在品级台跪下，奏道。
The Huangmen official walked out of the Meridian Gate after receiving the decree. The Holy One has a decree. announcing that the Duke of the Kingdom will meet in court. Su Hongji agreed, accept the decree. When he came to the Golden Palace, he knelt down on the stage and said,
陈定国公徐弘基朝见愿我皇万岁万岁万万岁。皇上升京口道：皇兄平身。一路风霜，寡人过意不去。教内侍去金敦赐座。
I'm going to see Duke Su Hongji and wish my emperor long live. The emperor ascended to the throne and said, Brother, I'm alive. I'm sorry for the wind and frost along the way. He asked his chamberlain to get a golden peer and give him a seat.
徐弘基谢恩，起身坐下。天子道：皇兄把朝山之事一一奏与寡人知道。徐弘基俯伏奏道：臣冒万死之罪。天子笑道。
Su Hongji thanked N and stood up and sat down. The emperor said, Brother, I will tell you all about the incident on the mountain. Su Hongji fell down and said, I risk 10,000 deaths. The emperor smiled and said,
皇兄当有何罪？赦轻无罪，快快奏来。徐弘基道：臣有短表冒奏天言，妄起圣才。两班文武闻之，尽皆失色，暗道：
Brother, what crime should I have to pardon you? Please tell me quickly. Su Hongji said, I have a short list to pretend to be Tian Yen, hoping to beg for the holy judge. Brother, what crime should I have to pardon you? Please tell me quickly. Su Hongji said, I have a short list to pretend to be Tian Yen, hoping to beg for the holy judge.
定国公他是昨日回来，今早面圣，他就有本章奏与皇上，不知他所参的是哪一位官？不讲众官个个担忧。
Dong Guoding came back yesterday to meet the emperor this morning. He has this chapter to report to the emperor. I don't know which official he is attending. Not to mention the worries of all the officials.
单言徐弘基早把他的本章献上接本中书，遂将本章接了，摆在龙案之上。天子展开看了两行，不觉大惊，原来此本就是参的花荣玉。
In Shanyan, Su Hongji had already dedicated this chapter to the book that followed it and placed it on the dragon case. The emperor unfolded it and read 2 lines. He was shocked to find out that this book was actually Ganda Hua Rongyu.
从头至尾看完，冷笑了几声，心中暗想：不知此本可能参得到花荣玉否？且听下回分解。第14回，为临川案使毒计，冯子清明受灾殃。
I sneered a few times after reading it from beginning to end, and thought to myself, I wonder if this book could be a success. Let's hear the explanation next time. Chapter 14 Wei Linchuan secretly used the poisonous plan Feng Zikingming to suffer disaster.
话说武宗皇帝看罢徐弘基本章谕要准了，又恐花荣玉问罪，欲待不准，又恐徐弘基不依，思想一会儿，向着徐弘基道。
It is said that Emperor Wuzong wanted to be accurate after reading Su Hong's basic chapter, but he was also afraid that Hua Rongyu would accuse him and he would not be accurate, and he was also afraid that Su Hongji would not comply. He thought for a while and said to Su Hongji,
朕久知皇兄与花荣玉不慕后场是考毕，朕赐宴，着诸大臣在终极殿与你二人讲和。言罢，袍袖一展，天子回宫，群臣各散。
I have long known that the emperor brother and Hua Rongyu are not getting along. After the matter is over, I will give a banquet and invite the ministers to make peace with you two in the Zhongji Hall. After saying this, the emperor unfolded his robe sleeves and returned to the palace. The ministers dispersed.
徐弘基只得回府将此话告诉林璋。林璋道：“皇上如此宠爱，无奈比何？”徐弘基道：“不如住在小衙，全为嬉戏。”
Su Hongji had no choice but to return home and tell Lin Zhang what he had said. Lin Zhang said, "The emperor loves you so much, but there is nothing you can do about it." Su Hongji said, "It would be better to live in Xiaoya, with Quan as the teacher."
不知遵义若和林璋道：“多蒙千岁活命之恩，感不尽心教授事下。”按下林璋在定国公徐府不表，善言花文芳、刘卫林川在府。
I don't know what my respect is, but Lin Zhang said, "I owe you 1,000 years of life, and I dare not teach the world with all my heart." Lin Zhang didn't show it at the Dingguo Gongxu mansion. Shan Yan Hua Wenfang stayed in Wei Linchuan's house.
日日过去，与他妻子作乐府内大小人等皆知此情，哪个敢说破？这魏林川恋着春英，也不想回去，故此大家肚里明白。那日
Ri went to have sex with his wife. Everyone in the UFU knew about this, who dared to say anything. Wei Linchuan was in love with Chunying and didn't want to go back. So everyone understands it. That day,
同人这人送了一个字儿，与花文芳见上面写若：“目下已是3月初旬，距冯旭迎娶只有个月光景，为何还不上景？”花文芳看了。
the author Tong Ren sent a message to Hua Wenfang and saw it written on it. It is already early March, and there are only a few months until Feng Su gets married. Why don't you hurry up? Hua Wenfang read it and said,
忙到书房叫声：“老魏，你终日思想妙计，不见你一眼。今日我的舅舅又来催我。”魏林川道：“晚生连日有些心事。”花文芳道：
He rushed to the study and called out, "Old Wei, you have been thinking of wonderful ideas all day long, but I haven't heard a word from you. Today my uncle came to urge me again." Wei Linchuan said, "I have been worried about being born late in the past few days." Hua Wenfang said,
你有什么心事，快些说来。”魏林川道：“晚生今住在府上，不放晚生回去，身上欠人些首尾，不得分身料理，连目下日须只怕缺了。”
"Tell me what's on your mind as soon as possible." Wei Linchuan said, "Wanqing is living in the house now. If I don't let Wanqing go back, I owe someone a lot of help and I can't devote myself to cooking. I'm afraid I won't even have the daily necessities.
欲向大爷借些虚，但此事来见分毫之功，又不好启齿，故此晚生心不安静，何有妙计？花文芳听了，叫有莲取了100两银子钱来，道
I want to borrow some merit from the uncle, but I don't know how to ask for it. So I am so late in life that my heart is restless. So what's the best idea? After hearing this, Hua Wenfang asked Yu Lian to come over with 100 taels of silver and said,
些许可以料理否？魏临川伸手接过，道声多谢大爷。今晚放晚生回家一走，将各事料理一番，明日早来，必有妙计。文芳一曰
Can these things be cooked? Wei Linchuan stretched out his hand to take it and said, Thank you, uncle. I will let the late students go home tonight and sort everything out. Come back early tomorrow and I will have a good plan. Wenfang agreed.
当丑吃过晚饭，林川回到自己家中，用手叩门。崔氏问道：“是哪一个？”魏临川道：“是我。”崔氏忙来开门，走到房中坐下。
When Cho returned to his home in Linchuan after dinner, he knocked on the door with his hand. Miss Chui asked, Which one is it? Wei Linchuan said, It's me. Mrs. Chui hurriedly opened the door. Go to the room and sit down.
崔氏将门关好，也进房来，问道：“你在谁家？有个月不回家中，好不心焦。”魏临川笑道：“你猜我在哪家？”崔氏说道
Mrs. Chui closed the door and entered the room, asking, Whose house are you at? I haven't been home for a month, so I feel anxious. Wei Linchuan smiled and said, Guess which house I am at. Mrs. Chui said,
你的孤老甚多，叫我从哪里猜起？”魏临川回道：“待我告诉于你，我那1日被有莲寻去，这些时都在花文芳家，定计策要害冯旭。”
You have so many lonely old men that I have to guess where to start. Wei Linchuan replied, When I tell you, I was found by Yu Lian that day, and I was at Hua Wenfang's house all the time, making plans to kill Feng Su.
今日是我生法，又送我100两银子，叫我拿回来，你可收好。明日还要往他家去。崔氏听说，笑道：“真好运气。”
Today I am the one who gave me another 100 taels of silver and told me to take it back. You can keep it. I have to go to his house tomorrow. When Chui heard about it, she smiled and said, What good luck.
夫妻2人说说笑笑，就睡一宿已过。次日，魏临川起来，问妇人：“家中可少什么？趁我在家。”妇人一一说明。
The couple chatted and laughed and slept for the night. The next day, Wei Linchuan got up and asked the woman, What is missing from the house? While I am at home. The woman explained one by one.
魏临川走上街，买齐各色应用之物，交与崔氏。他仍往花府去了。花文芳正坐书房，魏临川笑嘻嘻进来，叫声大爷见礼， 就坐下道。
Wei Linchuan went to the street to buy all kinds of useful things and handed them to Chui. He still went to Huafu. Hua Wenfang was sitting in the study when Wei Linchuan came in with a smile, called uncle to greet him, sat down and said,
晚生昨日回家一夜不曾合眼，想了一条妙计。花文芳道：“请教有何妙计？”魏林川道：“晚生想来，这件势必得弄出人命来。”
Wan Xing went home yesterday and didn't sleep a wink all night, so he came up with a clever plan. Hua Wenfang said, "What clever plan do you have?" Wei Linchuan said, "Wan Xing wants to come. This matter will definitely cost people's lives.
方能害得冯旭性命，冯旭既死，钱小姐无主，就肯嫁大爷了。”花文芳道：“人命虽好，但冯旭怎肯擅自杀人？难道叫我替他杀人？”
In order to harm Feng Su's life, since Feng Su died and Miss Qian had no owner, she was willing to marry the uncle. Hua Wenfang said, "Although human life is good, how could Feng Su commit suicide without permission? Do you want me to kill someone for him?"
魏林川道：“非也，大爷明日假写一个腰单，上写几个同案姓名，假打个支，自去诱冯旭，前临到府，将酒灌醉，抬他去睡了。”
Wei Linchuan said, "No, I will write a fake invitation tomorrow, write the names of a few accomplices, pretend to be acquainted, and lure Feng Su and Qian Lin to the house, get them drunk, and take them to bed."
载着一个丫鬟到冯旭房里，掀着一个心腹之人躲在黑暗之中，一刀杀了。无他阴间不从，杀死人命。大爷吩咐钱塘县加打成招。
Then he took a maid to Feng Su's room, hid a confidant in the darkness, and killed him with one knife, falsely accusing him of being an adulterer and disobeying him, thus killing him. The uncle ordered Qiantang County to fight and attack.
温城死罪钱月英见冯旭死了，不怕他不嫁大爷，把钱林也灌醉了，拿些金银器皿放在他怀中，外面喊叫拿贼，将他惊醒。
Qian Yueying, who was sentenced to death, saw that Feng Su was dead and was not afraid that she would not marry him. Get Qian Lin drunk and put some gold and silver vessels in his arms. He was awakened by shouts of, "Get the thief outside."
他必须跑出，预先叫家人安放绊马索，等他出来，将锁一扯，跌倒在地，搜出器皿，岂不是明证？一起报到县中。人命、到案两件重情。
He had to run out and ask his family to lay down the snagging rope in advance. When he came out, he pulled the rope, fell to the ground, and found the utensils. Isn't this proof? Report to the county together. Human life and robbery are two important matters.
把他两家进驻，载着人与钱林家说亲，如他依允，大爷与知县说声，放出钱林；如他不依，大爷在府中叫些家人去到钱家。
He imprisoned his family and asked someone to marry Qian Lin's family. If he complied, the uncle would talk to the county magistrate and release Qian Lin. If he didn't comply, the uncle would ask some family members in the mansion to come to Qian's house.
应把钱月英抢进府中大爷应子成亲，就是钱家喊官告状，也是迟了。文芳听了大喜，正是明枪容易躲，暗箭最难防。
He forcefully snatched Qian Yueying into the palace and forced her to marry him. Even if the Qian family called the officials to file a complaint, it was too late. Wenfang was overjoyed after hearing this. Exactly, open guns are easy to hide, but hidden arrows are the most difficult to guard against.
于是文芳就依计而行，心中暗想：叫哪个丫鬟前去，又叫何人杀他？想了一会儿，且到临期在处，遂叫友莲取个红泉贴粥来。
So Wenfang followed the plan and thought to herself, which maid should I call? Who should I ask to kill him? After thinking for a while, we'll see you again when the day comes. Yu Lian then picked up a red sticker and put it around. Come.
林川写了腰单送与花文芳，看上面写道：“4月16日，奉邀同案，诸以奇集小斋，诗文一会。经开同案诸有姓名于左。”
Lin Chuan wrote an invitation and sent it to Hua Wenfang. It read, "On the 16th of this month, I have invited all my colleagues to gather together in a small studio to write poems and poems. I will post the names of my friends on the left here."
下写同学弟花文芳拜定，后面写着冯子清兄、钱文山兄、高庄游兄、袁其福兄等共8人，假打了6个之字，随着家丁。
Below it is written, "My classmate Hua Wenfang pays homage," and behind it is written, "Brother Feng Ziqing, Brother Qian Wenshan, Brother Gao Zhuangyu, Brother Yuan Qifu," and a total of 8 people, with 6 fake characters for knowledge. Following the servant.
你到钱冯两家打了之字回来。家丁答应去了，到了冯府，把这腰单递与家人。我是花府差来的，有个腰单凡拿进去。
You go to Qian and Feng's house and say no and come back. The servant agreed to go. When he arrived at Feng's house, he handed the invitation to his family. I was sent by Hua's house. I have an invitation. Please take it in.
请冯相公打个之字，老家人接了，走近说道：“有个腰单，请相公打个之字。”冯旭接过一看，是花文芳邀请同案诸人作诗文会。
The family member asked Mr. Feng to sign the word no. After accepting it, the family member walked in and said, "There is an invitation for Mr. Feng to sign the word no. Feng Su took it and saw that it was Hua Wenfang who invited the co-defendants. Poetry meeting.
只得随手打了一个之字，老家人拿出来付与花府家丁去了。又到钱府，也是如此，打了之字回府，见了主人，禀上。
I had to type G casually. The old family took it out and paid it to the servants of Hua Mansion. When I went to Qian Mansion again, I also typed the word G and returned to the house. When I met the master, I reported.
两处俱打过之字了，花文芳大喜，准备行事不严。且说冯旭打过之字之后，找家人到前府知会，花府请做试文会。
Hua Wenfang was overjoyed after he typed the word no in both places, and prepared to act without saying a word. After Feng Su typed the word no, he asked his family to go to the Qian mansion to inform him. Hua Mansion invites a poetry meeting.
可否去做乾陵回说，他既来请，怎好不去？老家人回复主人，堪堪到了16日，花文芳叫过有莲，吩咐你可叫厨上备办酒席。
Can you go and make money? Lin replied, Since he is here to invite me, why not go? The old family member replied to the host. On the 16th, Hua Wenfang called Yu Lian and said, You can ask the kitchen to prepare a banquet.
再把季坤暗暗叫到花园无人之处，对他说道：“我有话要吩咐他。”有莲答应。去了不一时，季坤来到花园，文芳手中拿着50两银子，道
Then he secretly called Ji Kun to a deserted part of the garden and told him that I had something to give him. Yu Lian agreed. After a while, Ji Kun came to the garden. Wen Fang held 50 taels of silver in his hand and said,
赏你季坤道，大爷赏小的银子，必有用着小人之处。花文芳道，我有一件机密事用你，你若甘得来，太太房中丫鬟甚多。
I'll give you a reward, Ji Kun said. The silver you give me when I reward you will definitely be of use to you. Hua Wenfang said, I have a secret thing to use you for. How can you get it? There are many maids in my wife's room.
捡个好的，赏你做老婆事成之后，还有重赏。季坤道：多蒙大爷抬举，恩同天地，不知叫小人所干何事？花文芳道：
Choose a good one and reward you with a big reward after you become your wife. Ji Kun said, Uncle Duo Meng praised me. My kindness is the same as heaven and earth. I don't know what the villain is doing. Hua Wenfang said.
我差你杀人。季坤道：差小的杀人，小的怎敢推脱？花文芳赞道：好，好，夫儿过来，如此如此。季坤连声答应道。
I sent you to kill someone, Ji Kun said. I sent you to kill someone. How dare you shirk it? Hua Wenfang praised. Okay, okay. Come here, this is it. Ji Kun agreed repeatedly.
小人知道了，说必退去。正是既就月中擒玉兔，谋成日里捉金乌。文芳来到书房，林川问道：安排定了？文芳点头不言。
The villain understood and then retreated. Exactly. The plan is to capture the jade rabbit in the middle of the month and the golden crow in the day. When Fang came to the study and Lin Chuan asked, Has the arrangement been finalized? When Fang nodded and said nothing.
再讲乾陵来到冯旭家里，约冯旭同赴花府。 门官看见二位到了，连忙报进。花文芳连忙出来迎接，三人笑嘻嘻同进书房，见礼坐下。
Let's talk about Qian Lin coming to Feng Su's house and asking Feng Su to go to Hua Mansion. The gate officer saw the two of them arriving and reported in quickly. Hua Wenfang hurriedly came out to greet him, and the three of them entered the study together with smiles and sat down in greeting. Let's talk about Qian Lin coming to Feng Su's house and asking Feng Su to go to Hua Mansion. The gate officer saw the two of them arriving and reported in quickly. Hua Wenfang hurriedly came out to greet him, and the three of them entered the study together with smiles and sat down in greeting.
献茶已毕，花文芳道：“小弟偶然高兴，这些同案好友多日未曾相会，小弟斗胆出一妖丹，请诸位到来，彼此聚会聚会。”且
After the tea presentation, Hua Wenfang said, "I am happy by chance. These friends who are co-defendants have not seen each other for many days. I boldly send out an invitation to invite you to come and have a party with each other. Qian."
冯二人道：“小弟等蒙兄见爱，敢不从命，故此早早到府。不知那几位可曾到否？”文芳道：“那几位尚未到来，小弟已差人请去了。”
Feng Aaron said, "I was waiting for Brother Meng to see my love and dare not obey my order, so I came to the house early. I wonder if those people have arrived." Wenfang said, "Those people haven't arrived yet. I have already sent someone to invite them."
正说之间，林川从外走进，笑嘻嘻与冯、钱二人见礼，又与文芳假意作揖，道：“晚生又来造府，今日转来进夜，不知府上有客在堂。”
While he was talking, Lin Chuan walked in from outside and greeted Feng Qian with a smile. He then pretended to bow to Wenfang and said, "Wan Xing came to build a mansion again. Today, I came here to pay a visit. I didn't know there were guests in the mansion."
晚生告退说毕就走。花文芳道：“老魏，你来的正好。冯、钱二位相公是你会过的，今日在此替晚生陪客。”魏林川只得坐下。
The late student resigned and left. Hua Wenfang said, "Old Wei, you're here at the right time. You know how to live with Feng and Qian, and you are here to accompany the late students today." Wei Linchuan had no choice but to sit down.
只见家丁禀道：“那几位相公有人约了游西湖去了，留信在家，今日必到。”花文芳听了，假意道：“这几位兄好没分晓。”
The servant reported, "Those husbands-in-law have made an appointment to go on a trip to the West Lake. I left a message at home, and I will be there today." After hearing this, Hua Wenfang pretended to say, "These brothers have no clue."
游西湖叫人如何等得冯旭、钱林二人见如此说法，遂站起身来，祈道：“既诸兄今日不到，我等全散。等改日诸兄到了。”
When Feng Su and Qian Lin saw this statement, they stood up and said together, "Since brothers are not here today, I will wait for you to leave. When brothers arrive another day,
小弟等再来奉陪，花文芳将他二人拦住，道：“这如何使得？不知花文芳可能留住钱林、冯旭二人，且听下回分解。”第15回。
The younger brother came to accompany Hua Wenfang again and stopped the two of them and said, "How can this be done? I wonder if Hua Wenfang can keep Qianlin and Feng Su, and I will tell them next time." Chapter 15.
春英无辜遭毒手季坤黑夜暗行，凶话说冯旭、钱林二人听见诸友不到，站起身来要走。花文芳哪里肯放，说道
Chunying was innocently murdered and Ji Kuan secretly committed the murder at night. Feng Su and Qianlin heard that their friends were not there and stood up to leave. "Wherever Hua Wenfang is willing to put it," she said.
既然诸位兄长去游西湖不久，自当见约，留下一席候他诸位。请二兄先坐一席，慢慢相饮，以等诸兄变了。当时吩咐摆席。
Since you brothers are going to visit the West Lake soon, you should keep your promise and leave a table for him. Please take a seat first and drink together slowly while you are ready. Immediately he ordered the table to be set.
四人续坐，钱林做了首席，冯旭二席，花文芳、魏林川三席。酒过数巡，摇上几位，魏林川道：“今日饮的酒觉得冷清。”
The four of them sat down. Qianlin took the first seat. Feng Su took the second seat. Hua Wenfang and Wei Linchuan took the third seat. After a few rounds of wine and a few flavors on the food, Wei Linchuan said, "The wine I drank today feels deserted.
何不请二位相公行下一领，代主人消消酒？”花文芳道：“自然要请教。”教书童拿上令盆、罚杯，送到钱林面前。钱林道：“
Why don't you ask your two gentlemen to go and order the master to suit the wine?" Hua Wenfang said, "Of course I have to ask for advice. Ask the boy to bring the order basin and punishment cup and bring them to Qianlin." Qianlin said,
小弟不知行令。魏林川道：“钱相公不喜行令，请教可占一领罢。”钱林只得饮过令酒，道：“小弟要个取排名何意？”
"My younger brother doesn't know what to do," Wei Linchuan said. "Xiangong Qian doesn't like to do what he wants. Please ask for advice and give me an order." Qianlin had no choice but to drink the wine and said, "I want a song with a name that suits my needs."
学士去夜金门，冯旭道：“朝天子要穿皂罗袍。”魏林川道：“上小楼去饮姑美酒。”花文芳道：“红娘子抱要孩。”
The bachelor went to visit Kinman Feng Su and said, "The emperor will wear a robe of soap." Wei Linchuan said, "Go up to the small building and drink fine wine." Hua Wenfang said, "The red lady is holding a baby."
钱林元令道：“冯旭道，小弟有了一领，要三字一样，写法何意？”饮过令酒，道：“光换家具是3个宝盖头，穿的绫罗纱。”
Qianlin's original order came to Feng Su. Feng Su said, "I have an order. I want the 3 characters to be written in the same way. After drinking the order, he said, the official furniture is made of 3 treasure hijabs and silk gauze.
若不是光宦家，怎能穿得绫罗纱？花文芳道：好个光宦家，绫罗纱！如今请放钱林兄。钱林道：铜铸镜，须发鬓，若无铜铸镜。
How could he wear silk gauze if he were not an official? Hua Wenfang said, What an official, Ling Luo Sha. Now please release brother Qianlin. Qianlin said, Bronze mirror, hair and hair, if there is no copper mirror.
怎照的须发鬓为临川道，浪淘沙栽的是芙蓉花，若无浪淘沙，怎栽的芙蓉花？冯旭道：如今轮到花兄了。花文芳道：
How to shine on the beard and hair. Wei Linchuan said, When you are surfing the sand, you plant hibiscus flowers. If you don't have waves to wash the sand, how can you plant hibiscus flowers? Feng Su said, Now it's brother Hua's turn. Hua Wenfang said,
淡泊酒请的是左右友，若无淡泊酒，怎能请左右友？钱林、冯旭齐声赞道：好个淡泊酒，左右友！花文芳道：
We invite friends to the right and left for a light wine. How can we invite friends to the left and right if we don't have a good wine? Qianlin and Feng Su praised in unison. What a good friend for a light wine and a good friend. Hua Wenfang said.
轮到老魏行令了，魏临川道：晚生要响亮响亮，请叫钱相公一拳3大杯。钱林一拳输了，又到冯旭，冯旭也输了。魏临川道：
It was old Wei's turn to give the order. Wei Linchuan said, If you want to be loud and loud, please ask Xianggong Qian to punch 3 cups. Qianlin lost with 1 punch. Turning to Feng Su again, Feng Su also lost. Wei Linchuan said,
如今轮到大爷了。花文芳道：我是主人，怎好划拳？我吃杯算过门吧，不然老魏再出一领。临川道也说的是。
Now it's the uncle's turn, Hua Wenfang said. I am the master, how can I punch? I'll just pass it by having a cup. Otherwise, Lao Wei will issue another order. Linchuan said, That's right.
请2位相公拳了一拳3大杯。看官，有心人算计无心人，不过3、5回转，把钱林、冯旭吃得大醉。花文芳见了大喜，暗叫家丁过来。
Please give the 2 gentlemen a punch and 3 large cups. You see, there are people who are interested in plotting against people who are not, but they can make Qianlin and Feng Su drunk. Hua Wenfang was overjoyed to see her and secretly called her servant over.
吩咐道：将冯旭抬到东书房，钱林抬到西书房。对临川道：我去叫个丫鬟来。到的里头，想到。
He ordered, carry Feng Su to the east study and Qianlin to the west study. He said to Linchuan, I'll call a maid. Once inside, he thought,
那个春英丫鬟每每与人做脸做嘴，等我叫她出去送她性命，叫春英快来。春英答应走来。花文芳道：连日有事，不得与你取乐。
That Chunning maid always makes faces and mouths with others, waiting for me to tell her to go out and give her life. She asked Chunning to come quickly, and Chunning agreed to come. Hua Wenfang said, I've been busy for days, so I can't have fun with you.
你此刻先到书房里去等我，我随后就来。那春英欢喜，竟奔东书房而去。走进书房，忽听大喝一声，一刀砍下。正是
You go to the study room and wait for me now. I'll come back later. The Chunning was so happy that she ran to the east study. When she entered the study, she suddenly heard a loud shout and cut it with a knife. It was exactly
金风未动禅先觉，暗送吾长死不知。春英一跤跌倒在地。且说花文芳忙叫家丁将金银器皿打扁，放在钱林怀内，外面喊叫捉贼。
Before the golden wind moves, the cicada feels the secret of impermanence and dies without knowing it. Chunning fell to the ground. Hua Wenfang hurriedly asked her servants to flatten the gold and silver vessels and put them in Qian Lin's arms. Catch the thief was shouted outside.
钱林睡在梦中，猛然惊醒，一咕噜爬起来，便向外走。跑出门来，脚下被绊马索一绊，早已跌倒在地下。众家一起捆上，不由分说。
Qian Lin woke up suddenly from his sleep, got up and walked out. As he ran out the door, he tripped on a horse rope and fell to the ground. All the families tied them up together, and they couldn't help but say,
将绳索捆起来，喊道：“贼拿住了！”推到书房去见大爷。众家丁故意喊叫，将冯旭惊醒，也不知外边有什么事，从榻上猛然下来。
He tied up the rope and shouted, The thief has been caught. He pushed it to the study to see the uncle. The servants shouted deliberately, waking Feng Su up. Not knowing what was going on outside, he suddenly got off the couch.
往外边走不想，被脚下死尸一绊，跌倒在地，伸手一摸，摸了一手血迹，叫喊起来道：“救命！救命！”众家丁一拥而进，点灯一照。
Walking outside, he didn't want to be stumbled by the dead body at his feet. He fell to the ground, stretched out his hand and touched the blood on his hand. He shouted, Help! Help! The servants rushed in and lit lamps.
只见冯旭满身血溅，又见一个女子倒在地下，齐声喊道：“冯旭杀了人了！”不一时，花文芳出来，众家丁禀道：
Feng Su was covered in blood and a woman fell to the ground. They shouted in unison, Feng Su killed someone. After a while, Hua Wenfang came out. All the family members reported.
小人们拿住了一个贼，推来见大爷。打这东书房经过，听见有人喊救命，小人等进去一看，竟是冯旭相公杀了人。
The little people grabbed a thief and pushed him to see the uncle. When they passed by the east study, they heard someone shouting, "Help!" When the little people went in, they saw that it was Mr. Feng Su who had killed someone.
不知杀死哪个花纹方道，掌起灯来，看杀的何人？贾谊看了，一看，大惊道：“原来杀死我的爱妾春英！”向着冯旭骂道
"I don't know who was killed." Hua Wenfang said, "Put up the lamp and see who is killed." He looked pretendingly. When he saw it, he was shocked and said, "It turned out to be Chunying who killed my concubine." He cursed at Feng Su.
你好个人面兽心的畜生！我与你何仇何冤？为何杀我的爱妾？”冯旭道：“不是小弟杀的。”花文芳骂道：“你这个该死的禽兽！”
"You're such a beast with a beast face and a heart of a beast. Why do I have any grievances with you? Why did you kill my concubine?" Feng Su said, "My younger brother didn't kill her." Hua Wenfang cursed, "You damn beast.
你变身血界，还赖什么？吩咐家人把凶手锁了，小心看守。此事人命重情，休叫走了凶手，天明送官。众家丁一听，齐声答应。
What else do you need when you are covered in blood?" He ordered his family, "Lock up the murderer and guard him carefully. This is a matter of human life and love. Don't call the murderer away and send him to the official at dawn." When all the servants heard this, they agreed in unison.
当时把冯旭锁起花文芳道：“把强盗带过来，搜看他身上可有赃证。”众家丁一齐动手，搜出怀中许多器皿，俱是打扁了的金银器皿。
Hua Wenfang immediately locked up Feng Su and said, "Bring the robber over and search him for evidence of stolen goods." All the servants started working together and found many utensils in their arms, all of which were smashed gold and silver utensils.
花文芳大怒骂道：“你两个匹夫，一个阴间不从，杀死爱妾；一个最后起心，偷盗花府金银器皿。”钱林道：“花兄不要错认了人。”
Hua Wenfang cursed angrily, "You two men, one killed his concubine because of adultery and disobedience. The other got drunk and stole the gold and silver utensils of Hua Mansion." Xian Lin said, "Brother Hua, don't mistake the person.
我家颇有一碗饭吃，怎做起强盗来？”花文芳道：“人赃现获，还要强赖。”吩咐家丁锁了。正是浑身有口难分辨，遍体排牙说不清。
How can I become a robber when my family has plenty of food? Hua Wenfang said, "Now that someone has stolen something, he still needs to rely on force. I ordered my servants to lock it up. It's exactly the same. It's hard to distinguish the words all over the body, and the teeth are all over the body."
那个魏临川把报成写的现成，只等天明报官，又听得说是杀的春英，心中十分烦恼。看看天明，把报呈报到钱塘县去。
That way Linchuan had written the report as soon as possible and waited for the report to the official at dawn, and Chunying was very troubled when she heard that he was going to be killed. It's time to submit the report to Qiantang County at dawn.
这钱塘县令姓孙名文进，乃山西平阳县人士，两榜进土出身。出仕钱塘县，为人耿直，心中明亮。只见管宅门的家人将报呈送进，说
The Qiantang County magistrate's surname was Sun Mingwenjin, a native of Pingyang County, Shaanxi, and was born in Liangbang Jintu. When he first became an official in Qiantang County, he was upright and bright-hearted. The family member in charge of the house handed in the report and said,
花府今夜被盗，又有一张呈子，是阴间不从，杀死人命。孙老爷听了大惊，道：晋城之内哪有大盗？报呈写
The Hua mansion was robbed tonight and there was another report. It was due to treachery and disobedience, which resulted in the killing of people. Master Sun was shocked when he heard this and said, How can there be any big robbers in the Forbidden City? The report read,
劫去金银不计其数，现捉获一身，搜出赃物。又有一张写阴间不从，杀死爱妾春英，凶手已获。孙老爷看毕，沉吟半晌，道：
After being robbed of countless amounts of gold and silver, one of them was captured and the stolen goods were found. Another one said, I killed my concubine Chunying because of her adultery and disobedience, and the murderer has been found. After reading, Mr. Sun pondered for a long time and said,
此事有些蹊跷，怎么就有两桩大事？吩咐三班伺候到相府相验。不一时，知县出堂打道，竟奔相府而来。花文芳迎接，到西厅坐下。
This matter is a bit strange. Why are there two major events? He ordered the third team of waiters to go to the Prime Minister's mansion for an examination. After a while, the magistrate came out of the court and said, he came to the Prime Minister's house. Hua Wenfang greeted him and sat down in the West Hall.
献茶已毕，孙文进问道：“公子，怎一夜就有两件大事？”花文芳道：“这是晚生家门不幸，故遭此等异常。如今大盗，凶手已拿住。”
After the tea presentation, Sun Wenjin asked, Master, how come there are two major events in one night? Hua Wenfang said, It's because of the misfortune of a late-born family that such anomalies occurred. Now the thief and murderer has been caught.
求老父母一问，便知端的勿要凶手抵偿。孙知县道：“公子放心，本县从公面断。”登时起身，走至东书房，公案早已摆妥。
I begged the old parents to ask for compensation from the murderer. Sun Jixin said, Don't worry, young master, this county will be cut off from the public side. I stood up immediately and walked to the east study room. The public case had already been laid out.
知县坐下，行人验伤。 将春英尸首细看，报道满身无伤，唯脑后一刀，身有2寸有余。 孙知县亲自下来观看一回，全检标了封条。
The magistrate sat down to examine Chunying's body. He took a closer look at Chunying's body and reported, "There are no injuries on the whole body except for a stab wound to the back of the head, which was more than 2 inches deep." Magistrate's son came down to watch it in person. The authority inspector marked the seal.
用铁锯抬去荒郊看守，吩咐带过凶手。冯旭走至公堂，深深一揖，道：“生员冯旭拜见父母大人。花文芳诬告生员杀死人命。”
He was carried by the railway station to the wilderness and ordered by the guards to take the murderer away. Feng Su walked to the court, bowed deeply and said, "Feng Su, the student, pays homage to his parents." Hua Wenfeng falsely accused the student of killing people.
凶器在于何处见证，却是何人？只求父母大人详查。知县见是生员冯旭，唬了一跳，沉吟一会儿，吩咐左右将凶手押着听审。
Where is the murder weapon and who is the witness? I just asked parents to take a closer look. The county magistrate was startled when he saw that it was Feng Su, a student. After pondering for a while, he ordered the people around him to escort the murderer for trial.
又吩咐将大道带上来，前临走上，打一公道。生员前临拜见老父母。孙知县惊讶道：“此2件事俱是生员，但2生高才，据我看来。”
Then he ordered the thief to be brought up. Qian Lin came up, bowed and said, "Qian Lin, a student, pays homage to his parents." Sun Jixian was surprised and said, "Both of them are students, but they are talented. According to my opinion, they are both students. Come."
其中必有缘故，吩咐押着回衙听审。就要起身，花文芳道：“2件事至生，全仗老父母，务要严审拷问，抵偿人命。”
There must be a reason why he was escorted back to the Yamen for trial. When he was about to stand up, Hua Wenfeng said, "2 things, whether you want to survive or not, depends on your parents. You must be severely interrogated and tortured, and your life will be compensated."
少不得至生写信进京到家父处，保举父母高才，不日就要有升迁之喜。知县道：“公子放心，自古道杀人偿命，自然从公论断。”
It is rare for a scholar to write a letter to his father in Beijing to recommend his parents' talents, and he will be promoted soon. The county magistrate said, "Young master, don't worry. It has been said since ancient times, if you kill someone to pay for your life, you will naturally be judged by the public."
何劳公子叮咛说毕，吩咐打轿回衙部表。且讲冯旭、钱林2家家人昨日来到花府迎接相公，花家门公道。
Mr. Hilao finished his instructions and ordered him to take a sedan chair back to the Yamen. Let's talk about the family members of Feng Su and Qian Lin who came to Hua Mansion yesterday to greet their husband. The Hua family is fair.
你2家相公与我家相公游玩西湖去了， 你们要到西湖边去见。哄得两家家人跑了半夜，也未接着。今日又到襄府来接，闻得取信。
Your husband-in-law and my husband-in-law went to visit the West Lake. You have to go to the West Lake to pick them up. The two families were coaxed to run away for half the night, but they did not pick up. Today I came to the Prime Minister's mansion to pick him up again and heard Chu's letter.
唬得魂不附体，两家家人慌慌张张回去报信与老夫人知道。冯太太闻的儿子杀了人，不觉一跤跌倒在地，早已呜呼，不知人事。
The two families were so frightened that they went back in a panic to report the news to the old lady. When Mrs. Fong heard that her son had killed someone, she stumbled and fell to the ground. She was already whimpering and unconscious.
未知生死如何，且听下回分解。第16回，花文方面主知县孙文进性之秉公话说，冯太太听了家人这些言语，知道冯旭杀死人命。
I don't know about life and death. Let's listen to the next chapter. Chapter 16. Hua Wenfang asked the county magistrate's son Wenjin to be honest and fair, saying that Mrs. Fong heard the words of her family members and knew that Fong Su had killed people.
拿到县中去了，听得唬了一跤，跌倒在地，昏死去了。丫鬟、妇女慌忙就醒，哭道：“我儿不知此时怎生模样，为娘的放心不下。”
When I took it to the county, I was so frightened that I fell to the ground and passed out. The maids and women hurriedly rescued him. He cried, "I don't know what my son is like at this time. I am worried about my mother."
家人一齐劝道：“太太如今不必悲伤，保重贵体要紧。”速速差人前去打听相公消息，回来再为料理。太太应允，家人前去，按下不提。
The family members all advised, "Madam, there is no need to be sad now. It is important to take care of your health. Send someone to find out about your husband as soon as possible, and we will take care of things when you come back." The wife agreed, and the family members went and said nothing.
且说钱家家人也慌慌张张回家至后堂，正值小姐亦在夫人面前问道：“母亲，哥哥昨夜为何不回来？”话犹未了，家人进来高声喊叫道。
The Qian family members also hurried home in a panic. When they reached the back hall, the young lady also asked in front of my wife, "Mother, why didn't my brother come back last night?" Before he could finish his words, the family members came in and shouted loudly.
太太小姐，这场祸事不小。夫人、小姐忙问：“有何祸事？”家人道：“小人今早到花府打听相公昨夜不回为甚事情。”
Miss Madam, this disaster is not small. Madam and young lady hurriedly asked, "What's the trouble?" The family member said, "I went to Huafu this morning to find out why my husband didn't come back last night."
忽听人纷纷传说，今早钱塘县带了我家相公与姑老爷走，姑老爷阴间不从，杀死花文芳爱妾春英。我家相公见财起意。
Suddenly I heard rumors that Qiantang County took my husband and uncle away this morning. The old man killed Hua Wenfang's beloved concubine Chunying because of his adultery and disobedience. My father-in-law became interested in wealth.
偷了花府金银器皿钱太太与小姐一闻此言，唬得魂不附体，一起放声大哭。翠秀在旁说道：“夫人，小姐不必悲伤。”
When Mrs. Qian and Miss Qian, who had stolen the gold and silver utensils of Huafu, heard this, they were frightened out of their wits and burst into tears together. Cui Xiu said from the side, "Madam, miss, there is no need to be sad."
这件事神子看见，分明显花文芳害两家公子，为的是小姐而起。事到其间，哭也无用，快着人现前打听，回来再处。
When my aunt saw this, it was obvious that Hua Wenfang had harmed the two young men because of the young lady. In the meantime, it's useless to cry. Hurry up to the county and ask about it, and we'll deal with it when you get back.
太太随着家人前去打听，按下两家前去打听事情。且说孙知县回衙，心中暗想到：这钱，冯二人皆是有才学的，怎能做的这犯法之事？
The wife went with her family to inquire about the matter, and then went to the other two families to inquire about the matter. When Sun Jixin returned to the Yamen, she thought to herself, both Qian and Feng are talented and learned. How could they do such illegal things?
花文芳主我言行问此案，寄信与花太师，自有升迁之日。我想我今并非是皇上命官，竟是他乡府里之官，其情可恼。
Hua Wenfang asked me to ask about the case severely and send a letter to Master Hua, and I would be promoted. I think I am not an official of the emperor, but an official of his prime minister's house. This is very annoying.
且到晚间，待到内堂一审，便知分晓。当下吩咐原差带起两岸人犯，伺候晚堂听审。孙知县见天色已晚，出堂差人带上人犯，当堂点名。
And when they were brought to the inner hall for the first trial in the evening, they found out. Then they ordered the original dispatcher to bring all the criminals in the two cases to wait for the hearing in the evening hall. Sun Jixin saw that it was getting late, so he came out of the hall and sent someone to bring the prisoner in and call his name in the hall.
先点花府家属花能答应上堂，打个签儿，立在一旁。孙知县道：“花大叔，请外班少坐，待对词之时再请进来。”花能答应走下。
First, Hua Neng, a member of the Hua mansion, agreed to come to the hall. He asked Qianer and stood aside. Sun Jixin said, "Uncle Hua, please sit down and wait until the duet is over. Please come in again." Hua Neng agreed to go down.
又点凶手冯旭答应，又点黑夜盗犯钱林答应。孙老爷吩咐将钱林带下，先审人命，正欲冲击冯旭的口供。
He also asked the murderer Feng Su and Feng Su to agree. He also asked Qian Lin, a thief in the dark, and Qian Lin agreed. Mr. Sun ordered Qian Lin to be taken down and examined first. Just about to attack Feng Su's confession.
忽听宅门外一片喧哗之声，有100多人挤在宅门口。孙老爷问道：“何人喧哗？”管宅门的忙来禀道：“有朱翰林并3学秀才在宅门外。”
Suddenly, I heard a commotion outside the house, and more than 100 people crowded at the door. Mr. Sun asked, "Who is making the noise?" The man in charge of the house came to report, "There are Zhu Hanlin and 3 scholars outside the house."
要见老爷有个工程在此。孙老爷接过工程一看，原来保举冯旭乾林的工程。孙老爷道：“朱大人与众生缘，本当请进面见。”
I want to see the master and I have a formal presentation here. Mr. Sun took the official submission and looked at it. It turned out that it was the official submission recommending Feng Su and Qian Lin. Mr. Sun said, "Master Zhu and the members of the public should have come in for an interview."
然有公事在深宫城存下，自有公断。各县一一请回。家人到宅门口，将此言与朱翰林说了。朱辉对众人说道：“诸位年兄暂且请回。”
However, if there is an official matter, it will be judged by the official. Please come back one by one. The family went to the door of the house and told Zhu Hanlin this. Zhu Hui said to everyone, "Brother Nian, please go back for now."
工程收下后，父母审毕定夺。众人道：“孙父母明鉴万里，我等暂退，等审过再处。”说毕，纷纷散去不提。且说孙老爷问道：“
The official submission will be accepted and will be awaited by the parents for review and decision. Everyone said, "Son's parents have seen Wanli clearly, so we will retreat temporarily and wait until they are tried before being punished." After saying that, they all dispersed without asking anything. Let's talk about Master Sun asking.
冯旭，你既读孔圣之书，怎么不知礼法？因何杀死人命？从直招来，如有半字之无，本县执法如山，叫左右堪大刑伺候。
Feng Su, you have read the books of Confucius and Sheng, so why don't you know the etiquette? Why kill people? Recruit directly. If there is a half-word hesitation, the county's law enforcement will be like a mountain, and you will be asked to look around and wait for the punishment.
两边一声答应，如雷冯旭道：“父母大人在上，容生源细禀。生源一向与花文芳相好，不料他将人命害我，不知所为何事。”
Both sides agreed like thunder. Feng Su said, "My parents are on top, please let me know the student." The student has always been on good terms with Hua Wenfang. Unexpectedly, he killed me. I don't know why.
望父母大人详查孙老爷道：“你一向与花文芳相好，怎么又将人命害你？一定是你终日在花府走动，看见她爱妾貌美，起了淫心。”
Mr. Sun, who asked his parents to carefully examine him, said, "You have always been good with Hua Wenfang. Why did you kill someone again?" You must have been walking around the Hua mansion all day long and saw the beauty of his beloved concubine, and you became lustful.
昨晚酒后，自然逼他成奸。那女子性烈不从，你一任酒性，将她杀死。这不是阴间不从，杀死人命，你还抵赖到哪里去？
Naturally, he forced her to commit adultery last night after drinking. That woman has a strong temper and refuses to obey. If you let her drink, you will kill her. Isn't this killing people because of disobedience? How can you deny it?
吩咐把钱林带上来。钱林上前跪下道：“老父母。”孙老爷道：“你可从实招来，怎么偷盗花府金银器皿？同伙还有几人？”
He ordered Qian Lin to be brought up. Qian Lin came forward and knelt down and said, "Old parents." Mr. Sun said, "You came from directly. How did you steal Huafu's gold and silver utensils? How many other accomplices are there?"
免得本县动刑。钱林道：“父母大人在上，容生源细禀。生源世代书香，岂不知王法厉害，怎肯做这犯法之事？明明花文芳污良为盗。”
In order to prevent the county from punishing him, Qian Lin said, "My parents are above me, and I will allow you to be a good student. The students have been scholarly for generations. Don't you know that the king's law is powerful? How can you do this illegal thing? It is clear that Hua Wenfang is falsely accusing a good person of being a thief."
孙老爷道：“你与花公子何仇何恨？他诬你为盗。”钱林道：“今年2月间，因有朱辉年博至生源家，待生源妹子为媒，与冯生源联姻。”
Mr. Sun asked, "What hatred do you have against young Master Hua? He falsely accused you of being a thief?" Qian Lin said, "In February of this year, Uncle Zhu Hui came to Xing Yuan's house, and he married Feng Xing Yuan with his sister acting as a matchmaker."
不义同都堂也至生源家，待他外甥花文芳说媒。生源因这一日两家说亲，不好允成，彼时应道：“花、冯两家皆系同案好友。”
Unexpectedly, Tong Dutong also went to Xing Yuan's house to talk matchmaking on behalf of his nephew Hua Wenfang. Because the two families were planning to get married that day, it was difficult for the marriage to happen, so he responded, "Hua and Feng are both friends in the same case."
小妹略知文墨，改日请花。冯二兄过社一考，小妹取中哪家文字，即便做亲。孙老爷道：“他可来吗？”钱林道：“二声俱道。”
The younger sister knows a little bit about Wenma and wants to invite Hua and brother Feng to pass the exam. Which one the younger sister chooses will be the one to get married. Mr. Sun said, "Can he come?" Qian Lin said, "Both are born."
生源妹子出了题目，却取中冯旭文字。无奈生源妹子年幼无知，动笔将花文芳的文字批坏，彼时怒恼而去。前月生源已受过冯家之骗。
The student girl had a question but got Feng Su's text. Unfortunately, the student girl was young and ignorant, so she criticized Hua Wenfang's writing and left in anger. The former Yuesheng member has been hired by the Feng family.
分明携仇诬害生源二人望老父母详情鉴察。孙老爷道：“你既知与花家结怨，为何又到他家去？”钱林道：“因花文芳有一妖丹。”
It was clear that they had framed the students with hatred and asked their parents to investigate in detail. Mr. Sun said, "Since you know you have a grudge against the Hua family, why did you go to his house again?" Xian Lin said, "Because Hua Wenfang has an invitation."
要做诗文会生源，见他来请赴会，若不去，又恐惹他见怪，故约了冯生源同去。谁知落了他的圈套，便把这人命到案诬害生源二人。
The student member of the association who wanted to write poems and essays saw him and invited him to attend the meeting. If he didn't go, he would be afraid of offending him, so he asked Feng Sheng to go with him. Unexpectedly, he fell into his trap and framed the life and robbery of the two students. People.
孙老爷道：“诗文会共有2人同席。”钱林道：“妖单上原有8人，却有6位不到，同席共有4人。”孙老爷道：“哪4人？”钱林道
Mr. Sun asked, "Are there all children sitting at the same table at the Poetry and Essay Society?" Xian Lin said, "There were originally 8 people on the invitation list, but 6 were less than 6. There were 4 people at the same table." Mr. Sun asked, "Which 4 people?" Xian Lin said,
生源同冯旭、花文芳、魏临川。孙老爷道：“魏临川却是何人？难道也是同会的吗？”钱林道：“不是同会之人。”
The students are Feng Su, Hua Wenfang, and Wei Linchuan. Mr. Sun said, "Who is Wei Linchuan? Is he also from the same association?" Xian Lin said, "Not from the same association."
乃是花文芳之邦闲席上猜拳行令，将我2人灌醉，抬至东西2书房。猛听的喊叫，生源不知是计，向外观看。
It was Hua Wenfang and his gang who made guessing orders at the table, got us drunk, and carried us to the east and west study rooms. Hearing the shouting suddenly, the health workers didn't know what the plan was and looked outside.
不想脚下被绊脚索绊倒在地，家丁上前把生源拿住，怀中搜出许多金银器皿。生源怀中器皿也不知从何而来。花文芳诬害生源为大盗。
Not wanting to be tripped by the stumbling rope, the servant stepped forward to catch the student, and found many gold and silver utensils in his arms. The utensils in the arms of the students did not know where they came from. Hua Wenfang falsely accuses the student of being a thief.
此刻叫生源有口难辩，求老父母大人详查就是了。孙老爷听了这些口通，暗想道：钱、冯2人口供相同。
At this moment, if the birth attendant has a hard time talking about it, just ask the parents to look into it carefully. After hearing these confessions, Mr. Sun thought to himself, Qian and Feng have the same confession.
且着头意到那6人家去问，可有妖单否？遂叫钱林写下那妖单上6人姓名，写了，即差2个衙役如飞而去。不一时，回来禀道。
Let's go to the 6 people's homes with the chief servant and ask if they have an invitation. Then asked Qian Lin to write down the names of the 6 people on the invitation. After writing it, 2 government officials flew away. After a while, he came back and said,
小人奉老爷之命，差到那6位相公家去问，具言未见妖丹。孙老爷心中明白，只2件事，分明是花文芳携仇诬害2家。
The villain was sent to the houses of the 6 prime ministers on the master's orders, but they all said that they had no invitations. Mr. Sun understood in his heart. Knowing 2 things, it is clear that Hua Wenfang used hatred to frame the 2 families.
但不知凶手实系何人，待本县将魏临川拿到，他必知情。在签筒内取了一根金头签子，朱笔标若，衙役速去捉拿帮闲魏临川到案。
But I don't know who the murderer is. Waiting for Wei Linchuan to be found in this county, he must know. He took out a gold-tipped stick from the stick, and marked it with a red pen. The Yamen officer quickly goes to arrest the gangster Wei Linchuan, and he is here.
当堂回话，火速，现次日早堂听审，如为重则不贷。原差领下朱签，知县吩咐将冯旭、钱林权且收监，4拿到魏临川复审。
The response in court will be prompt and the trial will be heard in the morning of the next day. If you violate the rules, you will be severely punished. The original officer received the zhu. The county magistrate ordered Feng Su and Qian Linquan to be imprisoned until they were brought to Wei Linchuan for review.
两边一声吆喝，知县退堂。正是但存方寸地，留于子孙耕。不知原差领了朱签去拿魏临川，可能到案。且听下回分解。第17回。
Both sides shouted for the magistrate to withdraw. Exactly. Save a small amount of land for your descendants to cultivate. I don't know if the original messenger took the Zhu Dian and went to get Wei Linchuan. Could he be on the case? Let's listen to the breakdown next time. Chapter 17.
3学生原地攻城知县缉拿魏临川，话说原差领了朱签，出了县门，直奔魏临川家而来。这且不表。
The third student member submitted a petition to the county magistrate to apprehend Wei Linchuan. He said that the magistrate had received the Zhu Tiao, left the county gate, and went straight to Wei Linchuan's home. Not to mention this.
却说花文芳差人打听知县回衙如何审讯，自己在书房与魏临川笑道：“钱林也未必逃得脱。”话犹未了，花能前来回话。文芳便问道
However, Hua Wenfang sent someone to inquire about how the county magistrate's office would interrogate him. He laughed with Wei Linchuan in the study and said, Qian Lin may not be able to escape. Before he could finish his words, Hua Neng came to reply. Wenfang asked,
你回来了吗？孙知县可曾审吗？花能答道：审过了。文芳又问道：审的什么口供？孙知县可曾动大刑吗？花能道：
Are you back? Has Magistrate's son ever conducted a trial? Huaning replied, The trial has been carried out. Wenfang asked again, what confessions were included in the trial? Has Magistrate's son ever used severe punishment? Huaning said,
连呵斥也没有，若有呵斥，他们也不敢生缘长，生缘短。知县反出朱谦，拿魏临川相公到案听审。依小的看来，这件官事要打回来了。
There was not even a scolding, and if there was a scolding, they did not dare to give birth to a leader or a short officer. The county magistrate instead issued a decree to bring Prime Minister Wei Linchuan to the case for hearing. According to Xiao Xiao, this official matter will be fought back.
花文芳听了，不觉大怒，道：好大胆的狗官！我当面吩咐，叫他把冯旭严训。他不过是个七品，前程还大到哪里去？
Hua Wenfang was furious after hearing this, and said, What a bold dog officer! I ordered him to interrogate Feng Xian in person. He is only a 7th grade man. How big a future he has.
反敢来拿我魏临川对峙，叫道：老魏，你住在我府中，他的差人若到我府中拿人，就将他狗腿打断，看那孙文进怎样奈何我。
Instead, he dared to confront me, Wei Linchuan, and shouted, Old Wei, you live in my house. If his messengers come to my house to arrest someone, they will break his legs. Let's see what Sun Wenjin does to me.
我明早到都堂衙门见我师兄，叫你狗官做不成。说毕，气冲冲，怒犹未息。魏临川劝道：大爷不消气，且到明日上了辕门。
I will go to the Dutang Yamen tomorrow morning to see my elder brother asking you to be a dog officer. After saying that, he was still angry and angry. Wei Linchuan advised, Master, don't calm down. We will go to the camp gate tomorrow.
见了都堂大老爷，在处不表花文芳。 单言钱塘县2个原差奉本县之命拿魏临川，到了魏家门口，径自叩门。崔氏问道：“是哪个？”
When I met the eldest master of the capital, I could no longer show off my love for him. I just said that 2 former police officers from Qiantang County had been ordered by the county to capture Wei Linchuan. When he arrived at the door of Wei's house, he locked the door himself. Chui asked, Which one is it?
差人到我们来请魏相公说要紧的话。崔氏道：不在家，在隔壁花府里。你们那边寻他去罢。差人道：既然不在家。
The messenger said, We are here to ask Wei Xianggong to say something important. Chui said, He is not at home. He is in the Huafu next door. You go look for him over there. The messenger said, Since he is not at home.
我们写下个字儿，等他回来看了，便知端地。崔氏听见。 忙叫小红开门， 公差朝里就走。妇人站在房门口，见到二位有甚话说。
We wrote down a word and waited until he came back to read it and he would know the meaning. Mrs. Chui heard this and hurriedly asked Xiaohong to open the door. The official walked in. The woman stood at the door of the room and asked, "What do you two want to say?"
公差道：“我们是县官差来的，要拿魏临川到案对质。”说毕，将手中金头朱签拿出来，道：“你且看看，快叫他出来。”
The official said, "We are sent by the county magistrate to confront Wei Linchuan." After saying that, he took out the gold-headed red stick in his hand and said, "Take a look and call him out quickly."
免得我们动手动脚的那时不好看相。妇人闻言唬了一跳，回道：“他时时不在家，委时不在家，烦二位到府去拿他。”公差道：“
So that we don't have trouble looking at the pictures when we use our hands and feet." When the woman heard this, she was startled and replied, "He is really not at home. He is really not at home. I want you to go to the house to get him." Gongshi said.
这妇人可笑千差万差，我们来人不差，只在此间拿人。如若没有魏临川，就要带家眷去回关。妇人听了，战战兢兢道：“
This woman is so ridiculous. We have the right people here. We are just here to pick up people. If Wei Linchuan is not there, we have to take our family back to the official position." After hearing this, the woman said tremblingly,
不知他在外做出什么事，只好拿他。妇人坐在家里，哪里晓得？公差道：“只怕魏临川躲在家里，你不肯说。”
"I don't know what he did outside, so I had to take him. The woman is sitting at home, how can she know?" The official said, "I'm afraid Wei Linchuan is hiding at home and you won't tell."
带累我们打了板子下来，那是不得开交。妇人道：“我家几间房子，二位不信，请搜。”公差道：“这也是拿不定的。”二人商议道：
It was so tiring that we couldn't communicate with each other at that time. The woman said, "If you don't believe me, please search the houses in my house." Gongzhu said, "This is uncertain." The two discussed.
伙计，你在此坐住，我去叫地方来。不一时，地方走来，看了朱签，上面写的厉害。这个地方叫做万把沟，叫道
"Sit down here, buddy, and I'll call for the place to come." After a while, the place came over and looked at the red sign. The writing on it was very impressive. "This place is called Wanbayagu," and he shouted.
二位老爷请坐，待我问他娘子是怎样出去。万把沟走到房门口，口叫道：“魏娘子，你家魏官人往哪里去了？”老实说罢。
"Two gentlemen, please sit down and wait while I ask his wife how she got out." Wango walked to the door of the room and shouted, "Ms. Wei, where did your Wei officials go? To be honest."
县里老爷金头朱签上面写的好不厉害，原差打个板子还是小事， 不要连累我这老年人为你家之事去打板子，那是怎处？”妇人道：
Whether the gold-headed and red signature of the county master is written well or not is a trivial matter. Don't bother me, an old man, to fight for your family's affairs. What will happen then? The woman said.
万大爷我家的事花大爷叫进府中去，有1月未回，养烦万大爷到花府一问便知。万把勾道：“他们2个差人来了半日。”
Uncle Juan, my family was called into the mansion by Uncle Hua. He hasn't come back for a month. I asked Uncle Juan to go to the Hua mansion and ask, and he will find out. Juan said, the 2 of them have been here for a long time.
茶也没有吃一杯，定要折个东道与他才是。娘子道：“我是个妇人，哪里晓得什么事体，全仗万大爷调理。”遂问道：
I didn't even have a cup of tea, so I had to meet him as a host. The lady said, I am a woman. I don't know anything about anything. I rely on Uncle Juan to take care of it, then asked.
与他们多少银子？万把勾道：“你用2两做2包，算带饭；用4两做2包，算舍喜。”妇人忙去称了几包银子，交与万把勾。
He asked them how much money they had, and said, You use 2 taels to make 2 packages, which is considered as a substitute for rice, and use 4 taels to make 2 packages, which is considered as a discount for the banquet. The woman hurriedly weighed several bags of silver and handed over 10,000 hooks.
万把勾就把元差一把扯住滴滴说道：“我方才叫他娘子折个饭东，2位全且收下，少做片时，等我到花府一走，便知端地。”元差说
With 10,000 hooks, he grabbed Yuan Cha and said in a low voice, I just asked his wife to make a meal for you. You too can accept it for now. Please wait for a while. You will know what to do when I get to Hua Mansion. Yuan Cha said.
诸事要仗你调停，少不得个要28提篮。万把勾道：“在我身上。”哪知他先摸了2两头上腰，遂到花府，看见门公叫道：“老爷。”
Every matter depends on you to mediate, at least one of which needs a basket. Juan Balgo said, It's on me. Unexpectedly, he first touched the upper and lower parts of the body. Then he went to Hua Mansion and saw the gatekeeper shouting, Master.
隔壁位官人可在府上，今有县里2位公差在他家吵闹，要拿位官人。小人是他娘子烦来问个实信。门公道：“敢是元差问你地方要人。”
The official way next door is in his house. Now, 2 officials from the county are making a noise at his house, wanting to arrest the official way. It's his wife who came here to ask the truth. The gentleman said, How dare you be the original messenger to ask you where you want someone?
怎么不到我府？万把勾连忙问道：“不是小人，是他娘子烦来问声。如若不在府上，小人就回他娘子的信。”门公道
Why didn't Juan Balgo come to my house and asked quickly? It's not the villain, but his wife came to ask. If he is not at the house, the villain will reply to his wife's letter. The gentleman said,
魏临川是俺家公子，差他别处去干事了，待俺回禀大爷一声，看有甚话说。万把钩连称小人在府门候信不表，且言门公来到书房。
Wei Linchuan is my young master who has sent him to work elsewhere. Let me report back to the uncle and see what I have to say. Wan Shengo repeatedly said that the villain is waiting for the letter at the gate of the mansion, but it didn't mean it. Let's say that the father-in-law came to the study.
花文芳正与魏临川对面饮酒，门公如此说了一遍。魏临川听了，忙叫：“大爷，差人在舍吵闹，终非了局，还要大爷照看。”
The man Hua Wenfang was drinking with Wei Linchuan said this again. After Wei Linchuan heard this, he shouted quickly, "Uncle, I sent someone to make noise in the dormitory. It's not the end. I still need to take care of you."
花文芳道：“老魏，我叫有莲前去说明，你不得到案，看这狗官怎样奈何于我。”遂叫有莲答应出来。万把钩看见，叫声大叔。
Hua Wenfang said, "Old Wei, I asked Yu Lian to go and explain. If you don't get the case, let's see what this dog officer does to me." Yu Lian was called, and Yu Lian agreed to come out. When Wan Baogou saw it, he called out to uncle.
有莲问道：“差人在哪里？”万把钩道：“现在未家。”有莲道：“待我会他，你先回去。”万把钩来到魏家。
Yu Lian asked, "Where is the messenger?" Wanbagu said, "Now at the Wei family." Yu Lian said, "When I meet him, you go back first." Wanbagu came to the Wei family.
向差人如此说了一遍。公差道：“我们奉差而来，拿的是魏临川。魏临川不在，问你地方要人，如若无人，带你去回关。”
He said this to the messenger and said, "We are here with Wei Linchuan. Wei Linchuan is not here, so I asked you where to find someone. If there is no one, I will take you back to the official position."
哪个要会花府大叔正说之间，有莲推门进来，问道：“你们是县里差来拿魏临川的吗？”二公差答应道：“正是。”有莲道：
Who wants to know? While Uncle Huafu was talking, Yulian pushed the door in and asked, "Are you sent by the county to fetch Wei Linchuan?" The second official agreed, "That's right." Yulian said,
魏临川是俺家大爷差往别处去，了不得到案。你们要拿，将我拿去见你老爷。公差道：“怎敢拿大叔前去？既然魏大爷不在家。”
Wei Linchuan was sent by the uncle of our family and went to another place to get the case. If you want to take it, take me to see your master. The official said, "How dare you take the uncle away? Since Uncle Wei is not at home."
我们带地方前去回关，有连道与他无干。你家老爷要拿魏临川，只好到乡府问俺大爷要人， 你们不要在此吃想。
We took the place and went back to Guan Youlian and said, "It has nothing to do with him. Your master wants to take Wei Linchuan, so he has to go to the Prime Minister's mansion and ask me for help. Don't think too much here."
差人见花有莲语言不到，只得自己带笑道：“我们回禀老爷一声，如若真要人，我们明日再来拿他便了。”径自去了不提。
When the messenger saw Hua Yulian and couldn't speak, he had to say with a smile, "Let's tell the master. If we really want someone, we will come back tomorrow to take advantage of him." He left without asking.
那万把勾问着花有莲道：“大叔，小人去罢。”有莲道：“倘若差人再来拿你，你可同他到相府门口来，把狗腿打断他的，才晓得理。”
The Wanbao Go asked Hua Yulian and said, "Uncle, let's go." Yulian said, "If someone comes to get you again, you can come with him to the door of the Prime Minister's mansion and break his dog's legs." I know.
事过之后，叫魏临川重重赏你。那万把勾道：“晓得。”去了。崔氏见众位去了，在房里走出来，叫小红将门关上，就同花有莲坐下。
After the incident, ask Wei Linchuan to reward you heavily. Nawan Bega said, "I know." Gone. Mrs. Chui saw everyone, walked out of the room, asked Xiaohong to close the door, and sat down with Hua Yulian.
问道：“为什么县里要拿魏临川？”把奴唬了一跳。你们两个冤家一向都不过来，奴在这边记挂你两个人。
He asked, "Why did the county want to take Wei Linchuan?" This shocked me. You two enemies never come over. I care about you two here.
花有莲将魏临川定计杀死春英、诬害冯旭的话说了一遍。我家大爷因知县不大顺便，所以不得过来。我又是大爷时常呼唤。
Hua Yulian told Wei Linchuan that he planned to kill Chunying and frame Feng Su. My uncle is not allowed to come because the county magistrate is not willing to come. I am an uncle and I often call.
孤儿负了你孤单，看今日晚间偷空过来走走。崔氏带笑，轻轻在有莲脸上打了一下，说道：“都是你们负心男子。”有莲道
So I left you alone and took a chance to come over for a walk this evening. Mrs. Chui smiled and lightly slapped Yulian on the face and said, "You are all heartless men." Yulian said,
哪个像你有情一把抱住我的乖乖，怎肯负了你？今晚一定来。妇人将眼一瞅，道：“你到房中去，我有话对你说。”
Who is as affectionate as you in hugging me, my darling? How could I let you down? I will definitely come tonight. The woman glanced at him and said, "Go to the room. I have something to say to you."
花有莲心中明白道：“小红叫他到哪里去？”妇人道：“一个小丫头晓得什么？”随即走进房中，有莲跟到进去，两人又耍了一会儿。
Hua Yulian understood in her heart, Where did Xiaohong ask her to go? The woman said, What does a little girl know? Then she walked into the room. Yulian followed him inside. The two played for a while.
云雨散后，有莲回转府中，走进书房。林川问道：“人怎么样了？”有莲将始末跟游细说一遍。花文芳听了，不禁大怒，口中骂道：
After the clouds and rain cleared, Yu Lian returned to the house and walked into the study. Lin Chuan asked, How is he? Yu Lian explained the whole story in detail. After Hua Wenfang heard this, she couldn't help but became furious and cursed.